The day is finally here. 2025 NFL Draft Round 1, just an hour and change away. Welcome on into our live coverage of the NFL Draft. Matthew Peterson here, streaming on 3 different YouTube channels by Chat Sports. The Browns Report, Broncos Breakdown, and Falcons Today. So I'll be providing updates, commentary, analysis, everything on those 3 teams, but on top of the entirety of the NFL Draft. So as always, we love to get the chat involved right from the jump. It is Chat Sports, not Matthew Sports. So shout out your city for me in the chat. Then we're going to get to all of the final last-minute rumors for all 3 of these teams that I do host and cover for here at Chat Sports. I don't want to be a broken record, so if later on in the stream people are confused about what's going on, I'm going to task all of you watching right now with the responsibility of forming and filling people in on what we're doing for our live coverage of the NFL Draft. But let's see where everyone is tuning in from. We've got a lot of people watching right now from the jump. We have Chattanooga in the house from Cody. We've got Uniontown, Ohio from Christian. Gregory's in Salem. Let's see. Darius is in Denver. Gary's in Arkansas. I've got Jason in San Diego, Missouri in the house. We've got Bozeman, Montana, Reno, Nevada from Christina. Brian's in Albany, Georgia. We've got New York from Alaska Dad. Daryl's in Ohio. Kathy's in Sacramento. Appreciate everyone for tuning in, hanging out with us for the NFL Draft. A lot to get to. So, where should we begin? Let's go in order of when the teams are picking a little bit. We've got a few super chats we're going to get to in just a second, but I do want to share some of the last-minute rumors, starting with the number 2 pick in the draft, the Cleveland Browns, who, according to Diana Rossini, are working to trade back from number 2. I interpret that as the Browns are doing everything they can at the last possible moment to see if someone is willing to give them an absolute haul for the 2nd overall draft pick. So I think the Browns are looking for something that they're not going to get, but they're going to go down swinging, and I expect the Browns to end up staying put at number 2 and take Travis Hunter. So that's the latest on the Brownies. They also made a trade not long before the draft started. It didn't involve a lot of sexy picks, but we can look at the details of that trade as Cleveland and Houston just moved around a couple of day 3 draft picks, which is probably better for the Browns overall, but better for the Texans in the short term. The Browns and Texans love trading draft picks. They did it for Deshaun Watson. They did it that upcoming draft, and now they're doing it again. But here are the trade details. It is the first trade of draft day. The Browns acquired a 5th-round pick this year and a very distant future 5th-round draft pick, while the Texans get 2 6 and a 7th. So I think we can all agree that this is better return, 2 5ths rather than 2 6 and just 1 7th. But for Houston, it gives them more to use in a trade-up during the 2025 NFL Draft. For the Browns, they walk away with just better draft picks, right? If these were all in the same year, this would absolutely be the better deal. So Cleveland gets 2 5ths. They had a boatload of 6. I never thought they would stay put in round 6 with all those selections. So they offload some of those, and they get some more quality pieces while the Texans get quantity. All right, so that's the trade that went down like an hour and change ago. So that's the, current beat on the Browns. Let's talk about the Falcons next. They're at 15 in the NFL Draft. I hate myself for saying this, but I think Terry might Terry. If you thought Petey Fontenot was bad, Terry Fontenot, there is a little bit of buzz out there, and I think it's just that. It's just buzz. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's at a 3. Matthew Golden, the Texas wide receiver, is getting a little bit of traction right now to Atlanta at 15. I sure hope not. Fontenot is addicted to going offense in round 1. It is the only thing he has done as the Falcons GM. The defense needs help. It needs a ton of resources poured into it. The offense is fine. You've got London. You've got Mooney. Golden, and this is kind of for me, Penix all over again. Matthew Golden is my number 1 wide receiver in this draft class. So I don't dislike the player. I just don't like the process of needing help on defense, only having 3 picks in the first 4 rounds, and then no more until round 7, and going wide receiver. Please don't, Terry. Go defense. We beg you to go defense. Reed's going to throw up the draft order at the bottom as well, so you guys can start to get familiar with who is picking where. I've got my mock draft we're going to look at in a little bit. We've got a lot to get to. Building up to round 1 of the NFL draft. I got my t-shirt on. I love it. I'm excited. Draft day is one of my favorite days of the entire sporting calendar because it is just so cool to sit back and be like, wow, that player's girlfriend has to move to Buffalo now because they're always right next to the player and they're always sitting there. And, you know, they don't really give a shit about the offense or defensive scheme and the fit for the player. They're like, I'd much rather live in Miami than Minneapolis. So that's who I'm thinking of today. All right, really quickly, I do have to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to the first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets for either MLB games or playoff basketball games, hockey games, whatever it may be. So, save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Go to any sporting event in your local area with Game Time. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Shout out to Game Time for supporting us. Go support them as well as they help keep the lights on here for all of your favorite channels. All right, let's catch up on a few super chats, and then after that, Reed, I want to look at my mock draft for the entirety of the first round. AFX with the $2 super chat. All right, who will it be, Bo Callahan or Vontae Mack? So as always, a tradition unlike any other, I rewatched draft day last night. There's just so many new nuggets I find every single year when I watch it. My nugget for this year was the guy who's in charge of learning that no one went to Bo Callahan's birthday. That's just Dom from the Eagles. That's just Big Dom. Like that's what I had the eye-opening moment of. Oh, so that's what a Big Dom is for a team right there. AFX, thank you so much for your super chat. We got a few other super chats. If you want to get your take, your question, your idea on screen for everyone watching to see, super chat, and Reed is going to do a great job of covering all the bases today and throwing it on screen for everyone watching to see. We got Pat Wooey. Trade that pick, mail it in for Manning. I've heard mail it in for Manning, and I've heard another one that I thought was really good. It was something with Arch, and I can't remember. But listen, do we have the ability to put the trade up of the Travis Hunter, what we used on yesterday's show? Is that there? I think it should be. If you go to trade, or is that? Okay. Anywho, so when it comes to the Browns picking number 2 with Travis Hunter, I look at it as one of like 2 ways. You could stay put and you could take Travis Hunter. You can get someone that people believe is like Pat Surtain on defense and Justin Jefferson on offense. And there's really probably not going to be anything you could offer up in a trade that'd be worth someone to that level. But that's just projections, okay? Or you can do this, which is trade out of number 2. And I'd say you get 2 out of these 3 things. If you go back a few spots, you can get Ashton Genty, Mason Graham, or Will Campbell, okay? And you get a 2nd and 3rd round pick. If you trade back more than a few spots, you get someone's 2nd and 3rd round pick this year and a future first. You probably can't get a future first and one of those unless you go back to like New Orleans at 9 or Chicago at 10. Then you could get, one of those 3 players potentially and a first round draft pick. So ask yourself, would you rather have Travis Hunter or 2 out of these 3 things? I personally would take 2 out of those 3 things. And I'm not here to say that Travis Hunter can't be a good player, but I feel that that's a good enough haul to go, yeah, I'll take all of that over one player. So let me know your thoughts. Appreciate your super chat. Aaron Gonzalez from our Falcons Today stream. Why do people keep emphasizing a Grady Jarrett replacement? He has been on the same team that is dead last in sacks over the past few years. I think, Aaron, what people, or at least the way I interpret the Grady Jarrett replacement is, hey, here's a guy on the interior who can rush the quarterback, who can push the pocket, who can generate pressure. You don't find a lot of those interior type of players. Now, the last couple of years with Atlanta, really since the ACL injury, let's just say from the start of 2023, the last 2 years with the Falcons, he didn't have that same pop when it came to getting after the quarterback. But I think people are saying, hey, that's someone who can get sacks, who can generate pressure, and play from the inside. That's at least how I've always interpreted the next Grady Jarrett, which, if that is the case, I know Atlanta's pass rush has been awful the last couple of years, but that's not because of Grady Jarrett, of course, and that doesn't mean getting another Grady Jarrett would, be bad for fixing the pass rush. Aaron, thank you so much for your super chat. I see a handful of other supers coming in here. We've got a fun super chat competition, which we'll unveil in just a little bit. But Matthew Taylor over on our Falcons channel. That profile picture always gets me. Go Falcons, Petey the GOAT. Matthew, salute to you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Really appreciate all of your support here. Reed, make sure we kind of keep track of all these super chatters for the raffle. Just early on in the process before it gets too late. Braden Klosterman, do we think Seth Hennigan could be a good fifth-round pick? Let's go Browns, ordering my Travis Hunter jersey in 2 hours. Braden, spoiler, you may not have to order a jersey because this super chat just got you entered into a raffle for a Travis Hunter jersey giveaway, or whoever the Browns take at number 2. We're going to do a jersey giveaway, by the way, for the first-round selection for Denver, Atlanta, and Cleveland. You just got to send a $5 super chat in to be entered into that giveaway raffle. Now, as for a quarterback in round 5, I like the idea, if you're Cleveland, of double dipping at QB. Bring on the more competition. The more the merrier. Whether it's Seth, whether it's Max Brosmer from Minnesota, Quinn Ewers from Texas, Dylan Gabriel from Oregon. Yeah, bring them all on. Because I'm old enough to remember when the Redskins took RG3 second overall, and then this Michigan State quarterback in round 4, and everyone criticized that. Turns out Kirk Cousins was probably the better quarterback. So double dip at QB, Braden. I like where your head's at. Thank you for your super chat. Let's hit a few more of these supers as Papa T over on our Brown stream as well. NP and Reed and crew, let's go. Jimmy, don't F this up. As we get closer to the draft, I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that we always define and grade GMs based on their draft picks. That's probably 90% of the valuation we make for them. 10% or 5% trades, 5% free agency, but it's always when we look at a GM, we look at their picks. It's important to note that owners meddle when a team is picking early. And Jimmy Haslam once let a homeless man convince him to take Johnny Manziel. He walked out of dinner and someone said, take Manziel. And he was like, Jesus just spoke to me on Euclid. I got to do it. Not a good idea. So just store that away. If you hate your GM, sometimes the owners can get involved a little bit. But does not appear to be, I can't say for sure. I'm not in the war room. Braden with another super chat. You've been losing weight, looking good, man. Appreciate it, Braden. Yeah, been on if your best diet I can suggest is get engaged and have a nightmare of looking fat at your wedding, and that's gonna motivate the hell out of you to lose some lbs. Jeremy Stallman with a $50 super chat. Everyone show Jeremy some love. Let's go, Browns fans. At 38,000 feet, sending good vibes to all Browns fans. 1, please give me Abdul Carter, and number 2 pick. I know y'all going to hate me, but give me Will Howard. Let's go, Browns. Great job, Petey. Keep up the great work dropping dimes. Jeremy, thank you for your super chat first and foremost. Hope you're traveling safely. As for Abdul Carter at number 2, all eyes are on Travis Hunter, but there has been a teeny tiny little bit of don't eliminate Abdul Carter. I'm going to eliminate him, but it's not a foregone conclusion. I wouldn't bet $10,000 on Travis Hunter to get picked at number 2. For me, like, there is that slight chance that it could be Abdul Carter, and then I'm out $10K. But I would bet a lot of money, just not that much. As for Will Howard, you say people are going to hate you for this. All Browns fans are going to love you for this. I'm the only one in the room that says I disagree. I mean, if we're talking a day 3 draft pick, sure, what the heck, why not? Anything rounds 1, 2, or 3, no. And I understand what Will Howard means to a lot of Buckeye fans, and as someone who's not an Ohio State fan, go Vols. I don't have that same level of attachment. But for me, it's just playing at Ohio State, working with all those incredible receivers, and then going to the combine, not having some, elite arm, not having precision accuracy. He had a great college career with the Buckeyes in one season. He showed a lot of toughness. I like his legs, the way he can move, the way he can extend plays. And I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback, but no, I don't view him as an NFL starter on Sundays. Jeremy, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate you more than you know. Stassi over on Falcons today. Draft night, PD. What would you be more happy with? Trade up for Abdul Carter. Stay at 15 for Jalen Walker. Trade back, land Will Johnson. Stassi, love the question. So to go to 15 to say 2 or 3 to get Abdul Carter, we're talking about giving up your second-round pick this year and your first-round pick next year. I'm not going to place Abdul Carter at 3 picks worth. 2 firsts and 1 second. I think you could get 3 players who are combined better for your defense than Abdul Carter. That's not always the case, right? If Abdul Carter was, perceived as like Myles Garrett, I'd rather have Myles Garrett than 3 players that you could maybe hit on. I'm not going to go that far for Carter. I like Carter, but everyone's got their limits. So stay put at 15 or trade back and land Will Johnson. It's a little bit dependent on what you're getting in a trade back. Like if you're going from 15 to 18 for a 4th-round pick, I'd probably just stay put and get Jalen Walker. If you're trading back and getting a 2nd or 3rd, then I'll say give me Will Johnson and a bonus day 2 pick. But I like Jalen Walker for a defense that just needs an identity. They just need some talent. They just need some guys. They need some dudes. And Walker's going to step in there and be a tone setter. He's going to be a team captain. He's going to be a jersey seller. He's going to be a fan favorite. Stassi, thank you so much for your super chat. We've got one more from Falcons today. Tim Hart with a $20 super chat. I know you are good with trading back, but would you trade up for anyone, and how far would you go? It's just that Atlanta doesn't have much in their wallet, right? It's very thin. What are they going to offer up? One of their 7ths? Their 2nd-round pick? I doubt it. Future draft capital? They've done that for a couple of years. What is Adam Schefter wearing? Ooh, Shefty. Ooh, that's too European for me, Adam. Take it off. Be a man. Can I get a weather status on Green Bay, Wisconsin right now? I'm going to put the over-under at, based on what Adam's wearing, 58 degrees. You thinking over or under, Reed? Reed's going under. All right. As for trading up, I don't think so. I just think that the guy you're getting at 15 versus the guy you're getting at 10 is not so far apart that it's worth giving up a 2nd, a 3rd, or a 4th-round draft pick. So, Tim, greatly appreciate your super chat, but it's no for me, dog. We got another $50 super chat coming in from Falcons today. Broncos Breakdown in the rear-view mirror right now for super chats. Let's see if they can catch up. We're going to get to my mock draft as soon as we catch up on these super chats, which just should be another moment or two. Jose Santana. Guess who's back, Petey? Falcons, baby. Jose, thank you so much for your generosity and your support of the channel. Rise up to you, dude. Everyone, spam Jose in the chat. Show the guy some love for being an MVP on Falcons today thus far. Jose Santana. Let's go, my man. Matthew, you like my profile pic, don't you? He. Also, do I get a chance to win? Yes, you do. $5 super chat. You get entered into the super chat raffle. I'll be honest. Like when I see that picture, I just think of the AI stuff. Have you the things that AI can do with people now? Like have them moving and talking. It freaks me out. All right. We got one or two more supers, and then I think we are ready to roll. Okay. Christopher, I don't know where this is from. Is this Copenhagen? The Copenhagen or the Crown starts with a D, I think. Oh, what's the weather? You can hop on, let everyone know. While I read this, if Titans pass on, they're not gonna pass on Ward, but okay. Do Browns take Ward or trade back for Godfather deal? And if they trade back from number 2, I think Genty is great and get additional second and third rounder. I mean, this is a fun hypothetical that's just never gonna happen. I mean, Cam Ward is a Tennessee Titan. If they were to pass on him, I think they would take Cam Ward, though. I do. I believe that. They tried to move up to get him. So quarterback is too valuable to pass on if he is your guy, and you don't have to give up any extra picks to secure him. Christopher, what's the Danish currency? Krones? Crown? Fuck. Okay.
No, producer Reed,
yeah.
Hopping in.
Weather status for Green Bay, Wisconsin right now.
55 degrees.
Hey, that line was pretty good. I put it 57, I think. Adam, nut up, dude. Take the European sweater vest off. Kevin Wiseman with a $50 super chat. Kroner, thank you, Andy. LeBron, I know you're listening. Whatever happens tonight, the Browns will screw up. You know, can we go from this super chat really quickly to Ryan Chowdhury's? Because I wanted to segue to this, but Ryan, we'll just use you as my segue. Yeah, Mary Kay just tweeted out, Browns are believed to have something cooking at number 2, sources say. Teams are calling. They are listening. Strap in. Can we go back to that trade real quick, Reed? Because I understand at this point we've all kind of gotten, all Browns fans have talked themselves into Travis Hunter. They're like, mentally, we're bought in. There's plenty of upside. It's not like a quarterback where the room is split. But the Browns, not this trade, the other one, the Travis Hunter thing. So the way I look at it is ask yourself this question. Would you rather have Travis Hunter or get 2 out of these 3 things? You can't get all 3, but you can get 2 out of these 3. I'll take 2 out of 3. If you go from 2 to 5 with Jacksonville and get Ashton Genty or Mason Graham and get an extra second-round pick, yeah, I'm in. If you go from 2 to 10 with Chicago and the Bears get Genty, or maybe not Chicago, but the Saints, whoever it could be. I've heard Dallas really wants Travis Hunter. You go from 2 to 12 and you get a second, a third, and a first. I'm in. And you could still get Mason Graham, maybe. I've seen him fall a little bit in mock drafts as of late. So I'll take 2 out of these 3 over 1 player. I will. Ryan, thank you for your super chat. Okay. Quick little reminder for everyone that's just recently tuning in. We are doing a simulcast, a TriCast. So I'm the host of 3 different channels here at Chat Sports. It's a growing company. I cover the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons for them, and I didn't want to leave any channel to the side during the draft, so I am live on all 3 channels right now. I know that's a little unique. It's a little unorthodox. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but I view it as an advantage because I just get, a broader scope of the league, and I love the NFL. So it's a little unusual. It's a little quirky. I get that, but just kind of bear with me a little bit as I hop between, a few teams here. But we're going to cover all 32 teams for the draft, of course. All right, 1 or 2 more supers, and then I think we're all, then mock draft. I've got my draft shirt on for this year. I'm pumped. You're going to see this shirt today. You're going to see it tomorrow. You're going to see it on Saturday, and probably Sunday too. Bright Wolf, good to see you in the chat. We got Kathy here, Tim, Mike S., Chubathon, Landon Gentry, Nathan Johnson, Jalen Jones, Keanu Whitfield. Okay. Make sure to hit that sub button down below if you haven't yet. That way you can get the best coverage all draft long for your favorite team. Every single pick, we'll do a video for it. So if you want to know everything there is to know about all 57 picks and 300 plus prospects, make sure you are subscribed to the channel today. Okay. So a few more super chats, and then I want to look at my mock draft, but I do appreciate everyone who sends in super chats and don't want to leave you hanging. All right, we got this one from Ryan. So, yeah, keep an eye on the Browns reportedly looking into a trade involving the number 2 pick, something I could get behind for sure. Ken G from the Browns report. Let's go, Browns. Here's to hoping they draft smart. That'd be a bit of a rarity, but Ken, love the optimism. Appreciate you for tuning in, Mr. G. Frank Page, what's up? Let's get a good player. I am from Paris Cave, Texas. Let's go Browns and Cavs. You know, I don't know how some other leagues out. Just take tonight off if you're the NBA, the NHL, the MLB. Don't try and compete with the NFL draft. It's a horrible idea. You're going to lose every single time. Frank, thank you for your super chat and your support of the channel. Papa T, please throw my man Max T in on that raffle. MP Rock Stallman in a good move. Max, you're in, amigo. Let's go, guys. We are an hour away from the 2025 NFL Draft kicking off. If you're excited, type me in the comment section. Timothy Napier, you the man, Petey. Watch your videos almost every day. I hardly miss any. Appreciate it, Timothy. Please sub to this man. Have a great day, brother. I also want to know your opinion what position the Browns can get in the 3rd. Timothy, this super chat means a lot more to me than you might realize. Thank you so much. Really, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate all of your kind words. As for round 3, running back, if they don't go running back at 33, which I think 33 is going to be devoted to a quarterback, unless they trade back from 2, then they get some more picks, and that gives them a little bit more wiggle room and flexibility. But I'm leaning towards running back right now. But you never know with Andrew Berry. He loves young, athletic players. And if there's a young, athletic corner, a young, athletic defensive end, he won't look past them, even though they may not be a bigger need than a running back. Thank you so much, Napier. Kevin with a $50 super chat from the Cleveland Browns report. The draft won't be half as entertaining as the excuse train for the Sanders team rolls out tomorrow. Right now, it's looking bad for Shedeur to go round 1. So at Chat Sports, we use Slack. Maybe those of you in the working world are familiar with it. What I love to do is kind of just, listen in on sports debates that happen every day in the office, every hour. And if someone says something that's pretty out there, pretty bold, pretty outlandish, what I'll do is I will schedule a Slack and send it to them when that date arrives where they are either proven right or wrong. A lot of people have been giving a ton of draft takes over the last couple of months. I had probably 8 scheduled Slacks go out today. My favorite one was from one of the new guys who said Quinn Ewers is a lock to go in round 2. Not looking good. Another one was Harrison Graham from Bears Now said in December, so a while ago, that Shedeur was a lock to go top 2. Mitchell Renz from the Raiders report said in November, lock it in right now, Shedeur Sanders will be this team's next quarterback. So a lot of Shedeur Sanders predictions that I don't think are going to age quite well. Kevin, shout out to you. Everyone show Wiseman some love in the chat. Thank you so much. Todd, from our Broncos channel, Todd, you're the man. I'd like to see a trade up for Genty. Earlier this morning, there was some buzz that Houston and Denver were working on possible trade ups. The thing that's a little peculiar to me is, well, maybe the trade up is just completely dependent on how the board falls. So teams are going to say, hey, we're going to have this in place if this guy is there. And the team on the other end goes, all right, we're on board. It seems like everyone in the top 10 except for Tennessee wants to trade out. So if Denver wants to get up and get Genty, it doesn't sound like it could be much of a problem. However, Chicago really wants Genty. So there could be a bit of a bidding war, and it's a lot easier to go from 10 to 5 than from 20 to 5, and the price might get too rich for the Broncos. Todd, thank you so much for your super chat. Danny over on our Broncos channel as well. Do you think Sean Payton made a deal with Evan Ingram to not draft a tight end? If so, and Loveland falls to us, do you think he sticks to that deal? No. You don't make deals with 29-year-old tight ends for what you're going to do in the NFL draft. That 29-year-old tight end coming off an injury is happy to get a 2-year healthy, thick contract. He's in no position to tell the team what to do in April. If Colston Loveland is there, some teams have him completely crossed off because of medical stuff. I think a healthy Colston Loveland could end up being the number 1 tight end in this draft. I would not be opposed to that selection for Denver. Danny, by the way, big extra thank you to you. You know what you did. Thank you so much. I love it. Todd, back on screen. Put me in for the jersey. Do you see a scenario where the Broncos get Genty? I don't. I just don't think Genty falls outside the top 10. And because of that, I don't think Denver goes from 20 to 9. Because Chicago is not trading out of 10 if Genty's available. They want Genty. So you got to go from 20 to 9. We're talking next year's first. We're talking a second, maybe a third. That just seems like too much in my eyes. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I do not think Genty's going to end up being a Bronco. Would be sick, though. Would be awesome. Todd, appreciate your support of the channel. We've got another super chat from Falcons today. Dijon Robinson, what's your reaction if we trade up for Abdul Carter at 3? I'm going to assume that from 15 to 3, it cost you your second-round pick this year, your first-round pick next year, and your third-round pick next year as well. So a first, a second, a third. For Abdul Carter, I'm going to choose to be like half glass full and go, F them picks. You got the best pass rusher. We'll worry about all the capital you gave up later. But there's going to be a little bit of, hesitation in my voice. There will be no somersaults. There will be as if I could do one. Or backflips or anything like that. Dijon Robinson, thank you for your super chat as always. Another one from Jose Santana. Hey, buddy, the world wants to know how much weight you have lost so far. Looking good, my man. Jose, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. So I don't want to make this the Matthew Peterson show. I'll keep it short and brief. I started a diet at the very beginning of February because my wedding is the last day of May. So that gave me 4 months to just lose as much weight as possible. I didn't have a goal in mind or anything like that. It was just balls to the wall. Basically, all I eat is broccoli or cauliflower and then a rotation of chicken, tofu, and salmon. That's my dinner every single night. For lunch, I just have lettuce, cucumbers, and a protein bar. And that's it 7 days a week. No alcohol, no sugar, no carbs, no bread, nothing fun, no red meat. I haven't had a cheeseburger since January. We'll talk more about that later. I'm at 201, and my goal was to get back to the 100 club. And I started at 240. So 39 pounds. Yeah. Jose, thank you so much for your super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, we got a few more super chats here, and then my mock draft. Papa T, Petey, rolling with you, doing a great job. Papa T, I love you. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day 1 of the NFL draft. I love the draft. Love the draft. Any updates on the Browns trading number 2? No, that's okay. My computer just froze. That's a great time for that.
Oh, no, the bots are back.
Max T, B to block the bots.
Oh, time ends in there already.
Stuck at the St. Louis airport today for draft night. Save me from this hellhole, PD. P.S. We win the Super Bowl next year. The Hail Mary from Will Howard to Travis Hunter. Max, I need a full report on – I've never been to the St. Louis airport. I need a full report on the chain restaurants in walking area to you. Are we talking TGI Fridays? Are we talking Chili's? Applebee's? Give me the menu. Give me the options. Give me the rundown. And I would like the chat to make an informed decision for where you're going to watch the draft tonight. Because this may not be a very unanimous opinion. I like a good airport meal. I don't mind getting there a little early. Get a little terminal beer. Get some, triple dipper from Chili's. Get on the TGI Fridays bend. I like it. So let me know what the options are, Max. It's extremely expensive beer. It's overpriced wings. But it tastes better. I don't know how else to say it. It's at the airport. Okay.
Did we get that? Evan. We're going to get
LeBron James. Can't wait to have Shador and Hunter tonight. I think Shedeur Sanders would be a good fit in Kevin Stefanski's offense compared to some of the other quarterbacks out there, but there just hasn't been a lot of traction between the two. But that could be because Cleveland doesn't believe he'll be available, and if he falls out of round one, that could throw Cleveland's draft plan, for a loop, and all of a sudden they have all day tomorrow to figure out, is Shedeur our guy at 33? As for tonight, I think the Giants could trade up for him. I think Jackson Dart would be a better fit, or actually maybe even Jalen Milroe for Brian Dable and the Giants, but Shedeur's got the name pop, and I would not be shocked if John Mara, the owner of the Giants, just does that thing. You know that scene from The Office when Creed goes up to Jim and he just squeezes his shoulders. He goes, "One more week." I could see Mara going, "Shedeur's available," and we see owners meddle all the time. LeBron, thank you very much. All right. L. Smith with a question from the UK. Question. You're starting a new franchise. You've got 5 first-rounders in this draft. Who do you take? Go Browns. L. Smith, let me just say that these 5 first-rounders would be spaced out, right? I assume, not 1 through 5. If I did like 1, 10, 15, 20, 25, at 1, I would have to take Cam Ward since I have 5 picks anyway. At 5, I'd go with Ashton Genty. At 10, I'll go with Armand Membu. At 15, I'll take Mike Green. At 20, I'll take Malachi Starks. And at 25, I'll take Emeka Ibuka. Good question. I like the hypothetical, though. That's going to be a fun one to come back to in 4 years and see if with, everyone somewhat at my disposal, did I make good or bad picks? Okay. Let's catch up on supers. Adrenaline wins. Smash that like button. Best damn Browns fans channel. Adrenaline, thank you very much. Everyone watching right now, please do me a big favor. Click that thumbs up button. We're going to show some of the updated numbers across our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons stream in a few minutes, in a little bit, 10 to 15, and we'll see who's winning every single competition between likes, subs, and super chats. Smash that buffet on your honeymoon, bro. I used to joke that when I get to the honeymoon, I look forward to putting all the weight back on, but I bought a couple of new shirts, and I can't, if I come back fat as fuck and can't get back in my old new shirts, I'll be devastated. I don't want to go back to the cucumber diet in July. Time served for the spring. I will say if you really want hey, I'll never be able to do a diet, it's too much commitment, but if you really want an easy half diet, just go to the grocery store, get rotisserie chicken. It's $9. It feeds you for 5 or 6 days. It feeds 2 people for 4 days, me solo for a week. Get some salmon, and it's lean fat, high protein, good meals. That's like the biggest takeaway I'm going to have moving forward. I no longer am going to stop at Wendy's and Cane's for dinner after work. I'm just going to go back and have my rotisserie chicken and salmon, and then I just do roasted broccoli. And I think roasted broccoli tastes 100 times better than steamed broccoli. And you can keep that up and actually, lose a couple lbs. Papa T, thank you. All right. 1 or 2 more supers until we catch up on super chats, basically. As soon as we catch up, we're getting to my mock draft. From Falcons today, William Harley. Love James Pierce. I think he's going to be the pick. He's got the perfect height and reach. Don't get why the Falcons aren't as high as him on as Green. So a little bit of background on James Pierce. He's extremely fast. He's got good reach. I would say like a basketball player build. He's not quite that tall, but he's 6'5". He's under 250 pounds. So he's a lean guy. Any Georgia fans watching right now, think kind of like Leonard Floyd, but faster. All right? Just like that physique, if you will. There are some character concerns, and this is coming from, a proud UTK grad. That can be a non-starter for a lot of teams, and we forget about that. If there are players who they just feel aren't going to be a good fit in their locker room, they put a red sticker on their name on their board, a black sticker sometimes, and they're done. That's it. And I have no idea if the character concerns are real for James Pierce or just Twitter rumors. But if we're just talking, pure on-the-field talent, Green's got a little bit more strength, a little bit more size, a little bit more bend, but Pierce brings a ton of speed, and he can generate a lot of pressure. So you can't go wrong with either one, but I am more so on Green than Pierce. But I hear you, William. All right, next one. Matthew Petey fan. Petey, are you hungry? I'm hungry all the time. That is the one downside. I go to bed hungry every night. Over on our Broncos channel, enjoy the draft, Petey. Let's go Broncos country. Odd F, thank you for your super chat from across the pond. Let's get the Broncos country going a little bit. It's third right now in viewers and likes and supers and subs. So Broncos country, show some support for your team right now. Kind of get the good mojo going. Richard Belt, what's up, Browns family? Big night tonight. I'm hoping we take Travis Hunter. Regardless, I'm pumped for some positivity moving forward from our 3-win season. I love the NFL draft for 2 big reasons. One, every single fan at the draft or watching has the same record. Everyone's 0-0. And everyone can find some positivity if you look hard enough. The other reason why I love it, I just think the idea of it is incredible. You're sitting on your couch, you're in the green room, and if your name is called, you're moving to Green Bay, Wisconsin from small town Mississippi. And if your name's not called then, the next team up, and you get to go and live in Los Angeles or Seattle or DC, all over the country. I just think that's so cool. Imagine this draft existed for other professions. Could you imagine accountants just sitting, a bunch of nerds, and they're like, I get to go and do taxes in Detroit.
Isn't that what doctors do?
Doctors do residencies, but they get to put down their preference.
Well,
So there's some level of it, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Halfway. Preferred draft.
But not. I love the normalcy of it though, like the accountants, where it's like you're just gonna go count numbers in Miami, Florida.
Right. Imagine just being I'm trying to think of a perfect example or the ultimate example of this. But imagine just being like a gardener, just like a very low level job or something, and it's like, well, we're moving to Tampa. Next one. Max, options are Hudson. Oh, no. You let off with Hudson. I don't even want to read the rest if that was the first thing you said. And a wine bar. Is there another terminal?
Not even a TGI Fridays?
There has to be another terminal. Shake Shack's good meal. Oh, that's a nightmare. I think I'd leave depending on how long your layover is, or delayed, I leave. I'd Google nearest B-dubs. Just get out of security and come back through. That's terrifying to me. Oh, man. Max, thoughts and prayers. When I saw Hudson News, I felt sick. I felt ill. Stretch that shirt, bro. Appreciate it, Papa T. Appreciate it. Right now, I'm watching a highlight of the Falcons-Eagles game from last year. Atlanta, the only team to beat a healthy Eagles team in 2024. Do with that information what you will. Are we all caught up? Todd on Broncos really quickly. And then there's one more on Browns. Yep, one more on Browns. Uh-huh. David Dilly on Browns. Let's go, Broncos. Todd, Odd F, trying to get some momentum going on the Broncos breakdown. I respect it, Todd. Thank you. Ryan on Atlanta with a super chat. I need to, close some things on my computer because it is just, I can't handle 3 streams. It is hot. Jimmy Productions, if the Browns trade back to 5, who do they draft? Mason Graham? I could see the Browns looking at Genty as too good of a prospect to pass on. Let me ask you this question. Would you rather take Mason Graham at 5 or take Walter Nolan at 15 and get an extra draft pick? I'd rather have Walter Nolan at 15 and an extra pick. Like, say, Walter Nolan and pick 55. Than Mason Graham at 5. This is for the Browns. The thing with Genty, though, is you just can't start rebuilding a team with a running back. Go talk to the Giants about that. Go talk to the Panthers. Go talk to the Jags. A couple of backs that went in the top 5, top 10. And great players, except for Fournette. But just didn't have the team around it. It can't be the first place you start for a rebuild. But if the Browns feel like we're not rebuilding, last year was a complete fluke, then Genty would be a home run pick. Jimmy, thank you very much for your super chat. David Dilly, let's draft Jack Sawyer. I think Jack Sawyer's like a round 3 guy. High motor, great intensity, love the effort. Doesn't have, the best physical traits. He's not the fastest guy in the draft class, but man, he found a way to get it done last year. I'm not going to sleep or discredit Jack Sawyer.
Ryan, $20.
Ryan Price, Petey, you look great. You can go full carnivore diet, high fat, high protein. Don't deny yourself those juicy burgers. You see, it's the cheese, the bacon, and the bun that I want with the burger. And those are no-goes for me. But I'm going balls to the wall up until the wedding. So I've learned all about tofu. Tofu and broccoli have been my best friend for the last 2 weeks. I miss beer a lot too. Haven't had beer in a long time. Oh boy. He said, Matt, do you ever think you will get a real job? I don't know. This feels kind of like Peter Pan. Will I ever grow up? Maybe he's him. Are you hiring? Get back to me. All right. Mock draft time. Mock draft time. We are 40 minutes away from round 1 starting. The first pick's not going to be actually anywhere near, 8 p.m. Eastern. Probably like 8:10 to 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Yep. Sounds great. So, I want to share with you guys my final mock draft. I'm going to preface with this right now. 2 things. One, for anyone just tuning in, I am doing a simulcast, a TriCast on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. So, if you're a little confused as to why we're talking about not your specific team, that's the reason why. I host all 3 channels here at Chat Sports, so it is just the best way to make sure all 3 teams get good coverage today. So it's not everyone's cup of tea, I get that, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles. So, yeah, everyone show some love to your team right now. Spam your team letters, DEN, ATL, CLE in the chat. Let's see which chat can get the most buzz going in the live chat. All right, are we ready for my mock draft?
I have about 4 screens in front of me, so I just want to see my screens and monitors go crazy with Cleveland, ATL, Denver.
Yeah, I want to
see which screen goes crazy.
I want to see which chat moves the quickest.
Yeah, see if you can mess up my monitors.
Yeah. Right now, I feel like Cleveland's chat's moving the quickest.
I think it's Falcons.
You think Falcons? Yeah, they're kind of.
Falcons is cooking too.
All right. Here we go. Let's take a peek. That's all right. 1 second. I got to send a quick Slack out. I left something on my desk. That's the one. No. It's PD's. PD's mock draft. I built it in there. Okay, yep. All right, you take a moment to fix that. I don't know why. Hopefully I didn't screw all of them up. Anywho, let me get some shout-outs. Terrence Smith, Carson, Lav S. We've got Dennis, Reisman, Jacob Robinson. I don't think it's the player. It's the logo. Yeah. Ghostface. All right. Is there an update on the Browns potentially trading pick number 2? Thank you very much. So Mary Kay, for anyone that's just tuning in, said the Browns have been getting a lot of buzz and traction on that 2nd overall draft pick. Nothing yet. James Palmer, my understanding is we won't know if the Browns are moving out of the 2nd overall pick until they are on the clock. So I think the Browns are just letting time do its thing right now and seeing if anyone is willing to pony up for a huge haul. I feel like they're not going to get anything worth moving off number 2. But they're certainly going to try. What the fuck? Is it every single 4? Check the next one. All right, just take this off screen and let's fix it, and then we'll come back to it. Sorry, guys, we're having just a little bit of technical difficulties. All right, Papa T, Richard Bell, yeah, hit that thumbs up button. I'm just going to call out the number of likes on all 3 channels right now. Browns Report leading the way. I'll just give some verbal standings. 483 viewers, 155 likes, $275 in super chats. Meanwhile, Falcons today, 341 viewers, 89 likes. Can we get to 100 likes on Falcons today? We are 11 likes away, and $139 in super chats. Over on our Broncos stream, 284 viewers, 93 likes, and it looks like we have $10 in super chats if my computer would not bug out right now. Yeah, my computer just $17, excuse me. Cannot process what's going on right now between 3 different streams. Okay, here we go. Back to my mock draft. So, I'm going to preface with this as well. I have very little confidence in this mock draft. Not that anyone should have a lot of confidence in a mock draft. Last year, I low-key killed it. I'll have to go back and look. I got like 15 or 16 picks. No, like 14 picks right. So I'm not going to come anywhere near that number today. But here's what I'm going with. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. 1, 2, 3. Will Campbell going to New England. There's been a little bit of chatter that they could go Genty. I'm going to say BS and go Campbell for Drake May. This is where I truly am just taking a shot in the dark. I don't know what the Jags are going to do. There's been Ted McMillan talk. There's been a lot of Mason Graham, D-value talk. If Mason Graham was spending a ton of time on like Jacksonville Zillow, he should hop off that right now. But I'll say Tyler Ward. Give Trevor Lawrence a big target that's just impossible to miss. Like Ted McMillan potentially as well. Raiders, I think, go offensive line. I don't think they're going to go Genty there. I think they're going to add to the trenches first and circle back to running back in day 2. Armand Membu is one of the best physical athletes at the offensive line position this year. Played right tackle for the Tigers. He's nasty in run blocking. He's solid in pass protection. That's going to be a good stabilizer up front. Calvin Banks, I've seen go as early as 5 to Jacksonville. I think he's going to go earlier than he should, but the Jets go O-line back-to-back years with the Texas left tackle. Mason Graham falls to the Panthers at 8, and that has a nice pairing with Derek Brown on the interior. Jalen Walker then goes to New Orleans at number 9. Oh, Genty following suit at number 10 for Chicago. I don't think Genty actually falls to 10, but I didn't want to do too many trade-ups. Watch for Chicago to trade up for Genty, possibly with the Jags. Then at 11, the 49ers select Walter Nolan, who I think could end up being the best defensive tackle in this class. Ted McMillan falls to Dallas. If he's there at 12, I think that's the pick for Jerry. Jahdae Barron, recently it was all Will Johnson at 13 for Miami. But there are some knee rumors coming up for the Michigan corner, and I could see the Dolphins playing it safe with a very versatile DB in Barron. Colston Loveland goes to Indianapolis, a great pick by Indy. Mike Green is my pick for Atlanta. I feel that if he is there, he is the pick. The way he's not there is if Genty and Warren go top 9, I could see the Bears going with Green at 10. Will Johnson, I could see falling even more than 16, but I try to do a mock draft based on what I think will happen, and I think the Cardinals will look at Johnson as just way too good of a player to pass on halfway through round 1. I think the Bengals really miss Jesse Bates, so go out and get someone like him in Malachi Starks from Georgia. Jahad Campbell to Seattle. To me, this just screams like a best player available type mentality of let's go out and get a linebacker with pass rush upside. Emeka Egbuka, I view as a great slot receiver who's kind of being underrated in this receiver class. And the Buccaneers have an aging Mike Evans, an injury-prone now Chris Godwin. Why not get a third wideout for Baker Mayfield? I believe Denver goes with Omarion Hampton. There's been a recent surge for TreVeyon Henderson, the Ohio State back, but I'm dug in on Hampton to Denver. Pittsburgh at 21, I selected Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. Reason being is I don't think Mike Tomlin's the type to panic. And a quarterback pick there, to me, would be a panic pick. And I think they learned from Kenny Pickett not to waste a 20, 21, 22 overall pick. So they go get a new Cam Hayward for the future. Matthew Golden, my number one receiver in this class. He's got incredible speed. You can line him up all over the offense. He is the new toy for Harbaugh in LA. Green Bay, hosting the NFL draft, takes Gray Zabel, who can play all over that offensive line. I think he's best on the interior.
I don't know why.
Nick Emanwari going to the Vikings at 24. I don't think Minnesota picks at 24. But if they do stay put, Emanwari could be a good addition to that secondary. Tyler Booker is next up for Houston at 25. They have to improve that interior offensive line. He is the best man for the job. Then I have a trade. Giants trade with the Rams to 26 and select Shedeur Sanders. You could swap out Shedeur for Dart, for Milroe, but I think the Giants get antsy, and I think they jump back into round one for a quarterback. James Pierce goes to Baltimore, which I think would be a good spot for him. If the character concerns are valid, that's a team that's going to straighten him out for sure. Shamir Stewart can go as early as 9 to New Orleans and as late as 32 to Philly. He's the best athletic defensive lineman in this class without a doubt, but he only had 1.5 sacks in the last 3 years. All right. No, not that one. Sorry. Yep. Then we have a few more picks to look at in just a moment, as we've got the Bills, the Chiefs, the Eagles on the clock after that. So we'll take a look at those selections. At 29 in the NFL draft. Oh, my computer completely froze. Just bear with me, everyone. Sorry. Gotta love technical issues. Yep. Okay. Let me just... Come on. Okay. So, at pick 29, it is the Washington Commanders. I got them going with the defensive end out of Boston College, Donovan Ezeuroku. To me, this just screams pass rusher for Dan Quinn. Then Trey Amos going to the Bills. They need help in that secondary, and this might be the best option. If it's not him, watch for Maxwell Harrison. Then the Chiefs at 31 go with Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State. Got injured halfway through 2024. Had he stayed healthy, I think he'd be going top 15. And to round it out, it would not be an NFL draft without the Eagles selecting a Georgia Bulldog. So how about Mykel Williams falling to the city of brotherly love? Under 30 minutes to go until the start of the NFL draft. If you are riding with me for all 32 picks tonight, show me by hitting that thumbs up button like today's video. What do we think of my mock draft? I don't like it, and I made it. But this draft I'm so excited for because I was texting my cousin this morning, and it's a draft. My cousin was asking me, what's going to happen, and I dumbed it down because he's not a big NFL guy. But I told him, listen, maybe most drafts have like 8 to 10 players with true A grades, just like guys that you just know are going to be good. And it just comes down to preference of position and fit for your team. In this year's draft, I think there's only 3 guys that I truly would stick my neck out and go, there is no doubt in my mind they're going to be fantastic. They're going to be can't miss. And that would be Ashton Genty, Abdul Carter, and I want to say Travis Hunter, but if Hunter's only able to play one way effectively, is he second overall good anymore? Tyler Warren, maybe you could sneak in Colston Loveland if not for the medicals. Yeah, you're right. It's not a slam dunk. There's a lot of ifs. I could put ifs.
You could say, oh yeah, I could have had $500 if I didn't lose it.
Yeah, I could say, I mean, even Abdul Carter has a bit of an if with that foot fracture before he even gets to the league. There's a lot of ifs for all these top players. Like, I don't even think Mason Graham is a slam dunk. So, the point I'm making is there are very few A grades.
I think Omarion Hampton is close too.
You think who?
Omarion Hampton.
Yeah, you could sneak him in there. There are a lot of B-plus grades of guys who are going to be starters for a while. Like Michael Williams, like James Pierce, like Malachi Starks. They just probably aren't going to be 4 or 5-time Pro Bowlers in a 12-year career. And you're kind of hoping that in a round 1 pick, right? Guy who makes 3 to 4 Pro Bowls in 10 years with your team. That's a bit ambitious, but that's kind of what you're realistically shooting for. Okay, before we move on to the rest of our pre-draft build-up, quick shout-out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer you get to the first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. So if you want to go to a playoff game, a baseball game, or any other sporting event in your area, get started with Game Time. Last minute deals save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right. 600 people tuned in on our Brown stream. Let me know who you want your team to pick, as we are 24 minutes away from the Tennessee Titans officially being on the clock. Give me a name. While you're giving me those names, Reed is going to tally up all of the pregame data when it comes to likes and super chats and things like that, and we'll get a bit of a leaderboard going for our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons stream right now. I'm going to give some shout-outs in the meantime. Let me know who you want your team to draft. Don't be a stranger. Get in the chat. Let me hear from everyone tuned in right now. Tim Hart says Mike Green or Donovan Azuroku. I like how you said Donovan Azuroku. You know, you can always tell when someone's a little timid, and I've been there before to say the last name. Like, I'm just going to call that guy Chief. Hit him with the BC guy, right? Which, listen, for Atlanta, Matt Ryan, Chris Lindstrom, kind of worked out. Boston to Atlanta, like the Braves. Travis Hunter says CIA. Time Man the Buckeye says Hunter and Will Howard. King says Abdul Carter or Jalen Walker. Kevin says Jalen Walker or move back. No one on our Broncos stream has given us a name yet. Don't be a stranger. Hop in the chat, Broncos country. All right. My computer is so mad at me. Sean, Travis, Omarion, Hampton, and Henderson, Will Howard to Cleveland would be perfect. ATL Falcons talk, Mike Green or James Pierce. Yeah, it feels like those two are the leading edge candidates at 15. 22 minutes to go. I see a handful of supers have come in. We're going to get to those super chats in a few minutes. Just hang tight for a second. Let's look at the updated leaderboard real quickly. We've got 133 likes at the moment on Falcons today. So hit that thumbs up button. Updated like battle here. So this is a fluid thing, but the Browns at 230, Broncos at 149, Falcons at 133. Keep in mind, Falcons is second in viewership, but third in likes. So Falcons today, hit that thumbs up button. Broncos, keep your lead. Browns, keep piling on. Just love the competitiveness. Let's go. I just kind of feel like I feel as if I'm on a football field for 2 days and I am my freshman B team coach. Coach Joshy. To the sleds. All right, and then we'll get Super Chats up in a second here. Super Chat total. Browns in charge at 341 USD. Falcons today just behind, now at 149 thanks to Trent. And Broncos Breakdown, which, listen, if you were here for free agency, you know better than to sleep on the Broncos viewership. They're at 17. I expect that. Now, I feel like, what's the guy's name from NBC? Scott, the guy with the map? Kornecki. I feel like Scott Kornecki right now. Watch for Denver. There's more votes coming in from this county. All right. Reginald Banks with a $2 super chat. So let's recap on some supers. I'm just going to publicize this orally right now. If you send in a $5 super chat or more, we don't put the menu on. I'll just verbalize it. If you send in a $5 super chat or more, we are going to add you to a raffle for your team's first-round draft pick jersey. So if you're a Browns fan, we add you to the Browns raffle, right? Broncos fan, you get added to the Broncos raffle. Falcons, add to the Falcons raffle. So if you enjoy the content and you want to support the channel and walk away with a Travis Hunter, Omarion Hampton, James Pierce jersey potentially, super chat $5 or more and your name will be added to that raffle. Should we do 3 different duck races or maybe just do 3 duck races and it could be like 3 Browns fans that win, 2 Falcons, 1 Broncos? I'll let the chat decide. Should each channel get their own race or 3 races so everyone's got 3 opportunities to win? Do you like that one more? Yeah. Yeah. We could do 3 race. We'll get the choir going. We could do 3 different races and everyone's in every single race, but it may be 3 Broncos winners and no one from Browns or Falcons wins. I'll let you guys decide after the draft is over. All right. Few other. What song? I have no idea. Okay. Super chat coming in from He's Him. After your weight loss, you can be my pool boy. What's the starting pay? I don't know if I'd make a good leaf picker.
This one will tell you exactly what he wants with your with the pool boy.
Oh, okay. Well, prepare to be disappointed. That's what I tell my fiance. Papa T, He's Him again. MP Key. I know he's him. Let him have his fun. God bless the US of A. Love this country, and I will let people exercise their freedom of speech. Who said it? I may not like what you say, but I'll die protecting your right to say it. Papa T, thank you. Richard Belt. Also, you and your crew are killing it like always, Petey. There is a camera on Reed, but I wish there was a camera of the camera on Reed. The guy's got 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors in front of him. He's clicking a million buttons at once. It is a video. It's like, I would say, imagine Guitar Hero on on Expert, but instead of just 3 buttons on the controller, there's 30. That's what Reed is doing right now. And we haven't even started the draft, and that's when things really get complicated. Do you want to hear something? Go ahead. Something wild. 2 or 3 years ago, early on my chat sports career, I did the draft live solo, talking and pushing the buttons at once. And then that went well enough where they hired you. So it was a pretty good transaction. Richard, thank you very much, dude. All right, we are 15 minutes away from the draft starting. Let's get going. John Porter. Petey, you looking good, my brother. I'm excited for another Brownie season. Let's go, Browns. John, salute to you, my man. Thank you so much for all of your support here at the Cleveland Browns Report. By the way, there's walkout songs, not just unique to this year, but I just never noticed it until this year. All right, actually, before I read the next super chat, I'm going to grade the outfit. Will Campbell, pandering to the crowd with a green tuxedo, a green suit. I like it. I'm not really sure what to make of Abdul Carter's outfit. Mason Graham, that's a little, like, white clubby. Got the suit, but got the chain on, right? Half and half. Maxwell Harrison, I respect it. I hate Kentucky, go Vols, but he's going all out for his college. It looks good. Travis, hey, I remember one time I was like in the 8th grade and someone yelled or made fun of me for wearing pink, and I went home and was sad, and my older brother said, only a real man can wear pink. Travis pulling off a pink. Ashton Genty's 1-1 right now. That's a great suit. Will Johnson, it's white suit / kimono outfit. It's a little too white. Teteroa McMillan. He's got like the lay kind of going on. I put that in the middle of the pack so far. Jalen Milroe, it looks like a deck of cards threw up on him. Not a fan. Not a fan. Malachi Starks. Yeah, I like it. You know, it's a little Easter-esque, but it plays. Shamir Stewart. It's green. Shamir Stewart. Yeah. It's green silk. That looks comfortable. That's the one word that comes to mind. Cam Ward, simple. It's a little 90s draft, is it not? 90s like NBA, early 2000s NBA draft. Who's the 1-1? I got to give credit to Maxwell Harrison. I think 1-1's Ashton Genty.
Oh, look at Will Campbell. He looks like
Will Campbell kind of looks
Will
like
Campbell
a
looks like he's about to
mobster.
He looks like he's about to rob a train.
Yeah, a pinstripe suit, 20s mobster. Yeah, next one. Soul Train, regardless of who it is, I hope it's a great draft. You know, I think every single fan base can get behind this one right now, Soul Train. Thank you very much for your super chat. Soul Train, you toss a 5 in, and you get added to the raffle for whoever Cleveland picks. Atlanta. Falcons today. Trent, Falcons are for sure taking an edge in the first. No way they don't. Bet life savings on it. I hear you, Trent. Trent, would you bet the life savings on it if Mike Green goes to the Bears and Shamar Stewart went to the Saints? If 2 edge rushes are taken before Atlanta, would you still feel that confident? Or you're like, it doesn't matter. They're just going to take an edge and the best one available no matter what. I won't go as far to say no matter what. We got a few other super chats here on our Broncos and our Falcons. And Jeremy Stallman with a $50 super chat. Reginald Banks, I'm fully prepared to crash out. Reginald, give me the name. Everyone watching, put the name in the chat that if that's the name for your pick, you're breaking your TV. Everyone's got that name right now where they're terrified of that player being selected. What's that player for you? We saw Giants fans do that for Daniel Jones. Happens every year pretty much. Who is your TV breaker? 13 minutes.
let's go over to Julian from Denver.
Julian on our Broncos Breakdown channel. Gave proof through the night. Kind of looks like, what's the British artist? I can hardly hear him. He's whispering it. Oh, the land of the free. Give me a flyover. Give me a flyover. And the home of the TOT. Time over target. Come on. Brave. I want the flyover. Give me the flyover. Julian, screw that Broncos up, baby. Super Bowl window is here with Hampton, Judkins, or Johnson running the rock. Oh, there it is. Flyover. A little late. Looks like some Apache War helicopters. Let's fucking go. We got a helicopter flyover. There we go. All right. Julian, thank you for your super chat. And I think taking a running back in round 1 or round 2 is an absolute must for Denver. Willie, give me Colston Loveland on our Broncos channel. Willie, I think Colston Loveland has truly the potential to be the best tight end in this class. I think he could be a true, field stretcher when it comes to what he does over the middle with the ball in his hands. And he is maybe the best receiving tight end we've seen. I don't want to say in recent, definitely the last 2 drafts. Could go back 3 drafts too. Willie, thank you very much for your super chat. On our Broncos channel, Slip, Broncos Breakdown, making a comeback. How you feel about Andrew Armstrong? That's the Arkansas wide receiver. Slip, he's an ex-receiver. Right? He's an outside receiver. I don't think he's ever going to be like a true number 1 for a team. And listen, that's fine. You can find good, number 2, number 3 receivers and be happy with that. I'll give you a better in-depth answer, Slip. I don't want to cuck you, but tomorrow. That's maybe, I think Armstrong goes round 4 or 5. So once we get closer to that range, I'll have a little bit more brain power to start talking those guys. Slip Trank, thank you very much for your super chat. Anyone, bring him on. Just in time, add me to the raffle. Love the content. Keep up the best plays for the best first news out. Go Broncos. Just in time, thank you very much for your super chat. Best of luck to you in the raffle. I'm kind of leaning towards just one big raffle with everyone and 3 different races, and it could be a 2 Falcons winner, 1 Browns. It could be 3 Browns and no one from anyone else. I feel that 3 races, just everyone has 3 chances to win, so it just keeps it a little bit more spicy. Can we look at Jeremy Stallman, and then I want to look at the subscriber numbers and see if we can all get to our next milestone. So, yeah, the 3, yeah. Papa, is this from now? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was from older. Papa T, I missed this. $50 super chat. Shout out to Papa T. Show him some love, please, everyone. This is Stallman Influence, looking for some Flacco to Njoku revival. This dude should be a top 5 tight end. Time to make him a top target. Stop effing around. David Njoku's going to go down in like Browns sports bar conversations of, man, what could have been. When he was healthy and he had a good quarterback, he looked like a true top 3 receiver out there. But just didn't get the health. Like, the guy had his face burned off with a campfire in his backyard. If it could go wrong, it did go wrong for him. He's going to be a big kind of like what if to a level because we've seen the potential, but he's 29 years old. It feels like he is, entering and exiting the prime of his career. Papa T, thank you for your super chat. You right now, I think, are in the driver's seat to be the MVP for today's live show. John Menifee, all the way from the Bronx. No doubt about it, boys. I am ready to go be heard again. Go Browns. Believeland. Hope we get Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. John, thank you for tuning in and supporting the channel. Yep, I mean, this is usually the way Browns fans feel going into the draft. Hopefully it's not like a 2016, 2011 draft all over again. What was the draft when the Browns didn't pick until round 4? I think that was 2011. I don't really remember how that even came to be. But Travis, if they don't trade out of 2 as the pick. Shedeur, I don't know. That could go really any direction. Anyone that tells you they know what's happening with Sanders is full of it. We got a few more super chats coming in here. Let's catch up on these supers. Joseph, who's the team in the top 10 you predict will be picking number 1 overall next year? Great question, Joseph. Let's quickly peek at the NFL draft order. You got the Saints at 9 and the Bears at 10. I don't think Chicago's picking number 1. I think New Orleans really has the potential to pick number 1, so I'm going to lead off with them. But Reed will throw up the top 8 teams in the NFL draft this year. Great question, Joseph. I invite everyone watching to, toss their answer in as well. Titans, I think, could be bad. Giants, their defense with that pass rush might be enough just to get them to 3 or 4 wins and avoid. Well, the 3 wins this year got you the first pick. I don't think Jacksonville. I don't think Pete Carroll. I don't think the Jets. I don't think the Panthers. I don't think New England. I really think it could be the Titans all over again. I do. I don't think Cam Ward is going to be an instant savior to a team. Look at it this way. The Panthers got Bryce Young, and they picked first overall the next year. Who's a better prospect coming out, Bryce Young or Cam Ward? Exclude what you know right now about Young, but coming out, the rest of the Titans roster, meh. Coaching staff, meh. I think I'd go with Tennessee, which I feel like is a little chalk just because they're picking first this year. But either them or the Saints, I'll say. One of those 2 teams, Joseph. All right. We got a few more supers here. For anyone just tuning in, Browns are keeping the phone lines open for that number 2 pick. Doesn't appear that any trade would be completed until they are on the clock. Draft begins in 5.5 minutes, but the Browns at number 2 are open for business. Josh, what did the Jags give up to move to pick 2? To go from 5 to 2, I can give you a point of reference. In 2017, when the Bears went from 3 to 2, it cost them a 3rd-round draft pick. So to go from 5 to 2, it would cost you a 3rd and more, right? A 3rd and a 5th, a 3rd and a 4th, or maybe just a 2nd feels pricey. I would say a 3rd and a 5th. That'd be my best guess. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, let's do that real quick. You're right. All right, we're going to get to all the remaining Super Chats in just a moment here. I do have a really fun deal that I'm excited to share with all of you right now. So, we've got a sponsor that has an awesome deal for everyone watching right now. I'm just going to put it on their radar right. Actually, we'll just knock it out right now. Yep. Here's what I want everyone to do. Spam the number 1 in the chat right now. Whichever of the 3 streams has the fastest moving chat, I'm going to pick someone out of that chat and give you a Mando starter pack for free. A giveaway. It's going to have a bunch of deodorant, body wipes, all that stuff. So if that's of interest to you, spam 1. If you don't think you're going to want it, then don't spam anything because you might get picked and then be like, I don't want this. But it's awesome. I love Mando. Reed had his scooter breakdown like 2 weeks ago, so he joined the Walk to Work Club, and now he's like, I think I need to, you need a Mando in the office. So I'm going to make the decision as to which chat is moving the quickest and then pick someone out of that chat for a free Mando starter pack. Right now, it's definitely between Atlanta and Cleveland.
Oh, the Broncos, though.
Broncos now starting to get some rhythm.
Oh, the Falcons are going fast.
Reed, I'm going to let you make the decision. I don't want to have any, I would say bias, but people.
Hey, right
coming
now,
at
the
me.
Falcons are going the fastest. Oh, Cleveland's picking it up a little bit. So is the Broncos. This is tough.
I'm going to count down from 5 and let Reed decide. Just gut instinct. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick.
It was the Falcons.
Falcons. All right, Falcons, keep spamming 1. I'm going to pick someone out of the chat and get you a Mando starter pack for free. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Pause in the chat. I've got Toxic Oxide. That sounds like a name that could use some Mando. Toxic, Toxik Oxide. Do we have my email by chance? Yeah, just take a moment to grab that. I'll have Toxic Oxide email me their information, and we'll send you the Mando starter pack. Two minutes. 2 more minutes. Super chats we're going to get to in just a second. All right. Toxic Oxide, hit me up, dude. Reed holds his channel together. Matt sucks. Hey, Reed does a fantastic job. Underpaid. Majestic, you think tight end Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowl? Are you talking about this mock draft that I saw from 93, whatever the fan? No, at least not in rounds 1 or 2. I don't think Harold Fannin goes until round 3 at the earliest. Majestic, thank you for your super chat. Petunia, thoughts on the Browns taking Genty after a Jags trade? You know, I used to be kind of against the idea of going Genty to Cleveland because they had so many other needs. I didn't want them to have another Saquon Barkley situation on their hand. And I partially still feel that way, but here's the difference. Who are you getting that's better than Genty? I don't think Mason Graham's better than Genty. I don't think Ted McMillan or any of those offensive linemen are better than Genty. I'd go Genty because I just feel like you're getting the best player. So, give me Genty if you move back to 5. I'm all the way in on Genty. He is the player that I would put my name on the line for. He's the guy that I'd resign if he didn't have a successful NFL career. Petunia, thank you for your super chat. The toxic dude, email me, Matthew@Chatsports, so we can get you your Mando starter pack. Toxic, email me. Okay. Yep. It's time, you're right. It is 7 p.m. You know what that means, everyone. If you are ready for the NFL draft to get underway, start by spamming go in the chat. I've got 417 Broncos fans watching, 459 Falcons fans tuned in, 789 Browns fans watching. Spam go in the chat if you are ready. Spam go. Let's go. I love it. I look forward to this day every single year. It is up there with Christmas and the 4th of July. It should be a holiday. It really should be. Spam go. All right. Yep, and we'll get the draft order back up at the bottom, too. Christopher D. Hobbs, you're next up. Christopher, thank you so much for your super chat, Christopher. This gets you added to the raffle. Best of luck, Mr. Hobb. William Teets. William, thank you for your super chat. Best of luck to whatever you're hoping and wishing for this NFL draft. Next one up. Patwooey. Here's my Genty and Brown, please. If Cleveland trades back out of 2, gotta feel like Genty's going to be catching their eye. The Browns shopping pick number 2. Reportedly, nothing will get done until they're on the clock. I think they want to see if anyone can come in with a better offer at the last minute. They're going to let the bidding war build up until the timer hits 000. Paula Chandler, I hope I'm not making you repeat yourself, Matt, but are we guaranteed to get Hunter here? I was late to the party. Sorry. Paula, don't apologize at all. If the Browns are picking 2, I'm going to put it 99%. I'll put 98. There is a little bit of like Abdul Carter, not even whispers, but like sign language. If I could sign, I think this is like M or something. There are some Abdul Carter signing, but I think it's going to be Hunter at 2. Unless Andrew Berry wants to throw everyone off, which he has nothing to gain by making people believe he's going with Hunter than taking Carter. Right? He's not picking at like 10 or something where he wants to fool people ahead of him or behind him. He knows what Tennessee's doing, and he's next, so what does it matter? He more or less has the first overall pick in the draft. So I think it's Travis Hunter if Cleveland stays at number 2. Paula, thank you so much for your super chat. Okay. Quick reminder, we are, for anyone just tuning in, live on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channels here at Chat Sports. So everyone play nice. We've got 3 different streams going on. I host all 3 channels, so I just want to make sure all 3 teams are getting proper NFL draft coverage. So live in a TriCast. Roger Goodell pandering. He rides his bike out to the podium like it's training camp. Boo, everyone. Boo, Goodell. Like it's Packers training camp day 1. Do you remember a few years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, he walked out with a couple of kids from like the cancer hospital, the children's cancer hospital, as a shield? Because how could you boo kids with cancer? That was so cowardly of him to use children with like leukemia as a shield. Pussy. All right. Here comes Goodell. A few more super chats. Here we go. Just knock them out one by one. A lot of Packers players. Clay Matthews there. Is that Lil Wayne? I think Lil Wayne's a Packers fan. No, he's a Saints fan. John, thank you for your super chat. Greatly appreciate it, my man. Byron Wessel, been loving the channel for a while now. How much you weighing now? Byron, thank you very much. I feel like people that have been tuned in from the start are so tired of listening to me talk about it. I'm at last I checked 2-3 days ago, 201 pounds. Big goal was to get to 190 something. So we're almost there. Papa T, Reed kicks ass. Reed, this is for you, buddy.
Thanks, Papa T. Appreciate it.
Next one rolling in. William Teets, Petey and Reed keep killing it. Let's go Browns. Hopefully AB doesn't F it up. What would it be an F up? Jeremy with another $50 super chat. Broncos, what Falcons, what Raiders, what NFL teams, what other than the Browns? We are the best fans in the NFL as we always have the Browns host as PD legend has been made. Let's go Browns. Jeremy from 38,000 feet in the air with Southwest Airlines. No free ads, but shout out to Jeremy Stallman. Thank you for your super chat. I love to believe that someone's like ringing their bell and Jeremy's like, piss off, 14D. I'm busy right now on the Browns report. Mr. Stallman, you're the best, dude. Thank you very much. All right, we got some more super chats coming in here. Joshua, is there a way AB screws up our first-round pick? I don't see one. He's got 3 options. Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, trade it. Unless you think trade is a screw-up, which I don't think it is. I don't see a way. Jim Miro, would trading back for Genty and an extra few picks really be really that bad? I don't think so. Ask yourself, would you rather have Travis Hunter or have Ashton Genty and an additional 3rd-round draft pick? I'd rather have Genty an additional 3rd. You got 3 3rd-rounders then. You can use that to trade up in the draft, get in round 2 again. I'd rather have that. Plus, you're getting Genty, who's incredible. Thank you very much, Jim. Next super chat coming in here. Paula, did you read my $5 super chat? Paula, we did. Sorry. Just a little bit of a, backlog here. Backup indeed. Soul Train, this draft is the one where you fill the team out. Then next year, the franchise QB like Lenora Sellers, Arch Manning, or whoever else you like. This is not a draft to get superstars. This is a draft to get starters, like Soul Train is saying. This is a draft where you can get a bunch of B to B plus players. Not a lot of A players. So if you're going to get a B at 5, why not move back to 10, get a B player as well, and an extra draft pick? That's my mindset. Okay. Just let them know they're going to email me. Let me see if he just already emailed me. Bulwark from our Broncos channel. Yep, they emailed me. Bulwark, ready for another season of the Broncos. Trust the team. George and Sean will find the players we need. I wish Payton, George and Sean Payton spelled it the same way. It'd be way easier for titles and thumbnails to go Paytons. So it's Payton and Payton. Bulwark, that's going to be your NFL first. Same name, more or less, for a coach and GM, like last name. Yeah, Denver, I think, just has to address running back and then just go out and find good players, right? Just fill out the depth and the rest of the roster where you need it. Sal, to start off a new season where the Browns shock the world. Sal, thank you for your super chat and all of your support. Cannot appreciate all of your generosity. Josh, let's go Browns. Let's go Carter. What a scary defensive front that would be. Yeah, Abdul Carter and Myles Garrett would be awesome. To me, the way I look at it is if Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter both have great careers, I'd rather have Travis Hunter on the Browns than Abdul Carter because you already have Myles Garrett. If Abdul Carter's a better career than Travis Hunter, then give me Carter. But if both are equal, which is difficult, but it does happen every so often, give me Travis Hunter for what he brings to the table that you don't already have. Thank you very much, Josh. L. Smith from across the pond. Another hypothetical. You're stuck at the airport for 5 hours with one active NFL player. Who do you have the best time with, and what's your food choice? Great question. I would go with who's like a good storied guy who'd have a lot of funny stories to share. I feel like Ryan Fitzpatrick could be a good one here. I'm not thinking like favorite player. I'm thinking like who'd be entertaining to spend 5 hours with. Not someone that's like, hey, I loved you when I was 10. I'd go with Jameis would be pretty. I think Jameis, though, after 5 hours would be a lot. Like, dude, can you settle down a little bit? Like, you can't give a motivational speech to the waitress when we're placing our order. It's got to be at Chili's, too. And player Payton, man, it would be a lot of fun. I love Payton. That's kind of chalky, but not a bad idea. All right, L. Smith, thank you for your super chat. Joshua Miller. Of the playoff teams, who has the best chance of picking in the top 5 of the first round next year? Minnesota Vikings. Brand new starting quarterback. A rookie, more or less, and J.J. McCarthy. We see teams kind of get hot like the Browns 2 years ago, and then look where they went from playoffs to picking second overall. Kevin O'Connell's a great coach, but they jump out to me for sure. Anyone else? I'll stick with that for now. The Vikings. Thank you very much, Josh. Tom Brady, breadsticks. I'm going to be mad if the Browns trade the pick. I wouldn't be mad. Browns in heated talks to trade down from 2 to 5 with the Jags. Wow. Mary Kay says when they are on the clock soon, I believe it will happen. Breaking rumors. Mary Kay from Cleveland.com believes that when the Browns are on the clock at number 2, they are expected to trade down with Jacksonville from number 5. Tom, bad news. One more time. Browns and Jags believed to be in heated talks for a 2-for-5 swap. Jacksonville likely moving up for Travis Hunter, and the Browns moving back to 5. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this. This would be quite the turn. I don't hate it. Ashton Genty and an extra day 3 pick. Oh, yeah, the Titans, the NFL always tells the first team, hey, do you mind taking like 8 minutes so we can just talk about Cam Ward or whoever the first pick is for a while? Riley, my prediction is Browns select Travis Hunter and trade up into round 1 for Greg Newsome in a 4th to get Shador. Here we go, Brownies. I think you got to value Greg Newsome at a 5th round draft pick. So you're saying a 5th and a 4th can get you back into round 1? I don't think so. Got to offer it more. Greg Newsome and maybe like a 3rd. That could probably get it done. Riley, thank you for your super chat. But right now, Mary Kay saying Browns, Jags in heated talks for a 2-5 swap. Don't do the raffle, Matt. That's very kind of you, he's him. Thank you. Latest development, he's him is like, I got a new address. Me, what's the address? He's him. I'm not going to tell you. Well, I guess I will get to 2 in the drawing since you didn't acknowledge my first. Paula, I thought we put your first one on screen. I'm very sorry. There's a million super chats. Yeah, I really apologize, Paula, if something got skipped, truly. But you're in the raffle for sure. He's him. Matt is the new Jared. Okay. I have not had Subway in like 5 or 6 years. I've lived in Dallas for 4 years. Have not had it once since I moved here. Used to have it every week for lunch in Wyoming. Papa T. Browns are on the clock. The Titans pick is in. The Browns are on the clock. Watch for a trade with Jacksonville. 2 and 5 swap. Make it worth it, Jimmy. Guys, I don't know if you're going to like it or not, but get prepared to say goodbye to Travis Hunter and hello to maybe Ashton Genty or someone else at 5. The Titans pick is in. The Browns are on the clock. Browns are trading the 2nd overall pick. Browns it is. Here it is from Schefter. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th and a 6th, to Jacksonville for pick number 5, a second. Oh my God, they got a future first. Browns get pick number 5, pick 36, a 4th, and next year's first rounder from Jacksonville. They get maybe all 3 things that I tossed out there in a trade back from Ashton Genty. Win for the Browns. Here it is. Browns trading number 2, a 4th and a 6th, for number 5, a 2nd, a 4th, and next year's first rounder. They more or less just swap 4th round picks. They swap 1st and 4ths, but they get a 2nd and next year's 1 from Jacksonville. I like it for Cleveland. You have 2 first-round picks in next year's draft now, putting yourself in a much better position to get a quarterback. By the way, we all knew this, but I'll verbalize it. Cam Ward, you are a Tennessee Titan. But the Browns are no longer on the clock. They have traded pick number 2. We'll get the details up for you in just a second. To Jacksonville, and the Jags are on the clock now. Wow. One-word reaction. Love. I like it. You're getting 2 firsts in next year's draft now. Yours and Jacksonville's. Not a bad team to bet on that could suck next year in the Jags. I know that Travis Hunter is no longer going to be a Cleveland Brown, but I think a first-round pick next year, along with an extra 2nd this year, is going to smooth things over. Holy smokes. Details will be up in just a moment, but Cam Ward going to Tennessee. Wow. Cam Ward off to Tennessee. Jacksonville on the clock now. Here are the trade details. I would ignore the day 3 stuff because you're swapping 4th rounders. Who gives a shit about a 6th rounder? Here's the meat and potatoes. You get, for pick number 2, pick number 5, pick 36, and a first rounder next year. For pick number 2, you get pick number 5, pick 36. You now have pick 33 and pick 36 and a first. I like this pick. I like this trade for the Browns a lot. Yeah. It should say 2025 for sure. Let Sam know. Okay, hit space bar. So, ignore the day 3 stuff. That's just, robbing Peter to pay Paul. I like this for Cleveland. Yes, it comes at the cost of no Travis Hunter, and that would have been a lot of fun. He's a unicorn. We don't know what to expect. But a future first, a 2nd this year as well. Ask yourself, this is what it comes down to. Would you rather have Travis Hunter or Ashton Genty, a 2nd, and another first? I'll take Genty a second and another first. The way they botch this is if they botch the 5th overall pick. If they screw up the 5th overall pick, then it's washed and it's Travis or pick 36 and a first. I like the trade. I did not think they could get a future first by just going from 5 to 2. They worked Jacksonville here. New GM in Jacksonville. This is literally almost like Draft Day 2.0.
This is insane.
Sonny Weaver just torched the new, yes, torch Jeff Carson.
Oh my God, it's Jags.
That's what I'm saying. It's Jags, yeah. This is draft day. Okay, let's talk about what the Browns are going to do at 5 now. You got a handful of different directions you can go. You can go Ashton Genty. You could go Mason Graham. You could go with Will Campbell if he's there. I mean, you're picking 5. You know the Jags are trading up for Travis Hunter, right? Maybe Abdul Carter, but no. They've got Josh Allen, Hines Allen. They've got Trayvon Walker. I think it's Travis Hunter to Jacksonville. So the Giants, the Patriots, and the Browns, those 3 teams have their pick between Ashton Genty, Mason Graham, and Will Campbell, or Tet McMillan. I would love Genty. I'm in on Genty. I used to kind of be skeptical. Hey, they're not good enough for a running back. But Genty's he's once, and he's the best running back maybe since Saquon Barkley came out. That was in 2018. He went second. I like it. I like it. All right. Pick is in for Jacksonville at number 2. I expect this to be Travis Hunter. So the Giants are on the clock next. What is the overall reaction to this? Huh? Browns trading pick number 2. Let's throw the details back up again. I want Genty. The question becomes, does New England take him at 4, or will someone leapfrog Cleveland and trade with the Patriots to get Genty, like Chicago? These are the details. Ignore the day 3 stuff. They swapped 4th rounders, 126 to 1. So Jacksonville moves up in round 4 after moving back in round 1. I see pick 36 and a future first and a 5 for number 2. Number 2, 5, 36, future first. Give me those picks right there. Give me that. Give me that. Pick is in for Jacksonville. I also add, did not think we were going to see the Browns trade number 2. Didn't think that any team would pony up that much. And there it is. With the 2nd overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, cornerback out of Colorado. So Hunter goes number 2. Man, he woke up this morning thinking he might be a Brown. He woke up this morning, he was looking at Zillow in Berea, right, in Parma, in Cleveland suburbs. And now he goes down to Jack, which, by the way, is near where he's originally from in Florida. So a bit of a homecoming for him.
So the first 2 picks, though, chalk. Just different team.
That's got to count for something. If you get the wrong team, but you get the right player. Giants are on the clock. I expect them to go with Abdul Carter. New England, do they go Will Campbell? I'll be honest, right now my top 2 for Cleveland at 5 are Will Campbell and Ashton Genty.
How can you not get excited about this?
I don't want Mason Graham, not at 5. If you're going to trade away the pick to get Travis Hunter, that's Eric Armstead, the NFL Man of the Year, Walter Payton Man of the Year for the Jags. Yeah. I want one of 2 guys for Cleveland, Genty or Campbell. One of them is guaranteed to be there at 5. I know offensive tackle is not sexy, but the Browns need a new left tackle. Campbell was a day 1 starter for LSU at that position. He got the number 7 patch. That's a very rare thing for an LSU player to get. It's not easy just to have it handed to you. People are concerned about the arm length. I don't care. Worst case scenario, he moves to guard and he's the next Joel Patonio for this team. Would you be upset with that? I'm down to 2 guys, Genty or Campbell. Those are my top 2 players for the Browns at number 5.
Oh my God, this is exciting.
Jags are expected to put Travis Hunter on offense and defense. They will onboard him by giving a heavy dose of the wide receiver position. Wow. By the way, kind of like best of luck to Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be really fun to see what his career, turns into and amounts to with just the completely newness of someone going both ways. But the Browns, I think, come away very happy in this trade. A first, don't forget that. They have 2 bullets in the chamber next year to get a quarterback in the draft now. That's much more valuable than Travis Hunter. I like the trade. Who do you want your team to draft? Let me know in the chat right now. It's hard not to lose your shit when this happens.
Well, I love how this was a question that you wanted to ask.
Yeah, we never got to it. Really quickly, while we're waiting for the Giants pick, which is going to be Abdul Carter, any super chats to catch up on? I just want to get back to neutral. Or you can. Yeah, a couple of supers that we'll catch up on really quickly. Make sure, by the way, if you haven't yet, do me a big favor. Click the like button. It does help, bring a lot of new eyeballs to the channel. So if you like the free stream, I just ask you like the video. Papa T, thank you. Hopefully you don't mind the trade, Papa T. I like it. I do. Joshua Miller. All that to move down 3 spots. AB with, I can't believe you got a future first. I thought it would be everything but that future first. We'll take your second. Maybe not like we don't give you our 4th anymore. But to get a first out of Jacksonville, man, the Jags must have felt like they can't live without Travis Hunter. And I think the Jags are betting on picking in the 20s next year, like they did last year when they were in the playoffs. And they'll say, we'd rather have Travis Hunter than Mason Graham and the 24th overall pick next year. Which, to be honest, I probably would too. But that's a big gamble to make to say you're picking 24 next year. Soul Train, thank you for your super. No, just throw it on screen. I know, I'm saying. That's all. No, I did not. Wow, ready for this? Travis Hunter had 0 conversations with the Jags at the Combine. Remember that next Combine when you freak out because your team meets with someone. Tracy, what's your take on a Kyle Pitts trade during the draft? Seeing him leave would really hurt. Atlanta only has 5 picks. That's the second fewest in the draft, 2 of which are in round 7. If a team gives up a good enough offer, I could see Atlanta at least taking the call. They've held on to him this far. It's a good tight end class. My guess is if a team wants a tight end, they'll just draft one. Tracy,
Giants pick is
thank
in.
you for your super chat. Really appreciate your support. The Giants pick is in at number 3. We'll throw it on for you as soon as we have it ready. And it is Abdul Carter. defensive end, edge rusher, outside linebacker from Penn State. Wow. I know the Giants won't score a lot on offense, but Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, they are going to hate facing Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence, and Kayvon Thibodeau twice a season. So the Giants aren't going to score a lot, but they're going to make sure you don't score much either. I like this pick for New York. It may not be the biggest positional need, but it's the good, safe pick. You go get someone who I think can put up 9 to 12 sacks for the next 8 to 9 seasons. Quincy McBride, thank you so much for your super chat. Shout out to you, Quincy. William, just not a QB in the first round. This one coming in from our Falcons chat. I agree, William. Keep an eye on Matthew Golden at 15 for Atlanta. That would be my, whoa, they did it again. If they go Matthew Golden, you know what the thumbnail's going to be? It's going to be the Home Alone scene of when the parents wake up. We did it again. That's the thumbnail right there. We did it again.
We did it again.
Catherine O'Hara. Aiden, hoping for Mike Green. I think you got a good chance of that happening, Aiden. Thank you for your super chat, dude. Robert Smith. Oh, sorry, Robert. What the heck happened here? I'll just 100%, yeah, 100% chance. Rich's puppet, Terry, screws this up. Who's the tallest available? Shamir Stewart? I guess so. I don't know who'd be the tallest available. You know, it's not a very tall draft. Even the linemen aren't that tall. Tallest of, I don't know who'd that be. Good question, Robert.
It was so funny. My dad, he goes, man, the Giants about to ruin another career of a Penn State player. And I was like, oh no.
So Abdul Carter, the pick for the Giants at number 3. That means the Patriots are on the clock at 4. I think they go Will Campbell, but this is where things can go sideways. They could go Ashton Genty. One's got to think that the Browns moved back to 5 with a specific player in mind. If they don't get that specific player, is this all for nothing kind of, right? Is it like, damn, that took a lot of out of the wind out of our sails? So one quick reminder, Cleveland trading out of number 2 with Jacksonville, who took Travis Hunter. The Browns getting, ignore the day 3 pick stuff, the 4th, the 6th, that's garbage. They get pick number 5, pick 36, and a future first. For pick number 2, swapping going back 3 spots, 36 and a first. I love this. I don't like it. I love it. I do. I like Travis Hunter. He'd be a very fun, special player, and I'm not trying to sandbag the guy now, but there will always some level of risk involved with taking a guy who wants to play both ways, and the challenges that would come with that, right? From a conditioning standpoint, from just a logistical standpoint, how can you practice offense and defense every single week? How can you be prepared on Sunday in crunch situation on defense when you were working with the offense Monday through Saturday? So there was always some level of a risk there. Best of luck to Hunter in Jacksonville, but a future first, that's the real thing that I'm gravitating towards. Now you got 2 horses in the race to stink it up next year to get a new quarterback. So what's your one-word reaction? Mine's love. Love it. All right, waiting for the Patriots pick at 4. I think it's going to be Will Campbell to help keep Drake May healthy. Could be Genty. That's one possibility. I'd say it's one of those 2 guys. Yes, while we're waiting on the pick from New England, quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to the first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB, NBA, NHL tickets. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. The pick for New England is in.
Oh, yeah. That means, you know what that means?
Will Campbell. Browns are on the clock. Reed, can you give some shout outs here? If you guys want to know a little behind the scenes, I made everything for the video ready for Travis Hunter. So I need to undo all of that work right now.
Yeah, that's I forgot about that.
Yep.
All right. Hey, shout out who you guys think your team's gonna get. Especially Brown's channel right now. Who's the pick right now? Who is the pick right now? I think it's Ashton Genty. I think they want to stockpile some picks and grab Genty.
I want Genty.
I think it's gonna be Genty, but we got Falcons saying, we got Joe saying Jalen Walker. I like that. Carson saying Mike Green. Tim Hart saying Browns shouldn't go running back. I think you grab the best running back in the draft, and you get picks from the Jags. It's a great plan. I love it. And from the Broncos, we got the Recovering Out Loud podcast. Brett, Jackson, J-Nap, Demented Tree. Power move would be to trade again for another first. That's a good point, Demented Tree. I like that. We got Kathy saying Genty. What's up, Kathy? Kareem, Pat Wooey, Mohammed, Joshua Miller saying Tyler Warren. Okay. Scott saying Chubb is peaked. Let him coach Genty. I don't hate that.
Okay.
Keep him on a Vetman deal and bring in Genty and have them just kill it.
Who do you want the Browns to pick right now? Give me the name. Spam it in the chat. Who should the Browns pick? I don't want to know until it's on screen. I want to be surprised. I know that right now, like in this day and age of the draft, Twitter tells you the pick like 5 minutes before, the folks on ESPN do. I want to see it on the podium. So no spoilers for me. I want Ashton Genty for Cleveland. If I had to rank, I'd go Genty 1, Tyler Warren 2. I don't want McMillan. I don't really want Graham. I don't think Mason Graham's the best defensive tackle in this class. Oh, I could only see this being Genty to make it feel like it was a good pick, a good trade back. But usually you don't start rebuilding a team with a running back. I'm thinking Genty. I want Genty. Yeah, if it's not Genty, I guess Tyler Warren. That'd be it. I mean, not an insane fifth overall pick. It's what I had the Jags doing at 5. Who are the Browns going to take? Trading back with Jacksonville, gaining a future first. Ashton Genty, little fun fact for Ashton Genty. You ready for this? He led the country in rushing yards last year. That's not the fun fact. Do you want to guess who was second? It was Ashton Genty after contact. Third, Omarion Hampton. Ashton Genty after contact was second in rushing yards. That's how good he is. I don't think this is a time where you have to be the smartest guy in the room, where you have to outthink everyone. Just take the surefire thing here and get a running back who's going to be a bell cow back for 9 to 10 years like Saquon Barkley. If they go Genty, by the way, Nick Chubb's not coming back. I just don't think Chubb would want to come back at that point. So the first 3 picks were Cam Ward to Tennessee, Travis Hunter to Jacksonville at 2, Abdul Carter to New York at number 3, Will Campbell to the Patriots at number 4. So far, I've gotten every pick right, just not the right teams. I think Genty be the best pick here. Oh, we haven't had the Patriots pick announced yet?
So Our coworker Chase Senior said the Jags have Travis Hunter listed as a cornerback and wide receiver instead of wide receiver and corner like the Browns did.
There's going to be a lot of trial and error with him. Is the pick in for Cleveland? Okay, I'm not looking. The pick is in for Cleveland. For reference, the Patriots just announced Will Campbell's walking up to the podium right now. That's how far ahead Twitter is versus the actual broadcast and podium. The pick is in for Cleveland. I'm going to close my eyes. Let me know. I want me on screen with my eyes closed.
All right, so we got PD. It is on screen. Do not look. The chat knows.
I'm so scared. Fuck. Oh, no. He's not even the best defensive tackle in this class. Oh. Genty. Genty was there. All right. I would have rather had Travis Hunter now. Okay, let's be optimistic. Let's be half glass full. Let's talk about Mason Graham. Fuck. I'm not going to lie. Not crazy about the selection. I don't think Mason Graham's a bad player. I don't think he's 5th overall good. And I think he is someone that in other drafts would have been maybe like a 10 to 15 pick. But you had Genty, Barry.
How do you fuck this up?
Damn it. Let's do the video break. Let's get right into it starting now. Yeah, let's start it now. Okay. All right. Are we ready? We'll go from this to the trade. Let me know when you're ready. Yep. Damn it. That was the one guy I said not to pick. You took a defensive tackle at 52 last year. What happened to Mike Hall? Is he done? How many more resources have to get poured into the defensive tackle position? All right. Here we go. After trading back with the Jags with the 5th overall pick, the Cleveland Browns selected Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan, and I'm deflating by the minute. I don't like this pick, really. It's not that I think Graham's a bad player. It's just that I don't think at pick number 5, he is going to make a big enough impact to be worth the 5th overall selection. Let me give you a little bit of background on him and then more on my reasoning. First things first, here's how we got here. And I liked this trade back, but it was somewhat contingent on what you did at 5, and I wanted Genty. It would have been fun. It would have been awesome. And I just don't think Mason Graham, who's got great athleticism, he's got awesome run-stopping abilities, he flashes in pass rush as well. It's just tough to look at that and get fired up at pick 5, right? I mean, you rarely see interior defensive linemen go early, and when they do, it's because they can get to the quarterback, like Aaron Donald, right? But otherwise, they are just not frequent top 5 pick flyers. Now, I still like this trade back. You're picking at 36. You have a first next year. But this trade, forget the day 3 picks. It's going to come down to who has a better career. Travis Hunter or Mason Graham, whatever you do in the first round next year, and pick 36, which I expect them to probably trade pick 36, by the way, and maybe a move up to get a quarterback. But anywho, I don't love the pick. Let me give some background on Mason Graham. He was a 2-year starter for Michigan. He's 6'3", 306 pounds. So here's like the short and sweet breakdown of him and everything consolidated to an 8 to 10 minute bite-size format here. Last year for the Wolverines, 45 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks. Browns fans are going to have to get used to cheering for this guy because, let's just say he didn't make a ton of friends in Columbus last time he was there. But he's not this pass rush phenom. Let's get that straight here. I do think he's got some good pass rush skills and moves and flashes. What you're getting here is someone that just can completely control the line of scrimmage, right? Someone who is going to get offensive linemen on their heels. Someone who is going to put themselves in positions to redirect running backs, to just completely blow up plays. He is not someone who is going to generate a ton of pressure and get 8 to 10 sacks from the interior. That's not what you're finding in Mason Graham. But when it comes to the, not player itself, but the overall fit, I feel like Andrew Berry was forever scarred from the Joe Woods lack of run stopping, and he is just over-investing on the interior defensive line. You went Mike Hall with your first pick in the draft last year. You signed a $20+ million free agent defensive tackle. How much more needs to be invested to a non-cornerstone position? That's where I'm really struggling to see eye to eye with this one. I don't think Graham is necessarily a bad player, but I don't think he is someone that is going to kind of transcend this team a little bit. And I felt that Genty could do a better job of that. So while I think Graham is going to have a strong, long NFL career, and there's nothing wrong with that, and it's why I'm not like, hey, fire everyone. This team is a joke. This franchise is a joke. I'm not at that level. I'm not close to that level. I'm not excited. Now, I wish I was going to be excited because then you'd be excited. But make sure to subscribe to the channel. I want to get to 44,000 subscribers before the night is over. Do me a big favor. Scroll on down. Click that sub button if you have not already. All right, let's get more info on Graham and less about my opinion on Graham. So here's what Dane Brugler does a great job with the Beast leading up to the draft set. Graham is a leverage monster and skillfully destroys blocks with his strength, quickness, motor, and play recognition to make an impact versus both pass and run. He projects as a versatile interior presence with the floor of an NFL starter. He's played around the defensive line, as Tom Downey, our NFL draft expert at Chat Sports, points out. But for being a top 5 pick, I feel like there are one too many questions, right? From a physical standpoint, from a trait standpoint, he's not like the most athletic big man we've ever seen in the draft. You know what I mean? He's not some freak of nature who's way too big to move that quickly. He's got some length concerns, which might sound a little nitty-gritty, but man, a length, an inch in arms, the difference between you getting your hands on the offensive tackle and him getting his hands on you and controlling where you go. So those are, flags where usually those guys don't go in top 5 drafts. Now, this is not a draft class that is filled with star-studded talent. I would have preferred Genty, a safer route at pick 5, who I believe is going to be a superstar running back. But the Browns played it, I wouldn't say safe, but they went with someone who they think is a little bit more impactful. Not even impactful, but someone that they can't find later in the draft where they may feel they can get a very good running back in day 2. So Browns fans, get ready to cheer for someone from the team up north. Before we move on to the rest of our breakdown of this selection, quick shout out to our new sponsor, which is House of Atlas. After trying to get some facial hair going, I knew that I would never really grow a nice beard. So before the draft, I came in clean shaven thanks to House of Atlas, our new sponsor. They gave us some of their new razors to try out, and it's honestly the nicest looking razor I've ever owned. I started using that as my primary razor, and then shifted my primary razor to my travel razor. First of all, this Atlas razor looks sick. It has a sleek design. It's easy to hold and maneuver with a nice weight to it. I really enjoy it. It's the best looking razor I've ever seen. And now for a limited time, they're offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting your time and money on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. Let's talk more about Mason Graham. We can throw some of his stats on screen as well. It's just, I mean, in some ways it's a little fun because this is, Ashton Jensen to the Raiders, by the way, as we film this live. Bad news for Todd McShay. He said no way that was happening. So Jensen to Las Vegas. But Mason Graham. So let's go through the pros, right? Let's be optimistic, Matthew. Here's what Dane Brugler points out about him, right? He's got good build. He can get low. He can win leverage. Fundamentally and technically, he is as sound as they come. I think he is going to step right in next to Malik Collins and make Shelby Harris a rotational player who's in his mid-30s at this point. Mike Hall, I guess his time is done. I mean, you took him 52nd overall last year, and now he's DT4 already behind Collins, Graham, and Harris. Maybe it's the knee injury he suffered or just a complete, acceptance of a bad second-round pick last year, which I wasn't super jazzed up about that pick last year. So more positives on Graham. He doesn't miss a lot of tackles. He's not someone that is going to put himself in a bad position and become a liability on defense. He's probably someone that Jim Schwartz is just not going to have to worry about, right? He's someone that he knows that is going to be in the right position at the right time. He's got, average to above average size. He's got some good athleticism as well. The cons are he doesn't have like the desired length, which we talked about earlier. There's a little bit of, as Brugler points out, some sloppy weight on his frame. I mean, I'm not fat shaming here, but just something to watch for right there. But let me know what you think of the pick here. Give me a grade. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to give it a C+. It's going to be tough to get this fan base to calm down after spoon-feeding them. Like Andrew, Barry, just don't talk about Travis Hunter that way if you're looking to trade back. You got everyone excited for Hunter. And let's be honest, it's going to be a bit of a gut punch going from the unicorn do-it-all man to a defensive tackle who's not going to fill up the stat sheet. That's not something that the fans are going to like. And that's okay. Your job is to do what's best for the team. But then just get ahead of it by not getting everyone pumped up for Travis Hunter. By talking about how Travis Hunter is this, rare phenom and we love everything he can do. Just keep it to a minimum. But here we are, talking about Mason Graham, who very few people really discussed, I feel like, going into the draft for Cleveland. I mean, it always felt like it was Travis Hunter. Well, first it was like Shedeur, then Abdul Carter, then Travis. And now we got a trade, the first one of the NFL draft. So let's revisit the trade one more time, and then we'll, sign off for this video breakdown of it, but we'll still be live on the channel for the rest of round one. So the Browns and the Jags orchestrate a trade in which Jacksonville moves up to number 2, selects Travis Hunter. They get some day 3 draft pick compensation, but the meat and potatoes of it, the Browns get number 5 and select Mason Graham. Pick 36, I feel like they're going to use that pick to trade to get a quarterback. They don't want to trade 33 to get a quarterback, but they'll trade 36 to move up and get a quarterback. And then a future first-round draft pick. This trade is going to hinge on that future first. If they use that first to help get a quarterback next year, it's going to be kind of water under the bridge. If it's Mason Graham, Greg Newsome, and JOK level of players, right? That's 2 firsts and a second instead of Travis Hunter. I don't know if Browns fans will ever recover from that. And Genty went right after Cleveland to the Raiders at 6. That's going to do it for us on this video breakdown of it. Really appreciate everyone for tuning in. Come hang out with our live show right now. So if you want better coverage than the commercial breaks over at ESPN, hang out with us here for pick-by-pick analysis and giveaways as well. Let's catch up a little bit here. Ashton Genty, like I mentioned, went to the Raiders at 6. That was one of the most frequently mocked names, and it comes to fruition. Then the Jets take Armand Membu, which was also a very frequently mocked name to New York. So what do the Panthers do at 8? Do they go with Jalen Walker and kind of get back to the chalk that we expected between Genty and Membu? All right. Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah. For anyone that's just tuning in now or recently, I am live right now on a Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. I host all 3 channels. I know that's not everyone's, preferred way of taking content in, but it's a growing company at Chat Sports, and there are 32 NFL teams, and it's just basic economics. Chat Sports is still growing. Don't have 32 people to cover 32 teams, so until we get there, some people have to double or even triple up. So I know it's a little strange, it's a little quirky, but if you enjoy the free content I provide, I hope you can be, somewhat understanding. Okay. Oh, Giants are picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. I thought he might have been a trade target for Atlanta, but the Giants wanted a 3rd for him. The Falcons don't have a 3rd to give up, so they decide no trade. We're just going to keep Thibodeau. Okay. I am. Reed, how about you hop on screen while I film this short real quick? Okay, yeah. Take it away.
All right. Petey's going to take a second to do the little behind the scenes that he has to do for being in charge of 3 teams. So I'll take over for a little bit. I'm Reed. I'm Petey's producer. So I am the reason I'm not on screen a lot right now. Usually I am, but right now I've got. If I could show you,
Trading back from the number 2 pick, the Browns took Mason Graham 5th overall. Instant kind of raw.
all right, Petey's done. I didn't want to ruin his little video that he was doing, but being in charge of 3 channels is tough. So he's got he gets stretched thin a little bit on each channel, making sure everyone gets the love. So he's doing a little short video that they'll see. But Tim Hart saying Reed Barkis, number 15 pick. If I got drafted right now, that'd be awesome. I actually saw a video of this guy. He got drafted into the war. And he played at Syracuse. Didn't find out that he actually got drafted, I think, by the Eagles, maybe? The Eagles drafted him in, I don't know what year it was, but it was old. But he went to the war. 55 years later, there was an article that said, these are all the people from Syracuse that got drafted into the NFL. And he sees his own name, and he's like, I got drafted 55 years ago? So if that happened to me, and they show just a video of me on my couch, and I'm like, I got drafted. That'd be awesome. Let's see, what do we got here? So who do you want your team to draft? Let me look at Falcons. We got Jalen Walker. Jalen Walker for sure. Duck Life saying he saw that. Yeah, that was a funny video. Broncos maybe going with Warren. Vickers and Bulwark from Broncos. We'll get to your super chats in a second. I gotta let PD do his thing for a second. Let's see who's top people on the board, as well as the picks that have happened. So Armin Membu to the Jets, Ashton Genty right after Mason Graham goes to the Browns. Not ideal. But let's look at the big board here. So we got Tyler Warren at number 1 from Tom Downey, our draft analysis here at Chat Sports. Does a really great job of taking the time to watch a lot of draft videos and highlights and just everything on these guys that are getting drafted. So he does a really great job. So he's got Tyler Warren at his number 1 right now, Tedoroy McMillan, Will Johnson, then Jahdae Barron. So, and then after that we got, where'd that go? After that we got Mike Green, Luther Burden, Jalen Walker, Colson Loveland. I think for the Falcons Today watchers right now, I think Mike Green is the pick for the Falcons. If he makes it to 15, that's the pick for the Falcons.
All right. I am back. Appreciate everyone's patience. The pick for Carolina is in, and it's good for Atlanta. I'll say that much. It's good for Atlanta. It is, yeah. I know. It is not a pick that maybe you saw coming. Carolina giving Bryce Young another receiver, Tedoroa McMillan. I feel like the Panthers were just tired of seeing Jalen Walker to them at every mock draft, and like, you know what? We'll show you. We'll go wide receiver because no one thinks we're going to do that. So Ted McMillan going to the Panthers. Jalen Walker still available. Atlanta next up in our TriCast at 15. Falcons fans, who do you want to pick? Broncos country. Do you want to trade up? Browns fans, Mason Graham draft grade. A, B, C, D, or F. Get in the chat right now. Let me know. We have a few super chats possibly to catch up on here. And then when we get those super chats up, once we run through them, we updated standings. Yep. A lot of Fs in the Browns chat. A lot of Fs. Like, I think Mason Graham is not a, oh my God, he's going to suck player. I just don't think he's going to be like, whoa, 5th overall good kind of expectations that come with it.
Just FYI, if you guys are wondering what the picks have been, they'll be at the bottom of the screen rotating down there. It says Travis Hunter to the Jags. You'll see it down there if you don't know who's been picked yet.
I don't know if it was really an option, but I would have preferred Cleveland traded pick 5 to the Bears at 10. Let Chicago get Genty at 5. And then at 10, I mean, I don't know what Carolina or the other teams would have done, but it doesn't seem like the Panthers were thinking defense. They went with McMillan. You could have gotten maybe Mason Graham at 10. I would have rather had Walter Nolan at 10 and some extra picks than Mason Graham at 5. Yeah. Vickers, sympathy tip for the Browns. Go Broncos. Vickers, thank you very much for your super chat. I'm sure the Dog Pound appreciates that. Saints are on the clock. I don't know what New Orleans is going to do. They're not going to go quarterback. Bulwark, TYR. Browns will be okay. Get Hampton, Broncos. It's either him or TreVeyon Henderson, it feels like, at 20 for Denver. Does Chicago go with, like, Hampton now because Genty's gone? Or do they hope that Tyler Warren gets past New Orleans? Papa T. Yeah, these are all pre-Mason Graham picks. I'm so sorry, Mike. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to sell. Yeah, I always feel for, like, players like Mason Graham in this situation. They're supposed to be excited. And no one's excited for, like, no one in the fan base is really pumped about them being picked. Hunter is 2 first-round picks and 1 a future Hall of Famer. Could be, dude. Could be.
The worst thing is Oh my God, we fleeced the Jags. And then
That's what you do with
and
it.
then you ruined it. You could have got Ashton Genty.
It'll all come down to what they do with next year's first. Max, Browns did what I hoped they would do. Well, how did that last one end? And Barry didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you're probably. I think the inference here is the Browns disappointed you, and that's what you expected them. Saying Browns will be the Browns and trade again. I think they're going to trade that 36 pick to get a quarterback. Question is who and where. Yeah, not Genty.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Not going to be an easy thing to get the fans on board with. Christopher, there's the fire train.
Horrible choices for Ray Benning. There's always next year.
Here comes the fire train. Choo-choo.
Oh my God, that's true.
I never felt like the Browns in February told Miles exactly how the draft is going to go. I have no idea what they told him. AFX. Graham is a heck of a player. Oh, Papa T. Not here to disagree with anyone. I'm here to let you guys vent. That's the thing. Like Mason Graham, I don't think he's a bad player, but I think in most drafts you look at him as like a, good 13th overall pick. Top 5. Ooh, that's got to have a little bit of juice to it. I don't see the juice. I don't see the juice. Saints pick is in. New Orleans at number 9 with Chicago on the clock. Thank you, AFX. Okay. Can you update the standings and everything like that? Atlanta's coming up soon. Yeah. No, actually, we'll say that's okay. Joseph, if you could show this for the hats. So, yeah. So, this is not going to apply to everyone, and I didn't really have much of a say in this at all. Actually, not much. I had 0 say in it. But my boss got, for the larger subscriber channels, hats for the channel. So he got some Browns Report hats, and he's given me a few to give away to viewers. So if you want to be entered to a raffle to get a hat, $10 Venmo at Matthew Petey, and we'll just do a separate raffle just for a Browns Report hat. You can also send in a $50 Venmo, which I know is kind of steep, but if you really enjoy the content we provide and you just want to guarantee a hat for yourself, $50 Venmo and the hat's yours for sure. I think I've got like 30 hats to give away, so not much of a shortage. But if you enjoy the channel, you want to support it and get some merch in the same process, Venmo only, not Super Chat, at Matthew Petey. Has to be Venmo. Okay. Reed's going to update some of the big board standings. I think they're pretty cool hats, too. The white's kind of like slick. I'm hoping, Falcons and Broncos are next, but my boss just did the top 10, I don't remember, 15, like subscriber-based channels at Chat Sports. So incentive, by the way, to subscribe for Broncos and Falcons. Yeah, Super Chat coming in from Fletcher. Reed's going to update some of the standings. I'll just read Fletcher's Super Chat out loud right now. Waiting on the Saints pick. Oh, we got Jet Setter 6. Thank you, Jet Setter 6. And we got another Super Chat. A couple of them here. Oh, yeah, Tex Rex. Oh, Joseph. Graham and Garrett on a Jim Schwartz D plus an extra second and first. It's not sexy, but wait until pick 36 is into Judge. Joseph, I don't disagree about the waiting part. I think you got to wait until next year's first. But, like, Joseph, let me ask you this. You had Myles Garrett and Dalvin Tomlinson last year on the defensive line. Tomlinson was great last year. Browns' defense was still kind of average. Joseph, Saints at 9 go with Kelvin Banks. I had him going 7 to the Jets in my mock, only because the Raiders took Membu. So, Banks, Falcons fans, good news. I think he stinks. Do you guys remember the Georgia-Texas game? Twice? Regular season, SEC championship? Michael Williams pantsed him. When they played against Michigan, their toughest opponent defensively all year, outside of maybe UGA, not his best showing. Not a big Kelvin Banks stan or fan or guy. So, bad pick by New Orleans, in my opinion. I'm not just saying that to gaslight Falcons fans. I really don't think Banks is that great of a prospect. If that was the pick for Cleveland, it would have been pure meltdown mode. Can't wait to play the Jags next year, and Hunter puts up 150 yards, touchdown, and a pick, but at least we have more picks to trade back with next year. I can't say you're wrong. I can't. Foot cramp. You're not wrong, T-Rex. If it was Genty, I feel like the tune and the tone would be completely different. Jalen Walker's still available. I don't think Chicago takes him. So he's getting closer and closer to Atlanta at 15. One or two more Super Chats? Fletcher, favorite city in Texas with German heritage? It's got to be the one and only Fredericksburg in Hill Country, Texas. Hour and change outside of Austin. Highly recommend for anyone looking for an elite weekend getaway. Fletcher, thank you for your support of the channel. Cheers to you, buddy. Yeah, updated leaderboard right now across all three channels we are streaming on here. Our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons YouTube channels at Chat Sports. Super Chat battle. It's a pretty, clear-cut first, second, third. So we'll see if anyone can make some noise and reshuffle the deck a little bit. Like battle, Browns in first again. Very close here. So hit that thumbs up button and help maintain your second place lead or reclaim second place from the Broncos breakdown. And then can we look at last year's really quickly? Those ones, yeah. But I don't want you guys to hate each other because these are three very distinct different fan bases. So I thought you guys might enjoy hating each team's biggest rival. So last year I looked at I made Reed look at all the numbers from Steelers, Chiefs, and Saints. I got to be honest. Browns, can we beat 1,000 likes from Pittsburgh last year? Broncos, can we beat the Chiefs? Saints, Falcons, can we take down the Saints here?
This is just, that reminded me of the last scene in Draft Day, the movie, when it's the first game of the season, and what is it? What's his name? Anthony Molina. Yeah. They go, wow, great job at the draft. You did so well. And he was like, well, I don't want to take all the credit, but I will.
So a little motivation for all three teams watching to beat their biggest rivals' numbers from last year in likes, in subscribers. How about Super Chats as well? So, beaten? Almost beaten. You're $10 away from beating the Chiefs. Saints put up a distant number, 1K in Super Chats last year. Bears pick is in. I want to close my eyes for this one. Haven't done closed eyes one in a little while. Bears pick at number 10 is in. Let's see who Chicago predict. I'm going to say Tyler Warren. Genty's gone. All the good tackles are gone. I think Warren. There's one other name I'll toss out there. Mike Green. I think it's either Tyler Warren or Mike Green. Okay, based on Reed's reaction, I'll toss out one more name. TreVeyon Henderson is my deep sleeper here. What did Ben Johnson do in round one? Is it ready? Not bad. Colston Loveland. That's a good point. You're right. You know what? A lot of teams said they preferred Loveland over Warren. Warren is a Swiss Army knife. Loveland is a more refined route runner, receiver, yards after catch. The only real question for him is the shoulder, the medicals, the hamstring. He had a lot of injuries at Michigan. But the Lions last year used a lot of two tight end sets. It's what Ben Johnson wants to do. Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland now are going to be working in tandem up front. And Ben Johnson gets someone who he feels like is going to be instrumental in what they want to do offensively. Not a bad pick, but man, Tyler Warren still being available is wild for sure. Could Warren go to the Niners and then the Niners trade Kittle?
The Niners are not on the clock.
Oh, the Niners pick is in.
It's right there. You see it?
I see it. They don't see it.
I know, but I'm just waiting.
There it is. Falcons fans, cross Mykel Williams off your wish list. He's a 49er. San Francisco adds to their pass rush. They select Mykel Williams. All right. So that means Jalen Walker still available. Could he be the pick for Atlanta?
From Atlanta.
Jonathan, we need Jalen Walker in Atlanta.
Dude, Mykel before
Dude,
Jalen.
I mean, the Cowboys,
Kel before Jalen's crazy.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to take him. Dolphins and Colts. Jonathan, thank you for your super. I said for a while, Mykel was like him and Shamir Stewart. They could go as early as 9 to New Orleans and as late as 32. Jonathan, thank you so much for your super chat. Thoughts and prayers? Yeah. Do we know what the process was for the highlight cut? Someone's doing it? Stone is? Today? Hasn't been touched. Can you ask for like a status update? No, Stone, no. He's using... Oh, 1 second. All right, 1 second. No, it's fine.
This is, as for Browns fans, I know it kind of sucks, but this is an exciting draft right now. This is a lot of stuff going on. A lot of things going on. Tyler Warren not getting picked is crazy to me. Dude, I don't know what to think.
I think teams are looking at Loveland as a better receiving tight end. And Warren is like the Swiss Army knife, but he may not be a traditional route runner in the NFL. Which, listen, that's not like Kittle's kind of like that, right? Tim Hart with a $10 super chat. I need someone from the Broncos breakdown to send a 10. Oh, we got 5. Got to get past what the Chiefs put up last year in all of round 1. Enlighten now. Got to do an argument with the Saints fan, and he brought up 28-3. I reminded him of the Ricky Williams trade and Bountygate. Did I miss anything? Well, Minneapolis Miracle. Stephon Diggs, sideline. That's got to be that's the 1-1 right there. Diggs, sideline. Yep. Tactically tainted. I doubt it, but if Tyler slips to 20 and Hampton is also there, you think Broncos go with Tyler? I'm thinking Tyler goes to the Colts now. I agree, but the Colts were so mocked to Loveland. What if they, too, like the Bears, prefer Loveland? And they're like, well, with Loveland gone, we're not just going with any tight end. We are going to go with specifically Loveland. You know what I mean? So because he's not there, we're going to go with a different position. Warren to Denver would be a ton of fun. I like that a lot. You get Warren at 20, and you get a running back in round 2, like Caleb Johnson. Would you rather have Omarion Hampton and Harold Fannin, or Tyler Warren and Caleb Johnson? All right. Falcons. Tim Hart. Petey and Reed, who's your favorite NFL team and Reed's college team? He doesn't even ask mine. I've been doing this job for 4 years now. I've learned that when you work covering the NFL, you got to separate fandom from work. Otherwise, you're just not going to, I think, do your job to the fullest if you're just constantly looking at things like a fan, which sounds kind of like a pussy cop-out answer, but I don't know. After a few years, you just start to look at things a little differently. But Reed, I'll let you answer.
Since I'm a producer and I don't have a show that I host, and I produce for 3 channels, so I love all 3 of these teams now that I've worked here exactly for a year. My first day was draft day last year, so I've been here for a year exactly, and so my favorite team is the Philadelphia Eagles. Grew up there, but I love all 3 of these teams after covering them for a year now. I love it. So Eagles is my NFL team, and then I'm a Florida State alum. Go Noles. Yes, you can flame them in the comments if you want. We sucked last year, but got a new quarterback.
Yeah. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Fletcher. He's the next Falcons one. Fletcher H. If Penix doesn't work out this year, do you think the Falcons go after Nico next year? I don't think Nico goes to the NFL draft next year, actually, Fletcher. I don't think he's at UC. I think he goes to 3 different colleges, and he's one of those ultimate college stories of a flame-out bust who just let NIL derail his collegiate path.
He's going to be the first victim to the dark side of the NIL.
Yeah. We got a Bulwark TYR super chat. Quick reminder. Did I get any Venmos? I should have checked. Oh, Ken Gard with a $10 super chat. Thank you, $10 Venmo. We got a couple of supers here. Do we need to hit game time at all? Okay. Yeah. Mason Graham to the Browns at 10. I just feel that at 5, you want to get someone who can impact the game a bit more, and I don't think Graham is at that level of a defensive tackle to warrant the 5th overall pick. I think it's a little bit of lucky day for him. Kind of a weak draft class, so he gets to move up a few spots. Derek Brown coming out of Auburn. Remember that a few years ago? I feel like Derek Brown's a better prospect coming out, and he went 8th overall to Carolina. It's not always going to be a perfect 1-for-1. The best guy goes 1, the second best goes 2. But at 5, I would have wanted Genty. He was right there. Okay. We do have a Venmo raffle going, $10 Venmo. We got these Browns Report hats. If you want to support the channel, $10 Venmo will add you to that raffle. If you want to guarantee a hat, it's a $50 Venmo. Just a good way to, show some love to maybe your favorite Browns YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, got some super chats coming in here. Beat the Chiefs, you say. Let's go Broncos. Warren or Hampton are looking more and more likely. I mean, Warren's still there. Maybe, I don't know. The thing with Warren being there is a team like Miami might throw their draft plan out because they did not anticipate Tyler Warren being available. You know what I mean? Pick is in for the Cowboys. Ted McMillan was supposed to be the pick for Dallas. And did they take... Is it about the Cowboys pick or something else? Okay. I want to find out when you guys find out on screen. So I'm letting Reed get all the spoilers first.
If this is true, so I'm an Eagles fan, so if whatever our coworker just said in the chat is true, I am ecstatic.
Oh. That means it's a bad pick by Dallas. What would be the worst pick by the Cowboys? Not a quarterback. They love going offensive line. You're probably thinking a random DB, I bet. All right. Pineapple Breeze. My top 3 for number 20, Hampton, Will Johnson, James Pierce, and still go for Cam Scadaboo in the third duo RB, but I'm just a fan. I like Hampton. I think Will Johnson's going to be a stout corner at the next level. You've got 2 starting corners outside already, so I don't really see the home for him unless Riley Moss flames out. And James Pierce, same goes for him. Like, where does he slot in? You got Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito starting. And both those guys are going to be here for the next few years at least. So James Pierce is, going to be a backup. I like the best player available mentality, but you pick 2 positions Denver has got good starters at already. Pineapple, thank you for your super chat. Okay. No, I'm just... Where the... Yeah, I don't know what Stone... I might do that. Yeah. No, but he just didn't do the title I really wrote for the pick. Of the VOD? All right. Whatever. No, I think the live title. All right, this is bad radio. Next super chat. Oh, I see the pick for Dallas now. Yeah. Okay. Yikes.
Oh my God! It's in now. You ready?
I've seen it now.
Tyler frickin' Booker. Oh, the Cowboys will cowboy. I love it. So, I mean, if we think about it, so let's go. So the Cowboys go with Tyler Booker. Let's go to the selections right now. And then I think we got a couple super chats to look at as well, so we'll get to those. But if we look, so we got Tyler Booker to the Cowboys. And then
Falcons coming up
Falcons
soon.
are coming up in like 3 picks.
All right.
So let's make some predictions.
Yeah. Who are the Falcons going to pick? Jalen Walker still there. Mike Green is still there. Will Johnson is still there. Tyler Warren, if you want to replace Kyle Pitts. Jahdae Barron, if you would like a versatile DB.
I mean, at this
feel
point,
pretty confident that Mike Green's going to be there now. The troublesome spots were Chicago and San Francisco. The Niners took a defensive end, just not Mike Green.
I also think it's just Tyler Warren is going to go. I think he goes to the Colts.
Yeah.
And then Miami could take Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron. So you're either getting Will Johnson or Mike Green.
Dude, I literally thought...
The Falcons are either getting Mike Green or Will Johnson. This is crazy.
I don't think they're going to go Will Johnson after the recent smoke. The Cowboys only take offensive linemen in round 1. Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, they love Tylers. Jerry Jones has a Tyler fetish. 2024, Tyler Booker. Sorry, 2025. 2024, was that last year Tyler Guyton? I think so. Yeah. 2023, Tyler Smith. All right, some super chats here really quickly. Falcons coming up. Who do you want Atlanta to take? Then Denver, not far behind at 20. Genty to the Raiders is going to be a tough pill for Broncos country to swallow. Having to play him twice a year. By the way, people like to boo Goodell. He's the best commissioner in all professional sports. I mean, look what the NFL is doing right now compared to all the other leagues. 2, I got to give him credit. He treats every single draft hug like it's the last hug he'll give. He matches their energy. But I'm saying, like, for them, it's their, one shining moment. For him, it's his 15th, 20th draft. He's hugged hundreds of players. But he brings so much energy to every single one. It's awesome. We are lucky to have Pete hit the like button. Christopher, thank you so much for your super chat and your support, dude. I really appreciate that. He's him. Any Madden players switch outside linebackers, DN, then trade them? I don't really get that. Miami Mac, I'll be happy if Steelers don't get Sanders. That would be really tough for Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski to, like, mentally deal with, knowing, all right, we chose not to take that quarterback, and now we're going to face him twice a year. Our biggest rival. Coffee Shop Wi-Fi from our Browns channel. Thanks for what you do, man. Oh, hiccup. Love the channel. Love this channel. Coffee Shop Wi-Fi, thank you very much for your support and your generosity to the channel. Shout out to you, buddy. We got Gary from our Falcons one. Gary. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we have not gotten that one yet. Come on, Petey, tell us. We knew Mott was an Eagles fan when he covered us. He was still liked in the community. You guys should go check out the Thomas Mott show. I've never really watched a whole video of his, but enlighten now. It's a soft answer, but it's really the honest answer I can give you. Thank you very much for your super chat, though. Alex Ramsey. By the way, my first few months of Chat Sports, we're producing for Mott. Gary, Jalen Walker, you are a Falcon. I can't do that. Not again. Not again. Not after last year. I'm on a 1-year probation. I'm like Travis Hunter's dad. Too soon? Gary, thank you for the super. Yeah. Got to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. All right. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier than ever before. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to the first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB, NBA, NHL tickets. Over at Game Time, you can save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. So if you like to procrastinate, you put things off a little bit, Game Time is going to be your new best friend. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right. Quick reminder for anyone that's just tuning in. 2 things. 1, we are doing a TriCast on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. 2, we're going to do a jersey giveaway, a raffle. So if you want to be added to a raffle to get your team's first-round draft pick jersey, Super Chat $5 or more, and you'll be added to that raffle. We'll do 3 raffles in total for our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons fans, and everyone will be entered into each raffle. So you got 3 shots at winning at it. So if you want to support the channel and get a jersey for the player your team just took, $5 Super Chat, and we'll add you to that raffle. No, we'll save that for tomorrow. Ooh, the pick is in. I just saw it for 13. For the Dolphins, it's, I'd say, kind of good for Atlanta. Kenneth Grant. Maybe a maybe a Christian Wilkins replacement. They go with the big guy in the middle. 330-plus pounds from Michigan. He was Mason Graham's partner in crime, so the two of them go top 15 in the draft. Kenneth Grant to Miami. So Jalen Walker, Will Johnson. One of them is guaranteed to be there at 15. Atlanta will have their pick between Walker, Will Johnson, and Mike Green. I'd say the first 13 picks have gone very well for the Falcons. Only one defensive end, one pass rusher taken in Michael Williams. No corners taken. Terry and Raheem, they got to trust their board because a lot of their guys are going to be there. I got to think the Colts go Tyler Warren now too. So you're going to have your pick most likely between Will Johnson, Jalen Walker, and Mike Green. I'd personally go Jalen Walker, Will Johnson, Mike Green. That's the ranking of how confident I am that those players will play 10 years and start. Tyler Warren's there. Do you take him to replace Kyle Pitts? Do you take Tyler Warren and then trade Kyle Pitts? Broncos country, Tyler Warren, if he gets past Indy, I would not be shocked if Sean Payton started blowing up Atlanta's phone to get Warren. We could see a Broncos-Falcons trade sending Warren to Denver if Warren gets past Indy at 14. Is the Colts pick in? I'm not looking. Tell me when it's on screen. Colts pick is in after Kenneth Grant goes to Miami. The Indianapolis Colts with the 14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft select. Almost. Yep. There it is. Yep. Okay. All right, Atlanta's on the clock. Let's discuss. I think Jalen Walker is a unique prospect in that he may not have a natural home defensively, inside linebacker, outside linebacker. There were concerns of if he can't play one position, if he plays all positions, he doesn't play any position, right? That was kind of the case a little bit with Isaiah Simmons, who could play linebacker, who could play corner, could play defensive end. He could do it all, and then he couldn't do any super really, well. I'm not going to put Jalen Walker in that hole. I think Atlanta's defense, they just needs a new identity, right? It needs a new guy up front. It doesn't have anyone. It's got Jesse Bates and A.J. Terrell in the secondary, and I think Walker is going to be the best player of the bunch moving forward. So while he may not fulfill your traditional defensive end, outside linebacker, full-time role, I think he's going to come in here and just shore up the defense. And he's going to tighten all the screws, and he's going to make sure that everyone is where they're supposed to be. And I like this for Atlanta. I would like Jalen Walker. Would not mind Will Johnson either. I think Johnson's going to be a very successful NFL outside corner. When you give Mike Hughes a 3-year contract, it kind of signals you're locked in for a bit of the long haul with him, but only $9 million guaranteed, and maybe they didn't expect for, Will Johnson to be available at 15, so they didn't think that they had a corner in the draft. They took Michael Penix last year after signing Kirk Cousins, so we really can't look at free agency as an indicator whatsoever when it comes to what they're going to do in the draft. And then if you just want your traditional PD, stop messing around, their pass rush sucks, go get the best defensive end, go get the best pass rusher. Right now there's two names out there. You've got Mike Green out of Marshall, and you've got James Pierce out of Tennessee. Those are the two names that I could see Atlanta looking at if they just want to go out and get a defensive end, an outside linebacker, your traditional edge to get to the quarterback and break Atlanta's very long drought of no player getting 7 or more sacks in a season. I'm not going to look until the pick is in, but Tyler, it's a great pick by Indy. Wonderful pick by the Colts. Daniel Jones is going to throw to him. Yep. So Tyler Warren thought he might have been a Dolphin for a little while, thought he might be a Jet. No, just goes 1 state over, or 2 states over to Indianapolis. Falcons pick at 15. Who do you want Atlanta to take? I'm going to go with Jalen Walker. Let me know when the pick is in. Falcons are on the clock right now. Here we go, boys and girls. Spam the name you want. I want Jalen Walker or Will Johnson. I'd be happy with Mike Green. I'd be content with James Pierce. But I think Walker and Johnson are the 2 guys that are going to have the best NFL careers. And right now, Atlanta's not 1 pass rusher away. They are a defense away. So, go get the best player on defense. Joe with a $10 super chat from our Broncos channel. We'll get to all the supers in a little bit. Josh, is the plan to keep Garrett in the land? Yeah. I mean, he signed a 4. He's going to be here for at least the next 3 to 4 years. Oh, is this the plan? Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
God, I have no idea. That's something I
Miles
love
was
to
like,
ask.
Miles was like, wait, Mason Graham? Oh, I'm staying.
Mm-hmm. All right, Atlanta on the clock. What's it going to be? What's it going to be, Terry? Don't screw it up. The worst pick I think the Falcons could make right now would be a wide receiver. No, only 1 receiver taken. Jordan Post, did you get my Venmo? Go Browns, draft running back second, and if Emeka Buka is there, draft him. We need offense second and draft Will Howard. Sorry, Jordan, I want to first check my Venmo. I did get your Venmo, Jordan. Thank you very much. I got Jordan's and I got James's. Jordan and James, you guys are both in. Thank you so much for supporting, guys. Taylor Vaughn, will you do 11 push-ups at the Falcons draft Jalen Walker? You know, skinny bitch me might be able to do 11 push-ups. Although I have not been working out. Pardon? Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
How about, can I do a handstand for 11 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
That's a little bit easier for the camera. Because I don't know how we get that camera on the ground over here. Gary with a $10 super chat. You said it, Gary, not me. I don't want to get in trouble this time. Not again. Dijon, Jalen. Oh. Are we in? What's the group consensus? What's the pulse? Clyde? Clyde, are you rocking with Jalen or not? Richard Shaw. Who do you think the Falcons are targeting for pass rush? Do you think they will make an immediate impact? I think there are 3 names for pass rusher. Jalen Walker, Mike Green, James Pierce. In terms of which of those 3 can get the most sacks in 2025, I'd say Mike Green. Which of those 3 can have the best, longest career? I'd say Jalen Walker. Which of those 3 could turn into the best pass rusher because of the physical traits? James Pierce. But Pierce is not like a project. He started for 2 years in the SEC. You know what I mean? You're not going to find guys starting in the SEC for a lot longer than that. I won't be surprised if Atlanta selects a kicker or a luxury pick. If it's Matthew Golden, the stream might end. And I like Golden. This would be me. I liked Penix last year. The big shot agenda, the dog. By the way, Browns and Broncos fans, I know this is not in your realm, but the Falcons notoriously never take Georgia players. So could that end, I believe, forever? I don't think the Falcons have ever taken a Georgia player in round 1. Big shot agenda, thank you for your super chat. We had one from our Broncos stream. Joe. Yep. That one. Predicting, wishing the Browns trade both of their second-round picks to my Broncos to get ahead of Pittsburgh and Sanders. We would still get a really good RB1 and another good player. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Joe. Go from 20 back to 33 and get 36 as well. If I'm Denver, I'm doing that. If I'm Cleveland, I only do that if I feel Shador is a must-have. But since you have an extra third now, an extra second, it makes it a little bit more manageable because you're not giving up draft picks you had initially. It's just newfound currency you found on the street a little bit. You know what I mean? So, Joe, not a bad idea at all. I like where your head's at, Mr. Flax. Holly Flax. Browns, $10 super chat. Broncos channel is $20 away from reaching $100. Who wants to get us over that 100 milestone? Matt, you look weak. Yeah, I am weak. I don't work out at all. It's just pure diet. The whole point of the diet, though, is like not eating a lot. And if I start working out, then I got to eat more to kind of like keep my body moving. And that's somewhat counterintuitive. So, Joshua, I'll be passing on a... Dude, I might have a tough time finding someone. Yeah, Falcons running down this clock right now. Don't tell me. Even when it's coming in, don't react. I don't want you to react at all. Josh, I hear you, dude. Do you want to wait for the second round pick if it's a quarterback? Jay Wilson, Brownies just realized we paid to get rid of Baker. Enough said. You know, my unpopular opinion is that right now, obviously, the Deshaun Watson-Baker swap looks bad. The Browns were not going to bring back Baker after his rookie contract was up. And at the moment, anyone would have picked Deshaun Watson over Baker to beat Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes in an AFC playoff game. So I don't fault the Browns for trying to win. That's like, imagine having an ownership that won't move. I just said don't respond. That better be for the Ronan Tyrell. Oh, thank God. Reed gave me the biggest, oh my God. I'm like, if that's for the Falcons pick. Falcons have less than a minute on the clock. Terry, figure it out. Jordan on our Browns channel. If Emeka Ibuka is at 33, draft him. And if Caleb Johnson is at 36, draft him. And if Will Howard is that our third-round pick, draft him. What do you think? Man, I wouldn't hate Mason Graham, Emeka Ibuka, and Caleb Johnson. Caleb with a K, by the way. Pick us in for the Dirty Birds. I don't think Will Howard's a third-round guy. I think Will Howard's a day 3 guy. And I think I will be proven right. Ronan from our Falcons channel, all the way from New Zealand, a $100 super chat. Let's go for 2025-2026, Petey. Ronan, thank you for your super chat. What time is it in Auckland? Let me know, Ronan. Everyone show the guy some love for being the MVP right now of Falcons today. We got Vickers with a $20 super chat. Is the pick in yet? Nope. Okay. Pick's not in yet for Atlanta. Well, it's in, but we don't have it yet. It's not on Twitter, at least. I'm going to find out when you guys find out. I'm not going to... Once it comes on screen, I'll know with you. Ronan, thank you so much, dude. Let's hit up the next super chat here. Get all the way up to even Steven. Vickers, let's go Broncos, Hampton or Henderson. I feel like those are got to be the 2 picks for Denver. Anything else would borderline blow me away if one of those 2 guys, especially Hampton, was available. And Vickers, you got the Broncos breakdown to 101 in super chats. Thank you. Okay. Falcons today's at $413 in super chats. So thank you, Ronan, for adding on to that. Browns reports at $613, so a $200 gap right there. So really appreciate everyone's generosity and support. Pick us in. Eyes are going shut. Eyes are shut. Pick us in for Atlanta. I'm going to predict they take. I want it on screen, the big L3. Yep. I'm going to predict that the pick is. I'm really torn between Jalen Walker and Mike Green. Let me ask you this. Is it one of those 2 guys? Okay. It's Mike Green. I'm Jalen Walker! Let's go! Jalen Walker. We're back. I think we're back. Are we back? Can I get some confirmation? Am I back? Am I talking to no one still? I'm fucking livid. Come on. gotta be kidding. Hello? I don't. Is anyone? Am I talking to anyone? Well, the chat doesn't seem to indicate that. Am I talking to anyone? I have no idea. This is an absolute nightmare. Back? I'm live? Am I live? Jalen Walker, you're a Falcon, and I lost internet right when the pick was made. But control what you can control. I just want, before I start getting it, like, am I back? Okay, let me refresh on my end then. Okay. Oh, we're back. All right, I'm back. All right, here we go. Let's restart this whole thing right now. Thank you, Internet. Oh, grinds my gears. Jalen Walker, you are a Falcon. Let's break down NFL history as the Falcons take a Georgia Bulldog in round 1, a very first in the NFL draft. So we're going to break down the pick. We're going to give you everything you need to know about Walker, just kind of catch up to speed on him, and then I'll give you my thoughts and just overall reaction to the pick. Okay, let me know when you are ready, Reed. Okay. And the Cardinals right after Atlanta took Walter Nolan, by the way, so Will Johnson's still available. I'm ready when you are ready, Mr. Barkis. Jalen Walker, though. I can't let this Wi-Fi crashing out and potentially ruining my entire stream for the night bum me out of a good pick for Atlanta, which is this awesome chess piece. And there's no Wi-Fi, I don't think. I can't get the draft back on. Just want to try one more time. All right. Now I got MSNBC on. Here we go. This is... I'm ready when you are. Should we break down the pick? Okay. Are we ready or not? Until we lost Wi-Fi again? Well, I think we got Wi-Fi because I got YouTube TV going right now. I think we're all back. All systems go. Yep, all my things are reloading right now. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'm so sorry, everyone. This was an awful night to lose Wi-Fi as my viewership just tanked. So, oh, that sucks. I'm really sorry, everyone. I'm really sorry. Here we go. Let's soldier on and move on. Jalen Walker, you are a Falcon. For the first time in NFL draft history, the Atlanta Falcons select a Georgia Bulldog in round 1, and I am a fan of this pick. I want to get you guys familiar with the player first, and then we'll talk more about his fit on the team and my thoughts and reaction to it. But initial reaction is big thumbs up to me. So let's talk about Walker and get you up to speed on him. 1, I don't think he is a traditional edge rusher. He was a linebacker in his 1 year as a starter at UGA. He's a little undersized to be an NFL edge. 6'1", 243 pounds. 5-star recruit. He was a 4th-ranked linebacker coming into the 2022 recruiting class. And I don't know how else to put this other than the guy's just a great football player. Let's not lose sight of what we're doing here. Building a football team. And Jalen Walker was one of the best players on Georgia last season. He played across that defense. He usually played as an off-ball linebacker, occasionally going to outside linebacker. He is not a defensive end. I'm going to caution anyone that thinks he is the next Micah Parsons to back off that a little bit as well. Parsons a little bit bigger coming out of Penn State than Walker. But I'll tell you what he is. He is a versatile chess piece who makes tackles, who generates pressure when he gets the opportunity to. The guy, for reference, ranked first in all pass rushing metrics last year for UGA. Anyone want to guess where he ranked in pass rush snaps? 7th. Didn't even get a ton of opportunities. And he still came up first in sacks and in pressures. He's just got a knack for getting to the quarterback when his number is called. But the reason why I really like this pick is I know pass rusher was the biggest need for this team. And it's crazy that I'm even defending taking a player who's not a traditional defensive end or outside linebacker like a Mike Green, right? But right now I feel that Atlanta's defense is just in a spot where it needs good players, just needs talent. They're not a defensive end away. It's the number one spot to start with, but you need good players. And Jalen Walker is a very good football player. He's smart. He's intelligent. He blew coordinators away at the combine, at the whiteboard. He is going to be a fan favorite. He's going to be a jersey seller. He is going to be the first step in getting this Atlanta defense back on track. I like this pick for Atlanta a lot. We'll talk more about him as a player in just a moment, but help us reach our next milestone in subscribers, 35,000. We're at 34,802. So if you haven't yet, do yourself a big favor. Scroll on down and click that sub button. As I was saying, last year in his one season as a starter, 6.5 sacks, 34 pressures. Kirby Smart, if you like him, I think he's a pretty half-decent coach, said, quote, "You're not going to find a higher quality kid in any organization. He is unbelievable in what he stands for and what he represents and how he works." So, doesn't seem like he falls in line with a couple other Georgia players behind the wheel. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick jab right there as a Tennessee fan. But overall, I like the pick a lot. Here's what Brugu had to say. Doesn't have elite size for edge work, but he is at his best using his long, sleek athleticism to explode downhill and close at the top of his rush. There is projection involved with his evaluation, but his pass rush upside and overall versatility make him one of the best talents in the class. Here's a comp for you right now. You just got Black Caden Ellis on steroids, but don't actually test him, please, NFL. He is going to, I think, play a hybrid of off-ball and inside linebacker, but when you play him at inside, man, you can design some fun blitz packages, right? You can just let him pin his ears back on 3rd and 12 and get an extra edge rusher out there. But on 1st and 10, he can stop the run. He can help out in coverage. He does not pop out in one specific area. That's a little bit of the risk here, right? You're not getting a guy who's got a true calling card. He's got one season of starting experience in college, which, listen, if he played at any other SEC school, he would have started 3 years. Unlucky for him, and I wouldn't even say unlucky, he plays for Georgia, where they pump out NFL talent every single year. It's not the easiest to climb up the depth chart. Now, before we get on to the rest of my analysis and breakdown of this pick, quick shout out to our friends over at House of Atlas. That's our sponsor today. It's a brand new razor company that just hit the market. They actually gave me one of their new razors to try out, and it's honestly the nicest looking razor I've ever owned. But more importantly, it shaves my face great thanks to its 5 high-quality blades. They give you some shaving cream and aftershave to try out as well with their pack, which I'll tell you more about in a moment, and those are exquisite. So you can get 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. Their aftershave is awesome. It doesn't burn like old school aftershave, but it does have a nice cooling sensation, and it smells pretty good as well. My dog loves to lick it off my face. So, for a limited time, get 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. So leading, up to the draft, this was the profile we put together for Walker and everything you got to know about him. The pressure win percentage and the pressures and only 7th in pass rush snaps. He's got a very high ceiling. At 15, I feel like this is a good spot to take a little bit of a gamble. Now, Atlanta did pass on a few guys that were very worthy of the pick. Marshall's Mike Green would have been more of your traditional pass rusher. Had 17 sacks last year for the Thundering Herd. Will Johnson, I think, is going to be a lockdown outside corner. Who knows if Mike Green's character became too big of a red flag and Will Johnson's injuries became too big of a medical concern. Those are going to be things that we'll always kind of wonder when it came down to what Atlanta wanted to do at 15. But if you want one short, sweet takeaway from this, it's the Falcons got a great defensive player for a defense that needs good defensive players. I know this is not the final stop in addressing and fixing the pass rushing issue, but it is the first stop in improving the defense as a whole. So you can swap him in with Arnold Ebiketie on 3rd down, and you can put him at inside linebacker with Caden Ellis on 1st and 2nd down. I don't know if immediately he's got a natural home in 2025, but by 2026, this guy's going to be, I think, the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd best player on this defense. I'm that high on him. And take it from someone who back in January was like, not an edge rusher, not interested, unless your name is Will Johnson. Then one layover on a weekend trip at a bachelor party, and I had like 3 hours at the airport, crushed a bunch of Jalen Walker tape, notes, scouting reports, got on the plane going, yeah, that's got to be the pick for Atlanta. Hopefully it does not end up in Carolina. So I love the pick. Give me your grade for it, A, B, C, D, or F. I'm giving it an A. Last year, Atlanta threw us a curveball with Michael Penix. This year, they go defense. There was some buzz about like a Matthew Golden. No, none of that nonsense. No. A pick for me. A grade for me. A draft pick grade for me. All right. We'll be back with more draft content. I'm just too excited right now. The words are coming out so quickly. And we're live on the channel, so come hang out with us for the rest of round 1 and all the other rounds of the NFL draft. All right. Once more, and then I won't be a broken record. Very sorry about the Wi-Fi issue. Probably didn't handle it the best, but I don't know, this is the biggest day of the year, and I just got my ball snipped more or less. Ken G with a $10 super chat. Falcons fans, send in your super chats right now with your reaction. If you want people to see what you're thinking about the pick, send in a super chat, and we'll throw it on for everyone watching to see. Reed's going to recap a couple of the picks that came in after 15. Ken G, Ghostface with the super chat. Denver's coming up soon. Who do you want Denver to take at 20? Seattle's pick at 18 is in. What do you want the Broncos to do at 20? Walter Nolan went next. Then the Bengals took defensive end, Shamir Stewart. I'm glad Atlanta passed on him. He's a traits guy. He's a track star. I want football players. Jalen Walker's a football player. And Seattle with 18 goes with Gray Zabel, North Dakota State, just lineman. Put him anywhere you want. He's a fun Swiss Army knife up front. I don't expect Tampa to go running back. Actually, I know they won't. They got Bucky Irving. What do you want Denver to do? Let me know. Omarion Hampton is going to be there. TreVeyon Henderson is going to be there. Which running back do you want Denver to pick, or is it someone else? Grade the Jalen Walker pick. B. Yeah. Grade the Mason Graham pick. A, B, C, D/F. Broncos country. Who do you want to pick? Reed's going to give some shout-outs while I do another quick breakdown of this pick for Atlanta. You could talk during it. Yep.
All right. I'm back. Now I can talk. I won't talk super loud because he is doing a little video. You can hear him in the background a little bit. So, Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. We got some super chats rolling in. Once Petey comes back, we will go ahead and look at those. It is so weird having him in the background like that. But Broncos country, you guys are up. We got Florian Swanson. What's going on, man? Kathy, what's going on? I'll give some shout-outs. We got Ashton from the Falcons. Kylo, One Shot Gaming, what's going on? DJD, Poppin' Tees, Phelps. And then on the Browns, we got Kathy, Tyman, Kyle, Pure Life Water, Mohammed, Silly Prod, Broncos. We got Kyle B, Bulwark, Ashton, Juan, Grizzly, Ashton again, Lil Rob, Rogue. Let's see, what are we thinking for the Broncos? I'm thinking Omarion Hampton. I think we stick with Omarion Hampton and go with how it should be. I mean, it should be chalk for the Broncos to go with Omarion Hampton. Everything else kind of continued. I mean, we can look at the big board right now. Will Johnson's still there. They got Raleigh Moss and Patrick Surtain. I don't think they go with that. Same thing with Jahdae Barron. Maybe Mike Green to continue to beef up the anonymous crush. Or Luther Burden, maybe. I wouldn't like that. But I don't know. And then we got Jahad Campbell, Malachi Starks. I don't know, maybe safety, but I think it's Omarion Hampton still. Running back is too great of a need for the Broncos right now. We can go ahead and look at their team, I guess their needs. Petey's back.
Denver's coming up. Walter Nolan would have been a fun pick if, like, Omarion Hampton was gone. He goes to the Cardinals at 16. Crack my back. Got to be running back here. If there is someone that's... All right, I will give two exceptions of I won't have a full-blown meltdown. If it's not a running back because they go with either Matthew Golden or Derek Harmon. Those are the two guys where I won't have a complete mentee B. Everyone else is off, limits. It's got to be one of 4 players. Omarion Hampton, TreVeyon Henderson, Matthew Golden, and Derek Harmon. The last two are in a separate, very distinct and distant tier. So what do you want Denver to do? We're waiting for the Buccaneers pick. While we wait for the Bucs pick, just really quickly catch up on some supers here. Oh, the Buccaneers pick is in. Denver's on the clock. The Broncos are on the clock. What did the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do at 19? Hey, that's my mock draft. Because it was a very bold pick of me. But I was like, I think the Bucs might just go. Everyone thinks defensive line. They always go defensive line. I think they might just go out and say, hey, let's score some more points and let's try and begin the Mike Evans, Chris Godwin type. Not replacement, but, the push along. Like how JSN went there with Metcalf and Lockett's still there. And then now both those guys are gone, and it's JSN's team. Let's go. That feels kind of good. Sorry for Browns fans that really wanted to get Emeka Egbuka, though. I got a Venmo. Christopher, yeah, if you Venmo $10, we're doing a Browns Report hat raffle. I don't have one for Broncos or Falcons. I'm really sorry. It wasn't a choice of mine. My boss just picked the largest channels based on subscribers and got them hats to give out during the draft. So $10 Venmo, and you get entered into a raffle for this hat. If you just want to secure a hat for sure, $50 Venmo, and this bad boy is yours. So I've got a handful of them, so don't get too nervous based on supply and demand. But if you just want to support the show and get some Browns merch in the process, Venmo $10, Matthew Petey will add you to the raffle. 50, and it's yours right now. Ronan, thank you very much, dude. Denver's on the clock, though. All eyes on the Broncos. I won't be surprised again if we lose Wi-Fi after this. I think it's got to be one of two names. It's either Omarion Hampton or TreVeyon Henderson. That's got to be it. Yep. No, we did not get to this one. Connor, this is the beginning of a Belichick-Brady type dynasty. Mims and Sutton are going to step up big this year, and let's see what Payton can do for our run game. Connor, love the optimism. I'll say that for sure. It's a high bar, but I love the optimism. Next one. Rick, thank you very much for your super chat, Mr. Casey. Bulwark, technical difficulties won't stop this train. Yeah. Wi-Fi in this office. Florian, I think you're going to be right on this pick, and they're going to get Omarion. Recent push for Henderson. We'll see what happens, though. Thank you very much, Mr. Swanson. Christopher, it is a duck race. Jordan, we saw this one earlier. Yeah, Jordan, just not happening. Didn't even get outside the top 20. Rose, I'm not upset at picking up Graham, but there were so many better options. Yeah, I think that's a fair way of putting it, Rose. I don't think Graham's a bad player. You know what I mean? There are plenty of instances of when teams took players who were bad, and it's just so obvious to everyone. I just don't think at 5 that was really the exciting pick. And it's probably just a little bit of, hey, the Browns haven't picked in round 1 since 2021. And they could get Travis Hunter, the unicorn, or a Michigan defensive tackle. On so many levels, it's just underwhelming. Rose, thank you for your super. Michael. That's how much of a history nerd I am. I thought Lyndon B. Johnson when I saw that first. I was like, President MJ? Ken G, I think everybody's overreacting. I don't think any other team has the haul the Browns have this year. You said it, Petey. This is not an all-star draft. Yeah, you're right, Ken. It is not. It is not a draft filled with blue-chip players. When you pass on one of the few blue-chip players for a defensive tackle from everyone's most hated school in their first draft in round 1 for multiple years, it's just a tough product to sell. That's really what it comes down to. But no one wins games in April. So no one's going to care in September if Mason Graham goes off for 1.5 sacks and 2 tackles for loss and gets a safety for the Browns to win week 1. Ken G, thank you very much for your super chat. Enlighten now. We're not seeing that one. Trades back into the first round, 0. Oh my God, I did not see this. Tim Hart, a $100 super chat.
We missed this because of the freaking internet.
Tim, I'm sorry to make you wait so long. I said I would. Welcome to ATL, Walker. Tim. Spam Tim in the chat. Thank you so much, Tim, for your support of the channel all night long, dude. You nailed it. Jalen Walker. He is a Falcon. Jesus, let's go. Seems like a lot of optimism right now. Jose Santana. Peter, the internet crashed out when we picked Walker. Yeah, we just completely broke the entire internet. Luke, ATL stand-up. Great pick. I'm so excited. Luke, thank you for your super chat, my man. Eli, I'll take a Walker jersey. Yeah, super chat, $5 or more. This goes for Browns, Broncos, and Falcons fans. and you get entered into a raffle for your first-round draft picks jersey. We know 2 out of the 3, Mason Graham, Jalen Walker, waiting on Denver. They're on the clock still, under 2 minutes to go for the Broncos. $5 super chat to get entered into a raffle, supporting your favorite channel, and potentially getting a Jalen Walker, Mason Graham, or who knows who Denver picks, Omarion Hampton jersey. We'll see. JCP, I'm still with you, brother. Thank you, JC. Shout out to you, my man. Enlighten now. I guess you didn't see my other super chat because the stream went down. But just not great timing. But what are the odds Atlanta trades back into the first round and gets Will Johnson? I mean, unless Will Johnson fell to like pick 30, you know what I mean? And Atlanta was willing to give up their 3rd round pick next year, he'd have to really fall. And the Eagles aren't a team that would trade back. I would see them trading up before they trade it back. I could see like the Bills or the Commanders though. So odds low. I can't say impossible. It's the draft. Kenny, I think we should have taken Will Johnson, then traded for Kayvon Thibodeau. The Giants picked up Thibodeau's 5th-year option right after taking Abdul Carter. So it doesn't seem like Thibodeau is really available. And as for the Isaiah Simmons comp, I kind of get where you're coming from. I can't shoot you down, but all I've got is a better gut feeling. Walker's a bit bigger and a better of a pass rusher. We got Kai, Falcons fan here. Jalen is a great pick. Tampa's going with Mike Green just to piss you off. Get ready to cover Emeka Ibuka twice a year, Mike Hughes. Kai, thank you so much for your super. Quincy McBride, do you think Green or Pierce could slip to us in the 2nd round because of character issues? If I had to pick one to fall, I think it would be James Pierce. Ronan, that's for you, Reed.
Thanks, Ronan. Appreciate it.
McLovin, don't lie, Petey. Tell me your sincere thoughts about the Jalen Walker pick. Did you really think he was going to be there at 15? I'm pretty stoked. No, I did not think he'd be there. I would not have bet on him to go like 15. I didn't think it was impossible, right? I didn't think Mason Graham would be there at 15 for sure. But Walker had a chance because of the uniqueness to his profile. Honest thoughts? Like I said, I'm not trying to pass off any facade. I'm not trying to be like Mr. Half Glass Full all the time. I genuinely love the pick for Atlanta. Broncos pick is in. Eyes are getting closed. Lock in. Here we go. What's Denver going to do at 20? Let me guess. I want to guess first. Is it on screen? Is it one of 2 players, Omarion Hampton or TreVeyon Henderson? Oh, no. Matthew Golden? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, sure. What? Jahdae Barron. You're a Bronco. And no one in the world would have predicted this. All right. Let's break this down. Skeptical, but not dismissive. I feel that this is a traditional best player available pick, and you figure out his home later down the road.
Ian Rappaport, the Broncos made calls to move up, made calls to try to move out in front of the Steelers, but pick at number 20, Jahdae Barron. They tried to move around, but they couldn't.
Who do they want to move up for?
I don't know.
That wasn't there at 20.
I don't know.
Like, did they really want Emeka Ibuka? And Atlanta wouldn't part ways? I guess with Jalen Walker available, they decided to stay put. All right. So, hey, if you're in the camp of just take the best player every single year in the draft, here it is. Jahdae Barron, this is your best player available. That's a pretty cool fact. Okay. Are we ready? Let's break this one down. So, Barron, you're a Bronco, and I would not have guessed this in a million years. So, give me your one-word reaction right now. What? On Raiders? Jeepers. Okay, let's get into it. One word reaction right now. For me, it's shocked. That's what I'll lead off with here. Jahdae Barron, I'm going to give you a full breakdown on who he is as a player and then what I think of the pick. With the 20th pick in the 2025 the NFL... Ooh, start over. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Broncos make a shocking, surprising pick in Texas corner DB Jahdae Barron. So let's get you guys familiar with Barron since we spent all of, 0 minutes talking about him the last 3 months, who he is as a player, and then my thoughts on him. First thing you got to know about this player is he is a very versatile DB. He was an All-American last year for the Longhorns, first team All-SEC. He won the Jim Thorpe Award, which is the nation's best DB, and the production backs it up. 5 interceptions, 16 pass breakups. He truly had a breakout season in his 5th year. He was a 3-year starter, but I think what you got to know most about him is he is not some traditional Pat Surtain outside corner. No, for Texas, he played the star hybrid position, which saw him play corner, nickel, and safety. So you are getting a jack of all trades. You are getting someone that I don't know initially where they're going to fit in on this defense, but I think Denver just saw a player who was way too good at a cornerstone position at pick 20 and felt like they can get a good running back later in the draft and that they were blown away to see Barron there. Now, Ian Rappaport said that Denver was working the phones to move up, to move back, and to no avail. I really would love to know who are they trying to move up to get that wasn't there at 20. Like, do they really want to Mecca Ibuka, for example? Because no running back has gone since Ashton Genty. But a little bit more on Barron as a player and then more of just my pure kind of raw reaction and thoughts to it. So, one, he's not like the greatest physical specimen in this draft, right? They didn't go out there and just get someone who's got the fastest 40, who's got insane length and reach. That's not Barron. No, what Barron is someone who's got great instincts, incredible IQ, and just an all-around solid football player from coverage to tackling to ball skills. So I like the idea of loading up at corner. George Payton has done this time and time again since becoming Denver's GM. His first year, he had Ronald Darby, Pat Surtain, Kyle Fuller, Bryce Callahan, right? He had too many corners he didn't know what to do with. But Barron's a playmaker. He had 3 career non-offensive touchdowns. He blocked a punt, a pick 6, a scoop and score. He's got great character skills as well. He was a captain for the team in 2024. Everyone's going to speak very highly of him. Now, where does the other shoe drop? As I was saying, he's got average height and weight, right? He doesn't have the best arm length to really get his hands in the cookie jar and break things up. I don't think he's explosive. I don't think he's someone that's going to jump off the ball and just meet a receiver over the middle or jump a route like from that standpoint. But if you can get a guy who can play all over the secondary, that's going to be a very, very fun player to have on your defense. More on this in just a second. Help us reach our goal in subscribers, though, of 35,000. We've got some work to do, but I've got faith in Broncos country. Scroll on down, click that sub button. Now, let's talk a little bit about the scouting report, and then we'll talk about the decision to pass on Omarion Hampton, TreVeyon Henderson for Jahdae Barron. So here's what our NFL draft expert Tom Downey wrote about Barron. As I was saying earlier, not the biggest guy, but it's the ball skills and the tackling that just makes him a coach's favorite. I do like how he can play all over the defense as well. You can look at his testing numbers as well from the NFL Combine. 4.39 40-yard dash. He's not a slowpoke, but for reference, Matthew Golden, his teammate, ran a 4.29. So he's probably not going to keep up with the absolute speed demons of the league, but he's not going to be a liability on the field. Let's look at what Dane Brugler, who I think does a great job of covering the entire NFL draft, had to say about Barron. doesn't have the top-tier size that most teams prioritize at the position, but trusts his instincts and competes with toughness and ball skills to hold up versus pass or run. Some teams view him as a nickel-only prospect, while others see his value to play multiple positions across the secondary. Let's build off that last point. If Denver views him as a nickel-only prospect, I guess Jaquan McMillan is, on borrowed time? I thought McMillan's been a fantastic inside corner for the team, right? He's been one of the best nickels in football. I think he's been a top 10 nickel the last 2 seasons. But they don't have a lot of depth at the position. So maybe in year 1, it's, hey, Barron, kind of, ride the bench a little bit. We'll get you out there when an injury pops up or two. And if McMillan doesn't quite live up to what he did in 2023 and it kind of starts to go down a little bit, you step in next year at slot. Or if Riley Moss just isn't what we were hoping for from an outside corner, we'll toss you out there. I don't think at 5'10", Barron's going to have a ton of success playing outside. So I think the plan may be to move him to nickel, which, listen, that is a very undervalued position. As offenses toss out more 3 wide receiver sets, the base for the defense starts to become a nickel defense. You can't just have 2 good outside corners. You got to have someone good inside as well. So Barron could be one of the better slot corners in the NFL in just a few seasons. More on this in just a second, but first things first, quick shout out to our sponsor today, which is House of Atlas. They gifted us one of their razors, and honestly, I'm blown away. It's a new shaving company, like I said, called House of Atlas. Not only does it look insanely sleek sitting in my bathroom, but it gives me an incredible close shave. It feels weird to gush over a lineup of shaving products, but truly House of Atlas makes some one-of-a-kind stuff. Plus, they're giving Broncos Country 15% off their first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. Their aftershave is awesome as well. It doesn't burn like old school aftershave does. It has a nice cooling sensation, and it smells really good. So for a limited time, get 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave with code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. All right, let's talk about the decision that the Broncos made in taking Barron over a running back, because everyone and their mother thought it would be TreVeyon Henderson or Omarion Hampton. They're still there, so maybe these could be round 1 trade-up type picks. Denver has an average amount of draft capital to work with, or maybe it's a let's hope and pray they're there at round 2. Either way, I still think Denver's going to walk away with a good running back in this draft class. I just would have preferred they went out and got the number 1 back available. Maybe they felt like Hampton wasn't even RB2, so they didn't want to reach on someone, and instead they'd rather wait on like a Quinshon Judkins or a TreVeyon Henderson, a Caleb Johnson. Either way, if they don't address running back tomorrow during day 2, I'm going to have a full-blown meltdown on the channel. So I can warm up and be optimistic about the Barron pick because at least they got a good player. Let's not lose sight of that. If you preach best player available, he was probably the best player available. I mean, on a lot of big boards, a lot of mock drafts, he was going to Miami as early as 13. So one can just only wonder that Sean and George Payton were just blown away when this guy was there at 20 and felt like, hey, that's too good of a corner, which is a cornerstone piece, to pass on. When Sean missed out on Patrick Mahomes, you know who he picked? Marshawn Lattimore. What did George Payton do in his first draft with Denver? Took Pat Surtain. That was not a consensus beloved pick. It worked out pretty well, I think. So Barron, Moss, and Surtain could be this cornerback trio for the future. And Barron will offer some versatility. Maybe Denver wants to try him out at safety. I don't think he's going to hold up too well at a traditional outside corner. So we'll see what they want to do in training camp and whatnot. But Jahdae Barron, welcome to Denver. I'm going to choose to be kind of half glass full about this. A running back like Hampton would have been a lot of fun. But Sean and George know what they're doing in the draft, more than I do, I like to think at least. And they earned the benefit of the doubt after the bold Bo Nix round 1 pick last year. And Nix ended up being either QB1 or QB2 right there with Jaden Daniels in 2024 amongst that rookie class. So grade the pick. I'm going to give it a B-. Give it a B-. Like the height is a little bit of concern. Can that sustain at the next level? Was corner really pressing need for this team? Coming off a playoff appearance, it felt like, hey, let's go plug one of the last few holes we have on this roster. And it wasn't corner. But if Denver just didn't think that he'd even be there at 20, then maybe they felt like that was too good of a player to pass on. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for our breakdown of this. Make sure you come back for all of our live coverage of the NFL Draft and more pick-by-pick analysis when you subscribe to the channel. All right. Can I get some thoughts? Broncos country, if you'd like to get on screen with your take, your reaction, super chat, and Reed will throw it on for everyone to see. So what happened after Denver at 20? At 21, yes, Derek Harmon. That was a name I tossed out, so no Shedeur Sanders. He is still available. Browns fans watching right now, if you want to get a quarterback, a spot where they thought one could go was Pittsburgh at 21. Not the case. Cleveland now has 2 picks in the first 5-6 spots of round 2 of the draft. What do the Chargers want to do? I think this is going to be Matthew Golden. Ooh. Yeah, just the ears hurt. Yeah. So for anyone that just tuned in, by the way, and you were like, why are we talking so much about Jahdae Barron? We are live on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons YouTube channels. So a TriCast is I cover all 3 teams for Chat Sports. So I'm live on all 3 for the NFL Draft. Reed, if we're all caught up on Supers-ish, okay, we'll catch up on Supers while we wait for the Chargers pick. I think this is going to be Matthew Golden. Anyone. Yeah, Denver. Yeah. Not Omarion Hampton. Desire best. I'm at my grad dinner and they go CB. First off, congrats. What's for dinner? Like, where'd you go? And yeah, this is definitely a shocker. I mean, let me ask you this. If I told you Denver went Omarion Hampton in round 1 and Trey Amos, corner from Ole Miss in round 2, or Jahdae Barron and Caleb Johnson, but I just didn't tell you which rounds they took them in, what would you say about that? Like, which duo would you like more?
Honestly, probably the second one.
Probably, like, if they can get Caleb Johnson and Barron.
Jahdae Barron.
If I just told you the picks were in different rounds. Bulwark, thank you for the super, dude. Oh, the Chargers. Yeah, the Chargers pick was not leaked. We're going to find out with everyone. It's, oh, motherfucker. Chargers took Omarion Hampton. Well, get ready to play Genty and Hampton 4 times a year. That's a spite pick. That's a spite pick from Harbaugh. So Hampton goes to the Chargers. That's going to be something Sean Payton has to live with. If Hampton just starts running all over Denver, that's going to be nightmare fuel. I hear you, Grant. I hear you. This has nightmare fuel potential. Okay. Couple more super chats here. No, Ghostface. How many DTs has Andrew Berry drafted with the Browns? He's taken Mike Hall, Siaka Ika, Jordan Elliott, Perrion Winfrey, Tommy Togiai. He took Juwan Briggs out of Cincinnati last year. I think that's all the DTs he's taken. Wow. I got nothing. I'm just like, my computer's frozen. Okay.
I mean, it sucks that the Chargers got him, but you knew he was Omarion Hampton was. Whoa, what the hell is going on right now? What are they having?
Some cheese curds, probably.
Oh, the college game day, which is kind of cool that they're at the draft.
Yeah.
They're having some Wisconsin
Delights.
yeah.
I remember when I was a kid once, my family told us we were going to Wisconsin barbecue, and I was really excited for a barbecue. I learned a Wisconsin barbecue is just cheese. When I was 5, that was devastating news to me. All right, let's do quick shout-outs while I do a Jade Barron kind of breakdown. Yep.
All right, I'm back. It's me again, producer Reed. All right, Petey's gonna do a little short video breakdown of Jade Barron for the Broncos. Dead time in the Reed again. It's me.
As for Barron, though, like the player,
Broncos breakdown. Give me grade it. I know we graded it already, but I got a lot going on, so I didn't get to see your grades. So give me a grade. I would give it a B-. Not a huge need, but a really good player. Can still get a pretty good running back in second or third round, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Ethan from Broncos saying Henderson and Judkins. Then I don't know. Pound said great pick. Roman giving it a B+. Ramirez says why a cornerback. I mean, Petey had a good point. He said, would you rather have Omarion Hampton and Trey Amos from Ole Miss, or Jade Barron and Caleb Johnson from Iowa? I like the latter. Caleb Johnson, great running back. Maybe not as good as Omarion Hampton, but the gap is not far enough. But the gap from Trey Amos to Jade Barron, probably a lot bigger than you think. Ashton saying it sucks. Roman saying, yeah, he's still a good player. I agree. Like Jade Barron is a really, really good player. If you put Jade Barron, we're trying to figure out where he's gonna play, because I don't think he's gonna start over Riley Moss. Maybe getting extra reps in at nickel instead of McMillan. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe he sits for a year. Messiah's giving it an F. On our Falcons channel, we got Infinity saying I watched him play Ohio State. Jade Barron's a good player. So I don't know. I think Petey had a good point. Trust Sean Payton. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's done this his entire career, being a head coach. So, wow. If anyone's watching online or watching the TV, it is packed in Green Bay. Look at all those heads, Petey. Are you ready? All right.
I've never been to an NFL draft in person. I don't know if I want to go. It kind of looks borderline miserable. I'm not like the most fun person in the world in some ways. Like, I don't like going to concerts. I don't really like the idea of being in. It's not like a claustrophobic thing. I'd rather just be on my couch than stand. Like, my true nightmare is having to go to Times Square for New Year's Eve. This is giving me Times Square New Year's Eve vibes. Just not as cold and people with diapers. Josh, I'm fine with Graham at 5 as I think about it. We basically traded Hunter for Graham, a first and a second. I agree, Josh. So, like, I'm saying you did do that. You traded Hunter for Mason Graham, a first and a second. If you don't hit on those first and seconds, you lose this trade, which might sound pretty easy to hit on. Go look at some recent second-round picks. And if the Jags have a good year next year and the Browns are picking at 27, they'd probably rather have Travis Hunter. So I think this trade is completely rooted in the demise of Jacksonville in 2025. Green Bay picking. Yeah, the hometown team. Cody Frazier. Will Johnson was still there too. You think Barron is far and away better? No, I think they play different positions. Johnson's an outside corner. So unless you just wanted to move on from Riley Moss, you weren't going to take Will Johnson to play nickel. I think Barron's going to come here to play nickel. We also have McMillan at nickel. I agree. Like, what's wrong with McMillan? All of a sudden now we got to start, like, talking ourselves into McMillan not being good to justify the Barron pick. McMillan's fine the last 2 years. He was a turnover takeaway machine. Like, I don't think he was.
Especially with McMillan, it's just consistency.
Was he bad to the point that you had to use a first round pick to replace him? No. It's like that's like the worst part of this. You gotta like justify the pick by bringing down McMillan's stock.
Is this a Riley Moss replacement?
It can't be. Riley Moss showed how valuable he was last year when he got injured, and they missed him. Riley Moss is a good first-year starting corner. The bar just can't be that high for these guys. Otherwise, you're going to be constantly cycling through starters. Desire best, Barron and Caleb Johnson, steak for dinner, F the Bolts. Good call on dinner, and if Caleb Johnson's the pick for Denver, I don't really care what they did in round 1. Bulwark, yep, Matthew Golden going to the Green Bay Packers. I wanted Hampton like a lot of people, but the remaining RBs are still very good. Trust the process. I think this first round pick will be somewhat rooted in what running back do they get in round 2. If we see a run on backs and they have to settle for someone that's not near the top of their wish list, this will be a bad pick. It'll snowball. Like if these 3 guys are gone before Denver's on the clock in round 2 and they go with RJ Harvey, yeah. No, but that's not what we wanted. And you had Hampton there. Right? And you passed on him for RJ Harvey.
I think top three, you're good. Because Jahdae Barron's a good player.
Yeah, I can work with all 3 of these guys right here.
For 100%.
Bulwark, thank you for your super chat. Yeah, I did. Crockett. Yeah, Crockett. Ditto. Like the pick a lot. Chris, I agree. No Mike Green and no Will Johnson by pick 23 is pretty mind-boggling. I think it's got to come down to medical and character. And those are 2 things that we just have no way of knowing how teams view them. Kylo, yeah, you want to look at some of the best players available? Can we convince ourselves that better run defense improves pass rush, or is it primarily having sack production from a pass rush perspective? So if you take a page out of Raheem Morris's book, when he took over the defense after the bye last year, the first thing he said was, in order to improve the pass rush, we have to then set ourselves up to get to the quarterback by stopping the run on early downs. So you're not going to get a lot of sacks on 3rd and 10 if teams never get to 3rd and 10 because they run it for 4 yards on 1st and 2nd down and get to 3rd and short. So that's a fair thing to say. I don't think Jalen Walker is going to walk in there and turn this pass rush from 32 to 15. But I think he's going to turn the defense around. And the rest will follow suit. Quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time has so many awesome deals for everyone watching. You can get $20 off MLB, NBA, NHL playoff tickets over at Game Time. They make getting tickets even faster and easier. Plus, they have last-minute deals. Save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. If you want to go to any sporting event in your area, check out Game Time first because they're going to have awesome deals right before the game kicks off or first pitch or tips off, whatever it may be. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Let's peek at some of the best players available in case the Browns, the Falcons, or the Broncos are thinking of trading back into round one. So Atlanta, I mean, you got two guys right here. We talked a lot about at 15, and they're available as we get towards the end of round one. Does Atlanta want to jump back into the first and walk away with Jalen Walker and Mike Green potentially? As for Cleveland, they've got an extra second-round pick after trading back from 2 to 5 with Jacksonville. Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, and Jalen Milroe are all still available. My gut tells me the Browns are going to wait for a quarterback at 33, and they're not going to trade up into round one to get one. As for the Broncos, they've got a second, they've got a third. They've got pieces to move if they really want to. Do they want to go with the running back now? If so, it's going to be an expensive investment in a back since you're using one pick on the player and another to move up to get the player. Could have just gotten the one pick done with the 20th overall selection. So I'd say the likelihood of Denver trading back is low. Atlanta's low, but not as low as Denver. Browns kind of right in the middle. Is the Vikings pick in? Yeah. So, recapping what we've seen so far, Cam Ward, first overall, is expected. Browns trade out of number 2 with Jacksonville, who takes Travis Hunter. Abdul Carter goes to the Giants and Will Campbell to the Patriots. Right players, just not the right teams as we thought. Mason Graham to the Browns. That was the first, whoa, didn't see that one coming. I think the Browns just viewed him as too good of a prospect to pass on at 5 and kind of played it safe a little bit. Not crazy about the pick. It's a pick that's going to have to pay off in the season. But lucky for the Browns, there are no way you can lose games in April. But right now, the fan base is very much up in arms. Genty goes right after 5. Would have loved that for Cleveland to the Raiders. Armand Membu going to the Jets to protect Justin Fields. Panthers, we have a wild card. Tet McMillan going 8. Moving on here of 9 through 12. Kelvin Banks to the Saints. Colston Loveland joins Ben Johnson in Chicago. First edge rusher off the board after Abdul Carter, Michael Williams, followed by Tyler Booker as the Cowboys just keep adding to their line. Kenneth Grant is a Miami Dolphin, maybe trying to get your next Christian Wilkins. Tyler Warren somehow falls to the Colts at 14. Then Atlanta, for the first time ever, takes a UGA player in round 1, linebacker Jalen Walker. Like the pick. Love the pick. Big fan of the pick. Walter Nolan to the Cardinals. Nice job by Arizona. Then we've got Shamar Stewart going to the Bengals, who tried to maybe replace Trey Hendrickson. Gray Zabel off to the Pacific Northwest. Emeka Abuka lands in Tampa. Denver with a major curveball. Jahdae Barron as a surprise pick, to say the least, at 20, with Omarion and Hampton going 2 picks later to their division rival, the Chargers. Hometown Green Bay Packers hosting the draft go with the speedy Texas receiver Matthew Golden. Donovan Jackson is the pick for Minnesota, as we are now pretty much all caught up on the draft. So the Vikings try and, I wouldn't say replace members of the offensive line, but just continue to pour resources into it, as it's been a bit of a revolving door the last couple of years. What did our Texans guys say? Oh. Yep, so Donovan Jackson from Ohio State off to Minnesota. Hey, quick reminder, go ahead and subscribe. Can we look at the updated just subscriber numbers going into tonight? We've got hundreds, over 1,000 people tuned in right now across all 3 channels we're live on between Browns, Broncos, and Falcons. So really appreciate everyone for parking it here for the NFL Draft. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Also, I'm going to do one selfish thing right now. One moment. I rarely do this, and I know that I can be needy at times. Here, just cycle through them. All right. I'm going to be selfish right now. Not only subscribe, please, to the channel, I'm going to toss my Twitter in the chat as we're kind of in between picks right now. If you don't mind, just shoot me a follow on Twitter. My boss called a whole company meeting 2-3 hours before the draft started. He made it a point. Trade?
Trade.
I just tossed my Twitter.
Oh, fuck.
We got a trade.
Holy shit.
Oh. I don't want to say I told you so. I had him trading up with the Rams. Off by one team in my mock draft. Damn, I had the Giants trading up with the Rams to get a quarterback. They go with the Texans.
Oh, my.
Who's the quarterback? Can you throw my Twitter link in Broncos? The chat won't let me type in there. Giants are trading up. I think it's for Shedeur Sanders. Sleeper option, though, Jalen Milroe. I could see Brian Dable loving to work with Milroe. Giants pick is in.
And the Giants pick is in, too.
Giants pick is in. Bless it. I was so close my mock draft, too. I think if Brian Dable had his way, he'd pick Jalen Milroe. I wouldn't be shocked if Joe Shane and John Mara go, yeah, we're going to go with Shedeur. That's going to sell more jerseys right now. So, figure it out, please. Oh, I see who it is. It got spoiled for me. The Giants have traded up with the Texans, who, by the way, get a good haul, right? They get the second pick in round 2 and 2 third-round picks. One this year, very late, albeit, but a future third, which knowing the Giants will probably be very early in round 3. So not bad for Houston. They don't have to pay someone a lot of money or more money at 25. Not bad by H-Town. Yep, the Giants pick is in. It is a quarterback. Anyone want to guess which quarterback it is? Anyone want to guess? Come on. Is it not in yet? Here it is. 3, 2, 1. And after trading with the Houston Texans, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback out of Ole Miss. So Dart is the second quarterback taken in the draft. Shedeur Sanders still available, Browns fans, along with Jalen Milroe. But New York moves up in round 1 yet again, or moves back into round 1 and gets Dart. From a Browns angle, this was kind of my preferred quarterback. I didn't really have a strong feeling over Dart, Milroe, Shuck, or I don't think any of them are going to be really long-term starters in the NFL. But New York takes a swing at a quarterback, which it kind of felt like they were going to do after going Abdul Carter at 3. And it is Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. So we've got a trade. We've got a quarterback going to the Big Apple. Browns fans, what's the reaction? Like, frustration? Was this your guy at 33? Or sigh of relief, Shedeur is still there. Milroe is still there. Are we going to see Shedeur Sanders even go in round 1? It's clear to me that either Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe is going to be the pick for Cleveland with either pick 33 or pick 36.
They were all over Shedeur, too.
They were all over Boulder.
The
running joke was that Joe Shane was living in Boulder this offseason. We got to move? Falcons trade. Atlanta has traded back into round 1.
Oh my God!
Oh boy!
Oh my God!
Falcons have traded back into round 1. I think it might be for Mike Green. Remember last year they wanted to trade back in for Leatu Latu. They couldn't get it done. They're jumping back into round 1. Who is it for? It's got to be one of 3 guys, I think. Mike Green, Will Johnson, or James Pierce. I've got to envision that this is going to be a tough trade for Atlanta to swallow because they don't have a lot of picks to work with. So this might be the entirety of the Falcons' 2025 NFL draft. I'm leaning towards one of these two. I think it's one of these two. Someone earlier super chatted, hey, and I was like, I don't think so, but if we keep getting later towards round 1, maybe. And here we are at 26 with the Rams. LA trades out of round 1. And the Falcons are back on the clock after the Giants took Jackson Dart at 25 in a trade-up with the Texans. Atlanta is on the clock. Who are the Falcons going to take? I love Will Johnson. From a selfish standpoint, those are my top 2 guys. I know, pass rush need, I know, yada, 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 but, man, I think you could walk out of this draft, if you're the Falcons, with 2 great long-term starters. And the guys I'm most confident in being that are Jalen Walker and Will Johnson. Mike Green's going to help with the pass rush. But if you feel that Johnson, as I do, is going to be a long-term starting outside corner at a high level, and you're willing to kind of look past the medical stuff and the injuries and things like that, I think this would be an incredible pick. Very curious to find out what the details are. Are the Falcons still in round 2? One would think unlikely, but maybe they gave the Rams a bunch of 2026 draft picks going, hey, instead of a second this year, how about a third and a second next year? I guess I got to think that this is going to include their second-round pick this year. But the fact that the details haven't come out makes me think they're working through future draft picks. Or maybe not. There are the details. All right. So here's the dealio. Pro and con. Pro, you got another good player. Con, their next pick is round 4. And after that, they've got 1/7. The Falcons are going to make 4 picks in this draft as things currently stand. 15, 26, round 4, round 7. They're definitely going to trade back in round 4 and just walk away with 5 picks, right? Get 2 fifths for 1/4. But, yikes. Ouchie, ouchie. Go Will Johnson. Go Will Johnson. I know it's not an edge rusher, but come on. Enlighten now, I was thinking of you. You absolutely called it. Kudos to you. You get to be the host. Take that. I want to call Enlighten now in to make the pick, to announce it. Don't spoil it for me either. Okay. Pick is in for Atlanta. The Falcons have traded back into round 1 with the Rams. Enlighten now. You called it. That's you. Atlanta is no longer picks in round 2 this year, though. Yeah. All right. Oh, look at Terry and Raheem. Oh, they're pumped right now. All right. What player would make Terry Fontenot do a big bro hug? Mike Green or Will Johnson more? I think it's got to be Will Johnson. I think it's got to be. Is the pick in yet? Okay. I think it's got to be. Hey, not so bad. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that bad. Can we get updated trade details? So Atlanta is going to get back into day 2 of the draft with a 3rd. However, they give up a 2nd. Yeah. So no 1st next year. But you get back into round 3. Oh, 101. Who would make you give up a future 1st? Mike Green or Will Johnson? Do you know the pick? Okay, don't. Okay, no looking. Don't look. Wait, I think we're gonna find out with the commissioner right now. Roger Goodell's announcing the pick right now. Here we go. Will Johnson. James Pierce, Tennessee. All right. I'll be biased and be optimistic with my alma mater calling, but Atlanta gives up a future 1st and their 2nd this year to get James Pierce in a 3rd-round draft pick. Not going to lie, was really banking on Will Johnson being the pick there, but the Falcons do get a true traditional edge rusher in Tennessee's James Pierce. And I can guarantee you this, there is no Falcons YouTuber out there right now that knows as much about James Pierce as I do. So, let's talk all about number 27 for the Volunteers, James Pierce. We'll introduce the pick read, and then we'll get right to the trade details and then break down the selection. Give me your instant reaction in the chat right now and super chat to get on screen with your thoughts, your takes, and your analysis on the pick. But okay. Here we go. Are we ready, Mr. Bartkus? Okay. After trading back into round 1, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce, edge rusher out of Tennessee with the 26th overall pick. Let's look at what the Falcons gave up in the trade, then talk about Pierce as a player, and then my overall thoughts on the pick. But first, it's a bit steep. The Falcons get a 3rd-round back, but they give up a 7th and a 1st. I don't care about that 7th. You give up a 2nd-rounder and a 1st for Pierce and a 3rd. That's quite the investment. That is someone that you view as, hey, we'd rather have Pierce than have our 1st-round pick next year and our 2nd round this year, because pick 101 shouldn't be a major needle mover. Good job by the Rams. They walk away with another 2nd-round pick and a 1st-round pick for next year. But let's talk about Pierce a little bit just as a player. Kind of put the trade details to the side. Just what are you getting in Pierce? One, after getting Jalen Walker to play linebacker earlier in their 1st round, you go out and get a true edge rusher, right? Now, Pierce, like Walker, is not your conventional edge rusher. Walker's a little undersized. Pierce is a little bit on the slender side. So they're getting a little bit of band of like not typical height, weight, size edge rushers, but they're getting productive and good football players. So Pierce, 6'5", he is looking at him like a slender dude. You probably wouldn't assume defensive end. Now, I think at the NFL level, he's not going to have a three-point stance. He's not going to put his hand on the ground. I think in a 3-4 defense, which Atlanta runs, he's going to be an outside linebacker. The number one thing you have to know about him It's really just one word: speed. The guy's faster than most running backs. He ran a sub 4.5 40-yard dash. He's got incredible linear burst. He is going to get to the backfield in a blink of an eye. In college, that is a problem for opposing offenses. Personally, I don't believe that trait carries to the NFL as great as maybe strength does, because pro offensive tackles are quick and nimble ballerinas. They know how to handle speed. They see it every single Sunday. College tackles, they don't see speed like that all the time. But I can still be optimistic and warm up to the pick. It's an expensive trade-up, right? You gave up your first-round draft pick for next year. Like, Terry Fontenot is kind of the U.S. government. He just keeps borrowing from the future. 3 straight drafts now where he has traded up for a player that I don't know if anyone felt like that was someone you got to trade up for. 2 years ago is Matthew Bergeron. Last year is Rukarororo. This year it's James Pierce. But if you wanted Atlanta to get an edge rusher at 15, here you go. Last year for the Vols, 7.5 sacks. In 2023, he had 10 sacks. So a slight dip in production. As someone who watched every single Tennessee game, I will calm your nerves by saying Tennessee, I don't know how to put this, just didn't play their guys very often. Like early in the year, when you kind of pad your stats playing the school of deaf and blind, they would pull back on their starters when they got these huge leads. You know what I mean? So Pierce just didn't have the runway to, amass a bunch of stats, and a lot of games where players pad their stats. He was kind of quiet in the Ohio State playoff game and when they played Georgia, but I think he's going to step in here and immediately compete with Arnold Ebiketie for that starting job, if not just outright win it from the jump. And you're going to get Leonard Floyd and Pierce off the edge, Ebiketie working in for some packages, Jalen Walker, an inside linebacker on early downs, and then using him in blitz packages like you did for Caden Ellis on 3rd and long. The Falcons are going to have more success at getting to the quarterback this year. It just comes at a price, meaning a 2nd and a 1st for a Pierce and a 3rd. So, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're still live here on the channel. If you don't want to miss a single Falcons draft pick, which unfortunately, they are running out of draft picks. They have a 3rd now, no longer a 2nd, and they only have 1 7th and a 4th. So they had the same amount of picks, just moved around a little bit. But hit that sub button down below if you haven't yet. Help us reach 35,000 subscribers. Okay, now a little bit of not Pierce as a player, but my thoughts on Pierce as a pick. Okay, let's do like a pro-con pro, little compliment sandwich, right? You're going to get speed. And I think that's what Raheem Morris wants. He signed Devon Diablo at linebacker. It's just the trend that teams are going with on offense and defense. You want speed. James Pierce is going to bring you speed. Con, he is a bit of a locker room misfit. I'm having a horrible foot cramp right now. There are some character concerns, let's say, with James Pierce in the locker room from high school to college. They brought him in for a pre-draft visit. I'm assuming in that visit they ironed out those concerns. Charlie Horse, just go away. But that's definitely something that if it doesn't work out, it can kind of be like a George Pickens situation of, hey, you kind of knew what you were getting into, but you just took talent and you ignored the person. But those are just like, some murmurs and rumors. Maybe it's not true. And then the last pro I'll give after going speed at 1 is I think he's not just a sub-package like pass rush specialist. I think you can play Pierce on early downs. I think he can help you against the run. He's not going to be able to set the edge very well at sub 250 pounds. Maybe he adds some more playing weight, but I believe Pierce can go out there and track down ball carriers in the backfield. More on this in just a moment, but first things first, a quick shout out to our sponsor today, which is House of Atlas. It's a brand new shaving company that's got some awesome deals for Falcons fans, including 15% off when you go to houseofatlas.com and use promo code CHAT. Now, they gave us a couple of free razors and things like that to try out. And if you're looking at my face right now, you're seeing the result of House of Atlas. So this is something that I can say is a great shaving product to use. And for a limited time, they're offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit in the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. So let's talk more about the Pierce pick, and then we'll talk a little bit about the Jalen Walker pick after that, just to kind of recap all of round one, which has been a busy night for Atlanta. I mean, peekaboo. First things first, we kind of, I guess, could have seen this coming in a way. Like, on one hand, they didn't have the draft capital, I thought, to move back into round one. On the other hand, they tried to do it last year with Laiatu Latu. So they have showed a willingness to get back into round one. They just didn't have any buyers last year. This year, a lot of teams wanted to trade out of round one. So James Pierce going to Atlanta, and the Falcons go with Jalen Walker at 15, who I just think is going to be Deion Jones type times 10. Like, I just think he's going to be the face of the defense in a matter of years. And now you get Pierce, who can get in there and just pin his ears back and get after the quarterback, right? He's got one job: sack the quarterback. And if I had to put money down on the next player for the Falcons to get, 7 or more sacks in a year, I would say James Pierce has a great path to do that. So I can be optimistic about this. Full transparency, I thought if they were going to trade back into round one, giving up a future first, it would be for someone to the magnitude of like Will Johnson, who's just got a crazy high ceiling of a player. That was ultimately not the path they went. And I think that could be a reflection of, hey, there's some major medical concerns with Johnson. Because when healthy, I think he's going to be and was an incredible corner for Michigan. So Pierce, welcome to Atlanta. Stay away from the lemon pepper wings at a certain location. And please, sack the quarterback, because Atlanta has ranked 32nd in sacks since 2021. So Jalen Walker at 15, he's just going to be the new middle of your defense, and you can move him around a little bit. James Pierce coming off the edge. It cost you, a good chunk of change. You're out of round one for next season, and you're out of the top 50 in this draft with your second-round pick, and you get way back in with the round 3 pick at 101. So it was expensive, and hopefully Pierce can make it worth it, because he's now going to be viewed as, oh, you cost us 2 first, right? You cost us 2 first, and then 50 picks in round 2, or in day 2 of the draft, going from 46 to 101. If I was going to make that gamble on someone, maybe you don't want to make that gamble on an injury kind of, I wouldn't say prone player, but medical concern player, but I wouldn't have made that gamble on Pierce. I would have made that gamble on Will Johnson. I will add, no Mike Green. So maybe the character concerns are really big for him, because this has been maybe one of the biggest surprise of round 1 of the draft. Mike Green still not taken at the moment. All right, grade the pick for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comment section below. Sorry, I'm kind of lopsided. I had to take my shoe off. My foot is on fire right now with this cramp, this Charlie horse. I'm going to give it a, you got to include the trade. Include the trade, and then the pick. I give it a B-. And that's coming from a Tennessee grad. I like Pierce, but I gave up a first for him. That's going to put a lot of pressure on him to deliver. So I'll go B-. Holy mother of Jones. Oh, I don't know how to fix this, but my foot, the ball of my foot is just it's an excruciating pain. I can't stand. Take my shoes off so I'm like even. Get a little shorter. Oh. Anyone's got some recs for how to get foot pain away. All right, the Lions pick is in. Let's catch up on some of the picks that were made. Jay, if they get Will Johnson in round 3, Sherry Fontenot gets the keys to the city. All right, this I saw coming a mile away. Once Pierce went, it was Malachi Starr. Like, it was one of those two players for Baltimore. Tyleek Williams, he goes to Detroit. I mocked him to Denver in round 2 of my mock draft. Really good run stopper. If you just want a guy that's actually not going to fill up the stat sheet, but is just going to make life for everyone around him easier, Tyleek Williams does that. I like that pick for Detroit. Thought they might go with a more, traditional edge. There's still some good guys out there, but no. Do you want to catch up on supers real quick and then show the super chat totals and things like that? Okay. Only 4 more picks to go. Commanders are on the clock at 29. We're getting towards the end of round 1. Yeah. Okay. I think the I might pass out. I don't know how to describe this right now. I need a foot massage. I don't think it's from standing. I just think it's a cramp. I think the Commanders go Mike Green, unless everyone just thinks that Mike Green is undraftable early in the draft due to 2 sexual assault allegations, which, hey, I can understand how a team gets to that conclusion. Okay. We've got a boatload of people still tuned in right now towards the end of round 1. Do me a big favor. If you haven't yet liked the video, okay. Reed, I don't know where Reed went, but we can't change the screen. So, oh, he's back. Oh, thank you. A little lacrosse ball. Oh, how'd you know we had that? Oh, that feels good. This is the weirdest thing I've ever done on air. You ever wake up in the night with a Charlie horse? That happened mid-video to my foot, where it felt like my foot was trying to eat my ankle. My body just started revolting against itself. Yeah, we have some supers here, and then we'll look at the super chat total. And then at the end of round 1, when the draft's over, we're going to do a few things. We're going to have a raffle. We're going to have 3 raffles for... Yeah. We'll just do one big race 3 different times. I think that's more fun, too, because then everyone's got 3 chances of winning it. Okay. Yep. By the way, Falcons today has nearly surpassed the Browns report in super chats. They are about $50 behind. They were $200 behind like an hour ago. I wouldn't be shocked if Atlanta trades pick 101 for like a 4th and a 5th. You know what I mean? They move back 20 spots and get an extra 5th, and they walk out of the draft with 5-6 picks. Braden, rise up. Let's go. Let's see the new Saints guy block these units. Yeah. I like the way you put it there. Good head on your shoulders. Oh. I feel a lot better now. That ball helped a ton. Just gonna keep the shoes off. So, Braden, thank you for your super chat. Really appreciate your support of the channel. George. No, Graham is going to be a stud. Keep the oh, Max T. Papa T grabbed me from the airport. Cold ones away. I don't hate the Graham pickup. It's socks and underwear when you're expecting the new toy for Christmas. Hey, that's a great way of looking at it, Max. I'm excited to see him body Burrow. I just feel like the reason why the Graham pick is especially not being well received is it's your first pick in round 1 since 2021. You could have got Travis Hunter or Ashton Genty, and you went with a non-sexy jersey selling position in Mason Graham. So that's just not going to be received well after a long wait for the top 50 of the NFL draft. Good analysis, Max. Christopher, yes, it is a duck race for the hat. Really quickly, $10 Venmo, and you'll be added for a Browns report. I know this only applies to a third of you watching, but I only got hats for the Browns report for my boss. So if you would like, $10 Venmo at Matthew Petey will enter you into a raffle to get a Browns report hat. Pick is in for the Commanders. Oh, Josh Connerly. So they want to keep Jaden Daniels healthy. Not a bad idea. Now my right foot is flaring up. Oh,
I'm all the way down here. It's probably because your body's not used to the less weight that you're holding right now.
Very funny. Okay, George. You know what? Like, George, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. Like I said, I think it's just the optics of it all. It's just, man, everyone got Travis Hunter, fever. And then you pulled the rug out from under them and said, how about Mason Graham from a college that all of our fans hate? At defensive tackle. Yeah. Thank you very much, George. David, with the Browns 2026 first-round pick, they select Arch Manning. Is Arch going to go to the draft? If he's supposed to go number 1 overall, probably. But if it's anything short of that, I think he goes back for all 4 years at Texas and not only 3 years. But then again, like, no one saw Jaden Daniels coming out. Like, no one saw going into that season Jaden Daniels being that good. Same goes for Joe Burrow. It happens all the time. No one saw Cam Ward going into this year being the first overall pick. So we never quite know. Oh, I got a Venmo. Mike, thank you very much. Oh, Mike Dibble's here. Okay, AFX, go get Shador. I think you could just wait for him at 33. I mean, there's a chance. The Giants aren't jumping you. So the question comes down to the Saints. I don't think the Saints are going to move up and get Shador. I don't think they're that high on him. So I think you could just stay put and get him at 33 if you really wanted to. Yeah, Ed, I got locked on the TV. Well, Ed, you just started a war with Broncos Breakdown. So I see. He's him. Whoa. How much time you got? He's him. All right, next one. What a dramatic turn of events. You know what? He's him. I'm going to answer with this question. My answer is yes if your next Super Chat has a good restaurant chain pick in mind. I'll let it be dependent on that. AB thinks Mason Graham is a generational talent. Well, he's definitely not. Like, Mason Graham is just not a generational guy. Browns fan for life. Sanders at 33 and a running back at 30. If you walk out of this draft with Mason Graham, Shador Sanders, and Caleb Johnson, you put together some really high potential players. Oh, that's now changed completely. Next one. From Falcons today, we've got Super Chats coming in from William. I called James Pierce Jr. to Atlanta earlier tonight. So hyped for Jalen Walker and James Pierce in red and black. You got both players, right? It just never felt like Atlanta could even move up into round one or back into round one. And they walk away with two guys that we all debated for the last 4 months. So everyone's happy in a way. William, thank you for your Super Chat. Any Super Chats on Broncos? You all caught up there? Yeah, put it back on. Bulwark, thank you. All right, Nebraska edits. We missed this one. News now to get Burden and Henderson tomorrow. Is this on Broncos? I don't like Luther Burden. I think he's a one-trick pony, and I think last year that trick went away, and I think that's why he doesn't go round one. Bills pick is in. We only have 2 picks left after the Buffalo Bills in round 1. Yep. Who do the Bills take? Maybe Will Johnson. They need a corner, I felt like.
Are we gonna let the Chiefs get a fast receiver again?
Yeah, but they've done that before and it hasn't worked out. Like Sky Moore was that. I don't want to be a broken record, but if you're just tuning in, what we're going to do is after round 1 is complete, we're going to do 3 raffles for a jersey of your team's first round pick. So if you want to be entered into that raffle, just send a $5. Actually, screw it. For the rest of round 1, super chat any amount, and you'll get into the raffle. Moving forward.
I'm like halfway through the list.
I'd start catching up right now.
Oh yeah.
Super chat any amount from here on out to get added to the raffle. From now until when the Eagles pick is announced. So that's the time frame I'm working in here. If you don't want a Mason Graham jersey, I'll let you wait until tomorrow when they pick a quarterback. If you'd rather do that. Yeah. Philip Lee with a super chat. How about this? I'll take care of all the ones coming in from here on out. You just catch up from here right now. I'll slack it to TV. Is that best?
No, it's like
No, it doesn't matter, yeah. Philip Lee. Feisty Falcon fan. Falcons fans, if you were to win, would you want James Pierce or Jalen Walker? Oh, trade. Eagles have moved up. They're on the clock. I got a bunch of supers flying in right now. They need a corner or pass rusher. I'm getting all these supers. Bills go with Maxwell Harrison, cornerback out of Kentucky, who is in the green room, so he does not show up to Green Bay for nothing. I'm telling you, I think this knee injury is scaring the bejesus out of people. Which is a damn shame because I think he's a great player. And I think he's going to be someone that we look back at and go, oh, that was kind of silly. But teams don't want to take on a player who gets to their team and has a knee injury right from the jump. Oh, gosh. I may have bit off more than I could chew with this deal. They're flying in. Okay. All right. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just catching up on all these super chats. Okay. I think I'm... Oh, no, I can't even get... Football prods. All right. Sorry for the dead air. Browns Report has grown their super chat lead on Falcons today. So what did the Eagles do? They jumped up with who? With the Chiefs. How weird is that? Yeah, you're right.
Good to talk to you again.
Andrew, the Falcons jersey raffle deal, is not over. Super chat, any amount up until the Chiefs pick now. Pick 32 is in. Eagles, Reed, who are they going to pick? Ooh, Mike Green. I could see Mike Green getting to Philly and they're like, hey, we're going to straighten out these character concerns. We did it with Jalen Carter. We're going to do it with you. I like Mike Green a lot. And, of course, the Eagles would walk away with maybe the best pass rusher at 31. How do they keep getting away with this? One other name, maybe Nicky Manwari, safety. Kind of replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Maybe, yeah.
I'm honestly, I'm happy with
Mm-hmm.
Oh, either or this. I'm okay with this too. Pick's in.
Pick is in for Philly. After trading up with the Chiefs.
I love this. I love this too. This is who I was okay with getting before the draft. This is who I thought was gonna go. Ready?
Yep. Jahad Campbell. Yeah. Why not just get a bit of a chess piece like Jalen Walker? But he's a linebacker that can get to the quarterback. They use him at edge at times for Alabama.
I love it. I love it. As an Eagles fan,
I want to
love it.
ask everyone watching right now, since neither the Browns, the Broncos, the Falcons are going to pick again most likely tonight, who do you want to get tomorrow in round 2? Or if you're Atlanta, round 3. Who do you want your team to pick next? If you're the Browns and Broncos, it's got to be either, I think, if you're the Browns, you're probably thinking quarterback at 33 like Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. I would go Shedeur for sure over Milroe, without a doubt. And if you're Denver, it's got to be running back. It's got to be TreVeyon Henderson or Caleb Johnson. Those got to be the two guys. And then if you're the Falcons, it is sit back and wait. If you're Atlanta, you might show up to your, Terry Fontenot might not get to work until 8 p.m. They're not doing anything for the first, more or less 2 rounds. At the very end of round 3. I think they are the last pick of round 3 now, 101. We got one more team. As soon as the Chiefs pick is on screen, we're closing the Super Chat deal for Super Chat any amount to get into the raffle. Feisty Falcon says is Porter from Iowa State. Yeah, really fun prospect. Great traits. Just, it's weird. He's played 6 years in college, but he's raw. He played 3 years as a receiver, then 3 years as a corner. He only started 1 year at corner. So he's old and he's inexperienced, but he's tall and fast. Not a bad thing to bet on. Tyraki, why is Will Johnson falling so far? It's his knee injury. It's his hamstring injury. I think it's just injury concerns, which is a bummer, but I think some teams can be very happy to get him in round 2. Yeah, I think the Eagles pick's a great pick. And the Chiefs, I think, are going to go with an offensive tackle here who a lot of tackles went in round 1. There's not a lot left. So maybe they just go with a receiver. Maybe they don't reach on a tackle. Luther Burden. Stay in the state. Man, the Supers just will not quit. Yeah. One last reminder for our Browns viewers: $10 Venmo. Sorry to be a complete salesman, but if you want a Browns Report hat, you want to support the channel, and you want a hat, $10 Venmo, you get added to a raffle for it. $50 Venmo, you get the hat outright. I think the Eagles pick. We know the first name I did was Philip Lee. No, I don't. You could do like 999 names, right? Yeah. Right, but every time they super chat, they get yes. We're on the same page. All right, Chiefs, get your pick in. Eagles take Jahad Campbell. Tomorrow, by the way, we're going to go live an hour before the draft begins. The draft tomorrow begins at 7 p.m. Eastern. So we'll be live at 6 p.m. Eastern. That is 5 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Mountain Time. Do you want to begin just getting through these super chats? The super chats. From, okay. Yeah. Well, I would say just put the super chats here. Could you put them on the rotation thing while you count? Yeah. Put all three on like a rotation maybe. Chiefs are on the clock, and that will be the end of round one. So the Browns do not trade back into round one for a quarterback, which is looking like a pretty smart move unless they really wanted Jackson Dart. But if the pick is in for Kansas City. Mike Fontenot, is any relation to Terry Fontenot? We have a ton of super chats. I'm going to do my absolute best to catch up on them all. Okay. Andrew, watch your videos daily and enjoy. It's hard to get good Falcons content on the West Coast. Keep doing what you're doing and appreciate the hard work. Andrew, really appreciate that. Thank you. Because I'll be up early tomorrow morning to get a video out about who to take in round 2 and 3 of the draft. So, looking forward to it, Mr. Roper. Jalen Walker to Atlanta made my day. Rise up. Appreciate. Happy to hear that, Michael. As if I had anything to do with that. Does Shador go at 33? Browns fans, who do you want to take at 33? Shador Sanders? Jalen Milroe? Caleb Johnson? An edge rusher? Will Johnson, the corner? I would not be upset if they got Will Johnson, the corner. Carson, thank you for the super chat. By the way, Falcons today now is just $25 behind the Browns report for most super chats for round 1 of the draft. As for the Broncos, it's a little bit of wait and see. They don't pick till 51. 7 Wishes, thank you for super chatting and supporting the show. Yeah. You want to the top one on rotation 2? Falcons are making life easier for Penix by addressing these defensive issues. I mean, yeah, Penix won't just score 35 points, hopefully, to win every single game. Andre, I'm not working, tired about the Falcons trade the first round of next year because I don't see them picking before 20. Yeah, the gamble Atlanta makes here is if we don't pick until mid-20s, we're fine. Because then we clearly figured things out, and we'd rather have an impact year this year than late 20s pick next year. Jack Sawyer in the third. Get one more edge rusher, I suppose. Yeah. More the merrier for Atlanta, right? Get Walker and Pierce is going to be a fun duo on defense. Denver's pick is still just... Kenneth, thank you. Just a head scratcher. What's a bigger head scratcher? Browns trading back and getting Mason Graham, or Denver at 20 taking Jahdae Barron? I got to go with, I guess, the Browns. There's so many pieces involved with that one. But, Jake, appreciate you. Man, Barron was just someone that no one saw coming. Pardon? I've just combined them, but I think it's it's Tiki Tech Gaming. Yep. Chiefs pick is in with the 32nd pick to wrap up round one. Kansas City selects Josh Simmons. I thought he was taken already. Ohio State left tackle. That's what I have in my mock draft. Just at 31, not 32. So the Chiefs get their hopeful long-term left tackle. And guess what? The Cleveland Browns are on the clock tomorrow. 7 minutes in round two, and then I think it goes down to like 5 minutes after that, and then 3 or something. So let's check out what happened in the draft. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, followed by Mason Graham in a blockbuster trade in which Cleveland lands a future second and first. Then Genti to the Raiders, Armand Membu to the Jets. We get Tyler Booker, yet again an offensive lineman to Dallas. Colston Loveland is the first tight end taken, a bit of a surprise to Chicago at 10. After that, Tyler Warren finding a home in Indy. Atlanta with one of 2 first-round draft picks, going with Jalen Walker at 15. Following suit, we saw the Broncos surprise everyone with Jahdae Barron at 20, Texas cornerback, and Mekabuka going to the Bucks just beforehand. Omarion Hampton off to the Chargers at 22, with Matthew Golden going to the hometown Packers for where this draft is being held. Then James Pierce going to Atlanta in a trade with the Rams to get back into round one. Falcons give up second and a first to get back into round one for the Tennessee edge rusher. And then to round it out, it's Josh Simmons to conclude round one of the 2025 NFL Draft. Falcons, by the way, is $6 behind the Browns report in Super Chats. Okay. Want to get back to the Super Chats real quick? Ty Rocky, the Falcons have pick 101 in round 3, a 4th-round pick, and a 7th. They still have 5 picks total, but they no longer pick in round 2. They pick at the end of round 3, and they don't have their first next year. But they had 2 firsts this year. Okay, I'm going to send you the names I have so far. Up until this point. Now, let me add this last one that just came in. Okay. Jeremy, love the double dip on defense. Go Dirty Birds. Rise up ATL. Jeremy, best of luck to you in the raffle. Max, second year in a row, Giants take our guys. Who did they take from the Browns last year? Green, thank you for your super chat. Sam with a $5 super. Okay. 1 second, I'm going to change channel. I need to watch local news. Brett with a $10 super chat. How you doing, Mr. Huddishall? Scott Van Pelt, Thunder and Grizzlies, or Seinfeld. All great options. You know what? We need to stop encouraging people that move to Jacksonville to yell Duval. It's not as cool as I think they think it is. Feisty Falcons fan, thank you for your super chat. Brett, great draft tonight by Terry. Also, sup, Petey. Brett, you got James Pierce. I know how badly you wanted him. Did you want him bad enough to give up a future first? That's my question for you, Brett. Let me know. Nevertheless, Brett, you don't know this, but you just got entered into a raffle to win a James Pierce jersey. You want to reset the super chats over to Browns real quick? Tyler Warren to the Colts, by the way, underrated pick. Indianapolis thought they'd get tight end 2. They ended up getting, I think, tight end 1 in this draft. As soon as we get through all the super chats, we're going to get into our raffle for the 3 jerseys. If Shador's last name wasn't Sanders, he'd be round 4. You know, he's him. This might be the most rational thing you've said, and I tend to agree. I don't think like maybe round 3, but now we're kind of splitting hairs. But yeah, I feel that just Shador being Shador Sanders just brought more attention upon him. Just more conversations around the guy. But when the chips were down, when the clock was on, no one was thinking, hey, what would Twitter say? They're thinking, what's the best option? I love oysters, so I stopped reading after that. He's him. You sold me. Steven, Johnson, Eamon both on the board. Could the Browns go for them? Also, I told you Graham, day 1 of free agent. Steven, I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it, and kudos to you. You nailed that. As for Eamon, I would not be upset with either pick. These are 2 guys who I viewed as round 1 players. So to get either one at pick 33, if I had to pick one, I'd go with Johnson. But either way, I still like who you're getting at 33. I like the idea of going with a player at 33, and then if you really want a quarterback at 36, you could maybe wait till round 3. Imagine if you just get Will Johnson and Nicky Manwari. Mason Graham, Will Johnson, Nicky Manwari. He's him. I would choose Chili's in this mix. Yep. Okay, I've been doing them all the way still up to this point still. Yeah. Patrick, thank you for your super chat. I'm editing it. Not a big Cracker Barrel guy. Okay, let's do the race. Yeah. Last call. If you want to get added to it, send in a $5 super chat or more to be a part of the race. We're going to do 3 races. Each winner will get to pick a jersey from the rookies that were taken tonight. If you're a Browns fan and you don't want a Mason Graham jersey, I kind of hear what you're saying. So you can wait till tomorrow and see if they get someone then you like. It kind of just be dealer's choice at that point. Dibble, I got your entry. J-Rob, if Sanders at 33, who did the Browns take at 36? I would love a running back for them. Either TreVeyon Henderson or Caleb Johnson. Scott, Milroe jersey inbound. I don't like Jalen Milroe. He had some good games last year, but he had some, what was that? Kind of games. Okay. Whoever lands Will Johnson, I think, tomorrow. Maybe I'm just too big of a homer. I'm not even a homer. I'm not a Michigan fan, but I just too big of a Will Johnson stan. I think they're getting a great player. Dibble, thank you for your super chat. I'm sorry I didn't verbalize it while it was on screen. All right, we're caught up on Browns. Yeah, there's a couple that came in since we started, though. You go to the very bottom and reset. Steven, thank you for yours. Steven, Johnson, Eamon, if I had to pick one, I'm going Will Johnson because I think the ceiling is much higher for Johnson. If you want to play it safe, Nick Eamon, but I'd rather go with an outside corner like Johnson. Steven, what's your honest opinion on the Browns? What the Browns did? Do we get Shador at 33 or wait until next year? I think the Browns are probably going to wait. I don't think they're going to quarterback at 33. I think they're going to, now they have 2 second-rounders. Last call for Venmo. I'll send these names afterwards. $10 Venmo to be added if you're a Browns fan to our Browns Report raffle hat. I only have Browns Report hats, so I'm sorry everyone else. But Venmo $10 at Matthew Petey to be a part of that raffle. 50, just get it. Yeah. You don't have to mess around at all. We had a few Falcons and Broncos super chats. The thing's ready. I was saying to catch up on. Throw them on screen. There's a lot of supers, so if we do miss one of yours, I'm really sorry. It's just the volume is overwhelming. By the way, Falcons today has now surpassed the Browns Report in super chats. 748 to 745. Yep. Brett, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate you as always. K. Hussey, thank you. Got those ones, yep. All right. Who's ready for a duck race? And then we just have a few Broncos if you want to put those on rotation while you do the duck race. Yeah. Like the last 3 or 4. I got a Venmo from Brett. Brett wants a Browns Report hat. We got Ken G. Let me add him really quickly. Let me add both those really quickly. Mark Baker. Ken G. They're added to mine. And Joshua Miller. I swear, if the winner's not here, I'm not going to actually do anything. I'll just be very disappointed. Mike, I don't think Colston Loveland was this bad of a pick. I know it wasn't the number 1 tight end by most people's accounts, but I mean, how often do we see that in the draft where everyone thought this guy, like Justin Jefferson, went in the 20s? You know what I mean? So I wouldn't get too drawn to the difference between 1 or 2 at that position. I think tight end makes a lot of sense for the Bears, though, for what Ben Johnson wants to do. They ran a lot of 2 tight end sets last year in Detroit. There's a lot of good running backs. So would you rather have had, I mean, Genty was gone at that point. So who did you want over Loveland? Sure. Yep. You want to put the Broncos super chats on screen? We got Mark Baker. TreVeyon Henderson, Jerry, please. Jersey, please. Jersey, please. It's like, Jerry. Best of luck, Mark. Best of luck. What do you think about giving up next year's first? Austin asked from our Falcons channel. It's completely solely rooted in betting on yourself to not finish in the top 20 of the draft. Basically, Atlanta's betting that they make the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, it's okay. If you make the playoffs, clearly a lot of things went right. Even if it wasn't the James Pierce impact, if Penix plays so well that he brings Atlanta to the playoffs, it's going to be, I wouldn't say water under the bridge, but, not something to get, worked up over. You made the playoffs. Who cares? Okay, that was one bad deal, but you get your quarterback. So Atlanta's betting on making the playoffs. Is that a bet I'd make if I were the Falcons? I don't know if I'd make that bet on James Pierce. I'm so on that one. I know. All right, let's get to this race. We're going to do 3 races. So all 3 channels are going to be in the same pond. So there's a possibility that 3 Browns fans win, right? But I didn't want to do 1 Browns, 1 Falcons, 1 Broncos because that only gives you 1 chance to win. Now you have 3 chances to win. Does that make some sense? I think that's best for everyone. So, you got to sneeze?
Nope, not anymore.
When you move it over, we're going to add 7 wishes in Ryan. Just manually. My favorite season? Summer. Summer's the best. Oh, I don't know if you had like a specific reason. What if we trade Kirk for a second? You're not getting a second for Kirk Cousins. I think you can get at best a 4th. And that's, I feel like, very optimistic. I'm just existing. Great to have you here. And VT92. So can everyone right now grade their respective teams' picks? I want to see which fan base is most optimistic. Got to think Atlanta. You got 2 first-rounders. And then I'm curious who's next, Browns or Broncos. Ryan would not have been mad with the Falcons taking Starks there at 26 either. I think Malachi Starks is going to be awesome for the Ravens. They're just going to have another stud safety with Kyle Hamilton. 7 wishes. Who do the Falcons take in the 3rd? I can't give you. I can give you maybe a position they target. I would think corner. But if there's like a really good, fill in the blank available there, that could change their mind.
Okay, who are we adding?
We are adding Ryan and 7 wishes. Just Ryan. Yep. No, just spell it out. By the way, Falcons today and Browns getting very close to $800 in super chats.
Okay.
I'm ready. Kitchen's closed. Oh, add Andrew Roper at the last moment. $10 super chat you're going to sneak in. You think the Notre Dame corner will still be available at 101? You're talking about Benjamin Morrison. I'd love that if I were Atlanta. Let him sit for a year, get healthy. Then the following year, he could start opposite of A.J. Terrell. And you got literally a whole new face of your defense from 1 draft. Morrison, Walker, Pierce at all 3 levels. Yeah, a little busy. Okay. Here we go. Are we ready? All right, duck race coming up in just a second. I'll also use this time to say, if you want to be a Browns fan watching in our Browns Report hat raffle, $10 Venmo at Matthew with 2 T's, Petey. $10 Venmo to be a part of that. Oh, gosh. All right, one moment, everyone. Sorry about this.
There it is.
Here we go. I can't see anything right now. There you go. Okay. There we go. All right, let's put it on screen. Yeah, we'll kind of just go through. He's him. If you want the address, you can email me. I'm just not going to say it over the entire internet. All right, here's everyone we have in there. We just kind of scroll through. I pray to God your name's here if it's supposed to be. If it's not, let me know, and then we'll add it tomorrow. We're going to add Paula Chandler. Paula, I can't do holdovers, Paula. If you want, you can. No, she just sent a $5 super chat, but she wants to wait till tomorrow. Paula, if you win today, you can pick the guy that they pick tomorrow. But I can't remember names for tomorrow. So I'll add you for today, Paula, and you can wait after the whole draft is over to pick someone. Just type the name in anywhere. Absolute last call right now. $5 super chat to be added to the raffle. We're going to do 3 of them. So don't be upset. And then Reed's going to put my email at the bottom. Okay. Are we ready? Send the Duckies for a rookie jersey raffle. There are so many.
I'll say it
ducks
again.
Here.
The peanut gallery on this sound effect is awesome. They are electric that these ducks are racing.
I know your name's there because I typed it out. It took me 5 seconds to go letter by letter and figure it out.
I see it.
Yeah.
139. Chick Peru.
Don't pull that on me.
He said, oh, never mind. 30 seconds.
All right, halfway through. Who's it going to be? Look at Fletcher H in the lead.
Papa T.
Papa T is flying right now. Philip Lee right now with the backwards hat. Who is it going to be?
C. Hogan.
5 seconds. There's movement. It's going to be Stassi Bambino. Stassi, come on down. Email me so I can get you your jersey, your size, and your address. Please email me. That's my email. Don't do 1T. People do that, and then they get mad at me, and I never get the email. No one's named Matthew with 1T. All right, 2 more.
Remove winner.
Yeah, remove winner. Yep. And they're off. We have this race and 1 more for a jersey. I just sent you the name for Venmo for the hat. Sorry, to TV. Yeah. Right. All right.
30 seconds.
Here we go. You came for draft content, and you're getting duck races to close out Thursday night. Aaron? I don't know if Aaron can keep the speed up for 13 more seconds. Rydell's got the lead. I see Boyd making moves. I'm losing Boyd. Who's it going to be? Oh, my sweet Jesus. I got to deal with this all over again. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. I thought that had a chance of happening. This is going to be the most long, drawn-out process of my entire life. Oh, shit. All right, here we go. There's some lore going on right here that some of you get and some of you are very confused by. And those that get it are laughing. Here we go. I saw him starting to make moves in the middle. going to blow up my email.
He's in the lead again.
I'm not letting. He's not winning twice. Someone could explain to those that don't get it. It takes a lot of explanation.
Yeah, 20 seconds. 7 wishes.
All right. Willie? Can Willie hold on? Ooh, Christopher. Isn't that the name from Winnie the Pooh?
Wait.
Robin. Max Nikolenko! Okay. You guys, winners, email me. I have no idea. I know 2 Browns for sure, the last 2. I don't remember who the first one was. Who won first? Well, no, you guys email me. I got 100 ducks in the pond here. I can't keep track of everyone. All right. That's going to do it for us. Oh, no, we have to do the one more duck race. It's for the Browns report hat, so if you want to be in another duck race, right now, $10 Venmo at Matthew Petey, and you'll be entered into a Browns report hat. Yeah, just kind of get that ready. I'll see if anyone sends a Venmo in. $10 Venmo. That's a much easier race to win. I think there's only 6 or 7 names there. Mark, I'm sorry. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. Ronan, thank you for your super chat. Vickers, I think your name was Vickers' names in there? It's definitely in there, says Reed. If you want, you don't believe us, you can scroll back in the stream, and when we scroll through all the names. It should be there for, yeah. All right, here we go. Any Venmos? Last call? Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. Yep. This is for the Browns report hat. And they're off. Well, he's him is definitely here. I'm not sure if he knows. All right, who's going to win the Browns report hat? I know this is just unique to one of the 3 channels tuned in, so 2/3 of you guys don't care. Like I said, my boss just got hats for the biggest subscriber channels, and so
You're welcome, Tim.
Browns were, one of the bigger subscriber channels compared to, got 10 more thousand subs than our Broncos and Falcons channel does. Ronan, I'm confused. Which $10 Venmo for the hat? I know. Ronan, you got to fill me in. I'm missing something.
5, 4, 3.
Dibble.
Dibble, Mike Dibble.
Mike Dibble. Very well earned. Dibble, thank you. Dibble, email me. Okay. We have, believe it or not, a ton of work to do. We're going to do, we're not going to do this on live, but don't go to sleep just yet. I'm going to put out grades for all 3 of these teams' first rounds. Then tomorrow morning, I'm getting up early to do draft targets for round 2 and 3. Then we'll get rumors and like a last-minute buzz sometime tomorrow afternoon before the draft commences. So be on the lookout. Get those notifications on. Subscribe to the channel. And I'm going to see everyone. Ronan, the $10 Venmo for the hat. $10 Venmo. Okay. I'll see everyone tomorrow night, and we're going to do it all over again.